Hey everybody, welcome to the Teamfight Tactics Reckoning Challenger Series. I am Doa, with me is Crowan. I've got my golden spatula here. I'm ready for day two. I'm ready to see who wins that spot to the mid-set finale. It's going to be awesome. Crowan, how are you doing? How hyped are you?
I'm doing very well, thank you very much, Doa. I'm pretty hyped to see these games today because we saw a lot of interesting stuff yesterday, kind of these players circumventing this new B patch that we're playing on, and they've had, over 24 hours to study up on the competition, play some games on ladder, and really bring their stuff today to earn that spot to mid-set finale, but also some cash on the line too, so got a bit of everything for everybody here today.
That's right. So we ended up with 16 players on day one. We cut that down to 8 players today. It's going to be a lot of fun. But let's take a look at that prize pool to see what these players are playing for. Because we mentioned it already a little bit, that the big prize at the end of the road is that first place prize. You get 800 bucks, that's great, but you also get a direct invite to the Reckoning mid-set finale, which is kind of the big prize there, because it takes a lot of pressure off, right? Then it's all training at that point. You don't need to worry as much about some of the other factors that go into it. You just need to kind of, study the tournament meta almost a little bit, which is a little bit different. You could research your opponents as they start to get seeded in as well. It's a good spot to be in, Crowan, isn't it?
It definitely is, and I mean, there's only, 13 players qualified for the mid-set finale right now, so the spots are very limited, so it's going to be very impactful to be the one coming out of the Challenger Series actually qualifying for that. We see the scores on the screen right now from yesterday. Spencer coming out on top, winning a little bit of that tiebreaker, but the scores are going to be reset today, of course, and we'll talk about the format a bit later, but we see on the left-hand side our top 8 moving forward into today, and there's some names that are definitely, newer amongst the, NATFT grades, the newer names including, Kagros, the Brennator, and Marcel P. I'm really excited to see if they can continue their yesterday's dominance into today.
Yeah, we talked about this at the end of the day yesterday, too, where it's just a really good mix of old guard and players like Delicious Milk. I would have put Robin Songs definitely on that list. Goobums is a well-known name at this point, Setsuko as well. And like you said, some of the newer blood to kind of start to make a name for themselves in the scene. It's not like they're brand new to TFT. They're kind of brand new, I would say, to like this level in a lot of cases, like Brennator, Marcel P. It's going to be really fun to see how they can do today. It's always kind of a surprise to see some of the names that didn't make it, some of the names like Solus, Sphinx, DQA, some great players out there in TFT that didn't quite make the cut this time, but they've got more chances to make it through. So hopefully they'll be able to do that a little bit later. One of the things that was really neat about yesterday is that we had that B patch, right? Coming at the beginning of the day. It was around, I think, 2 p.m. Pacific that dropped. So the players were playing with, not a huge amount of changes, but enough that we did see a shift away from that reroll meta. There was still a good amount of rerolling, but it definitely wasn't dominated by it. I think the biggest surprise to me, Crowan, was kind of the rise of Aphelios. What was your takeaway from yesterday?
Yeah, definitely Aphelios stuck out, and you had actually pointed out when we were looking over, people's games yesterday that one player, I believe was it Goobums, played 5 games with Aphelios actually in a row. So that's really, really interesting. A player that can prioritize that specific of a composition that highly and still make it into a top 8 of, some of the best TFT players. So I'm really curious if players will be trying to go for, say, specifically that reroll assassin composition, because while it is good, it seemed really inconsistent yesterday. But things that did seem overall really good are the things like Aphelios and Draven, Mordecai, those 4-cost carries. But if you can high roll early game enough, there's still that Teemo option later on to actually have an AP or ability power compositional threat. So, I mean, there's going to be more action today. I think we're going to see more of the same, but perhaps a more refined play to get to those spots.
It's going to be interesting because in Teamfight Tactics, we always talk about the tournament meta, right? And in every tournament, you see things that don't necessarily reflect the ladder at the highest level as well, because you've got players reading each other in a different way. On the ladder, in Challenger, you're going to run into the same people fairly often. You're going to see a lot of familiar faces up there, but it's not going to be the same lobby or near the same lobby, seating taken into account for yesterday every single game, right? You're going to be playing against the same series of people over and over again, and you'll start to kind of read what their plan is for the day, because what your plan is going into a tournament, and you could probably speak to this a lot better than me because you've done this before in actual high-level TFT tournaments. Your plan going into an event like this is much different than when you're sitting down to grind the ladder, isn't it?
It definitely is, and I think we can take the example from Goobums playing, Aphelios every single game. Players going to know that coming into today, and it's like, okay, if I test Aphelios, there's going to be at least one other player always going for it, so, there's only a limited amount of units in the pool, so players definitely have to navigate that challenge as we do load into game number 1, duh.
Yep, that's right. On board with Spencer, our points leader from day number 1. Now, he went 3-1-8-1-2 yesterday, so one of our few players to get 2 first places. He got his first place with Aphelios, going for a 6 Nightbringer composition with that, and then a Yasuo 3 reroll comp. So playing a little bit of both as far as the meta goes. He also played Hellion Teemo. He even went fast 8 with the Soraka 3 attempt. And then we also saw another Aphelios comp do pretty well for 3rd place in his first game. So a good variety from Spencer going in today, and I would say kind of a good example of what we're seeing kind of pros try in this new B patch meta.
Yeah, and try is something that Spencer did with that Soraka comp yesterday. We kind of got a glimpse of the insight there from the interview. Spencer hadn't really played the Soraka composition before, but the game gave the units to him. He tried it. Unfortunately, was an 8th, so maybe Spencer today will play a bit more of comfort only. And this is a pretty comfortable start for Spencer, I think. Even though Hellions have been nerfed between Kennen and Lulu, the 3 Hellion opener and perhaps a 5 Hellion opener eventually will still be a solid 1 tier away from going Shiv and maybe just going one of those fast 8, Hellion Teemo boards, which Spencer did play one of those yesterday.
Yeah, he did pilot that type of style to a 2nd place in his final game of the day, so certainly no stranger to it. The Soraka game was funny, because we've all had games on ladder, right, where it's like, oh, I've got this like great opener for this thing that I've seen be good, I've seen good players play it well, so like I'm pretty sure I know what I'm doing with it, and then you just like go fast 8, and you're like, all right, there's a big difference between watching this comp and like playing yourself. Yeah, so he ends up selling the Nunu. I was wondering if he was going to hold on to that, because we saw a lot of players use an Abomination core, basically, and then build various carries around that yesterday.
Unless there's very specific units that players want to go for in terms of their compositional preference, players will usually just sell up to 10 given the opportunity at 1-4, because you can still make econ in the initial PvE rounds. You get up to 10 gold, you get that +1 more gold, and Spencer is going to go for that because he still has a direction with all these Hellions, can make econ, could have actually even leveled to 4 and kept 10 gold if he wanted to, but instead just picks up some of these units on the bench, can still go Abomination later because of the Callista, has that option, but right now just wants to kill a couple of units while making as much gold as possible, and is not able to kill any, unfortunately, versus Kagros. Kagros did aggressively level to 4 and has a decent composition there, a couple Nightbringers, a couple of skirmishers as well, maybe going to go 3 skirmishers soon, but either way, Spencer off to a bit of a rough start in terms of HP loss.
Well, it's interesting to think about, because, that 3 Hellion start used to be really popular, and we see Marcel P winning with pretty much an identical board, right? Bow on the Ziggs, and that's about that. But, like, it's still much weaker than it was, and when you put the Kennen in as a factor, and I like wow, Shadow Shiv just slammed on Ziggs, and this might indicate a Hellion direction, because that's one of the items we see on Teemo from time to time, but with the nerf to Kennen, a lot of times if he's just 1-star, you're not even going to get the cast off, so this start, I think, got considerably weaker, and so if you're going to commit to this, you're going to kind of also commit to taking maybe some more heavy HP losses than usual if you're doing that loss streak going into the first carousel or into Krugs. So it's a bit awkward. You can see he's holding a couple other units to maybe make a little bit of a pivot, but for now, looks like it's going to be Hellions in a loss streak.
Yeah, and that's the big thing you mentioned there. It's going to be just a bit of a worse composition throughout pretty much all stages of the game, because we already have this Kennen from 2-1. Kennen is a nerfed unit. You're going to be taking more damage throughout the course of the game, and that's something that Hellion compositions need, is this HP to get them to a fast 8 and to get them to their point where they're pivoting their board, and even if they don't hit everything initially, they need to be able to have that kind of a couple rounds of wiggle room where they won't just fall because they've lost too much HP already, and Spencer is doing that. I mean, fortunately at least killed 1 unit, but still needs to stabilize, needs to find at least a Ziggs 2, probably go for one of these Kennen items like a Morello's, because he was considering slamming the belt on the Kennen, but it wouldn't have really made a difference, so didn't opt to there. Has a Poppy 2 finally for an upgrade, plays Knights for a bit of frontline, and can still sell to 20 gold, so it is worrying that Spencer's taking these big losses, but his economy will be able to allow him to stabilize once we reach that like 3-2 kind of mid-game start.
Yeah, I think now that you've got the 2-star and you've got that Knight synergy in there, you're going to be in a little bit better situation. Still a little bit rough. I like what he was doing in terms of buying as much as he could from the shop, filling up the bench while staying above 10 gold, just to give himself a better chance of hitting some of those pairs. And he ended up getting that Poppy, and that's really it at this point, where you can't rely on an early chosen anymore, like you could in set 4 to have that early 2-star. You really have to find the 2 stars organically, and that means holding a lot of pairs sometimes. So tried to make it work. Doesn't look like he's going to kill any units again, though, and that's really the worst, is that, like, going on a loss streak is fine, but losing 100-0, not killing a single unit on the other side every time is pretty rough.
Yeah, the worst outcome Spencer could have been is 76 HP, but he's second worst, being 78. So not a great start. Only killed 1 unit out of the 3 rounds. Spencer does have first pick in the carousel, fortunately, and does with that find a 3-cost unit with a Shadow Rod, I believe. So we'll be able to make up to 30 gold. Has the Shadow Morello for the Kennen, so at least we have those. I guess we have that going for us if we are Spencer. But the Poppy still will be able to probably allow enough time to kill at least 1 or 2 units in the next rounds. Definitely still looking for that Ziggs too, because that's going to be a powerful upgrade there. But yeah, Shadow Morello is slammed. We know Spencer's trajectory, of course, but curious to check out some other players, perhaps like Setsuko here, who's running some Draconics early. Now, this could be a bit of a bait if Setsuko does go aggressively for a set composition. We saw that not do very well yesterday. I believe its best performance was, Robinsong's running it and barely getting a 4th, but looks like that won't be the choice for Setsuko, just putting the Shadow Sword in the Ash, so it's just going to be a money generation kind of synergy with the Draconics here.
Right. You can still use it to boost your economy a lot, and that's what we've seen a lot of players do. And if you end up, going on a little bit of win streak, if you end up with a strong board on this Draconic start, a lot of times this is one of the compositions that you can chain into like a fast 8, sometimes even a fast 9, and just start to put together a big legendary comp where you're relying on things like the Teemo again, like the Viego, Heimerdinger, of course, in this particular composition. And he does win around, so maybe things could turn around a little bit here. Like you mentioned, if nothing else, it's econ. If you can get a win streak going with this, it's one of the strongest mid games in the game. If you can get those 2 stars online to like carry those wins through.
Speaking of a strong mid game, we saw Delicious Milk with a Nunu 2 already. That's an extremely strong unit to have at this point in the game. Setsuko, birthing some Draconic units out of the eggs. Can run the Zyra perhaps over the Set, because Set is not providing a 4 brawler buff at this point, but maybe still just having the front line is going to be a bit better. Still make up 20 gold here, and hopefully going on a win streak, as we were just talking about. That could be pretty nice, because you don't really want to go win-loss, especially into the creep round. Your econ will be a bit damaged at that point. Either way, though, Setsuko's off to an okay start.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how he plays this out, how long he sticks with the Draconic, because like you had mentioned earlier, Set 3 carry was a big thing in Draconic for a while. It was very strong. Set would one-shot people. People joked and called it One Punch Man, which I think was an apt name for it. But those days are kind of gone. The B patch yesterday seemed to have hit it pretty hard, to the extent that we really saw those Set 3 compositions kind of underperform in a big way yesterday. So maybe you need to start thinking about the older ways people built these Draconic boards. We had the Ashe carry back when the set was new. Zyra carry was also a thing. And so maybe there's a situation now where you start to think more about doing it the old way, or making some sort of adaptation. Whether that's adding more brawlers in, you can seize 1 away from 4 brawlers, or you maybe go ranges a little bit more, but we'll see. I mean, either way, it's definitely something that you're keeping an eye out for ways to transition out of, maybe more than you were before the patch.
Exactly, and a couple of points there. I mean, one of the transitions could be the Nocturnes in Setsuko's shop, which he was eyeing. It would be kind of a large pivot to go into the Assassins, but Nocturne is one of the best carries for that. But another one you mentioned was the Ashe carry in the Draconic, and I think there is still room for Ashe to be a good carry. I mean, we see a lot of players play 2 or 4 Rangers right now, usually centered around the Aphelios, maybe the Varus, even though that did get a little bit nerfed in the B patch, but there is the option of Ashe, and Setsuko is already making at least the Caustic Deathblade. Perhaps a Hodge could go on there, but probably wants to greed out at least for this 3-1 armory. And it's just going to make a blue buff on the Udyr. Blue buff can find a lot of uses on multiple units in the late game. Pretty flexible.
Yep, blue buff Udyr is one that people kind of played around with a little bit. It does make him cast a little bit quicker, so you can do the stance dancing a little bit more aggressively than we've seen in the past, but in the end, it's nice to have that Ashe carry, and you do stack up the Deathblade pretty quick, especially if you get the Ranger buff online. So she can be strong. But you can see that more Evil Anomicon on the Kennen making a pretty big difference. He's going to drop at some point, but it's still going to be a win for Spencer, and he's starting to come online a little bit more with this. Really, right before or right after we cut away from him, when he was about to build that more evil Anomicon, that was a huge moment, because a lot of people say that's the best item on Kennen, right? Because he applies it to so many people. It does so much damage over time that it really is one of those things that once you get it on there, that's one of the pillar items, I would say, for the comp if you're going to play Hellions.
Oh yeah, 100%. That plus a G8 on the Kennen. Even with the nerfs, you still might be able to get 2 casts off. We saw some aggressive itemization of Kennens yesterday as well. I believe we saw one time it was a Frozen Heart plus a Shojin on the Kennen. So there's anything to make him cast as much as possible, because as you mentioned, he can apply things like Morello's to basically the whole board, depending on, you know, where both boards are positioned, but still a very strong unit. Spencer did get the Ziggs up to tier 2 as well, so that's a bit powerful. Setsuko is randomly 3 Udyrs away from Udyr 3. Probably not what's on his mind, really, but does play another Ranger to buff up the Ashe a little bit. She's not going to have things like Rageblade or Runelands, which would be really good at you know, buffing her up and making your stack of that blade faster, but still a solid start nonetheless.
Yeah, I mean, he's got parts, right? He's got part of the, well, it doesn't, not part of the Runins, but part of the Ginsus if he wants to go for something like that. There's a couple different options here, but it looks like the loss streak is going to continue here. But not a full loss. You know, you're still going to be able to kill a few units, or a few units at least.
Yeah, it can sell back up to 30 gold here as well. Setsuko is on 5 Ashes and now 7 Udyrs.
Udyr 3's coming.
Maybe. We'll have to check out a bit later and find out. But for now, looking at Robinsongs, who's already committed to a Legionnaire spatula, running 4 Legionnaire, 4 Dawnbringers on a 2-win streak with it. Now, Robinsongs is one of the best players on this patch. You know, looking over yesterday's results, him being the only person to top 4 every single game, and has, you know, as you were pointing out as well, went on a bit of a ladder tear recently, as, you know, won like, what, 10 out of his last like 20 ladder games, something like that. So Robinsongs seems to have a really solid grasp of the meta, and usually that comes into what you play in the mid game to allow you to transition into a late game board with enough HP to just dominate the whole lobby. And I think Robinsongs is doing a fantastic job of that right now with these synergies. He does lose this round versus Setsuko, but it is still setting himself up for a good late game. He's still top of the lobby in HP with 82, so he has time to be able to make whatever transition he wants to work.
Yeah, slamming an emblem early is that's an aggressive move. You don't see people do that a whole lot, especially when it comes to like a Legionnaire emblem. But it is fairly flexible if you're going to end up playing something like a Draven down the road or a Riven or something. It's going to be interesting to see what he goes. I suppose Yasuo applies there too. But you mentioned his ladder rank, and yeah, I have very rarely see people go on a ladder tear like Robinsongs is on right now. 10 first places out of his last 20 games on ladder at the moment, and overall like a little over 17% first place rate this season, which is just astronomical numbers. And when he gets a patch, he really gets a patch. And he didn't take any first yesterday, which of course he'll need today if he wants to win. We are playing that sort of checkmate format, but you know, he's shown himself able to do it on ladder at least very consistently.
Definitely, and I think that's, of course, super beneficial for Robinsongs. It doesn't need the win today, right? You can win that second win condition of just getting to 40 points before anyone gets 24 in a win. So both win conditions are there, but judging for Robinsongs' ladder and tournament play, he can do pretty much every single style, which not a lot of players you could actually say the same thing for. Generally, players will go for that, you know, first-rate play style or consistently top 4ing, but not both. And so it's really, really telling of Robinsongs' proficiency with this patch and with this meta, being able to accomplish both.
Yeah, as we watch him take a little bit of a loss streak, but hey, even the best players go on loss streaks. It's all tactical, Cronus, tactical. But
exactly, HP is a resource.
Yeah, exactly. Robinsongs are definitely one of the most prolific composition learners, I would say, out there. He just released a video about how to play all the various reroll comps in the meta, which even after the patch yesterday, I still think is very relevant because those compositions aren't gone. They're just not as dominant as they were. But he'll do that. He'll release a lot of guides. He'll really go all out as far as like learning how to play every comps in and outs. And then when you bring that to tournaments, you can have some pretty strong results. He's been one of the players that's been around long enough that it's about time. You know, it's about time he had a big win.
Definitely. I'm just taking a glance at the HPs in this lobby, and they are very, very close, though. There's only like a 14 HP gap between first and eighth, and there's usually some exceptions to that. There's usually some players, you know, either really far ahead or really far behind, but everyone is kind of playing similar strength of boards, it seems, at least, or similar strength from the early game to right now, kind of the middle of the mid game. Robinsong is going on a bit more of a loss streak, but that still is okay. He's still middle of the pack in HP and gets the loss streak going into the Wolves.
I was going to say the only person on a win streak was the person at the bottom of the lobby, and that was true until that round. Spencer did take a loss, and now the only person on the win streak is the person at the top of the lobby. We're going to jump back onto Spencer's POV, though. Looks like he's doing a bit of scouting here. If we go back to his board, yeah, he's got the Teemo kitted out with a couple static shivs. Still just a Kennen 1, which kind of hurts a little bit. He did find a Vel'Koz 1, which is going to cast slowly, but at least that is some damage he can add on there.
Yeah.
But what he needs more than anything, I think, is some upgrades here. He's got a ton of gold, though, so I think we're going to see a fast 8. We mentioned with Hellions that is something that you can do a little bit more easily with some other compositions. And then, you know, for his sake, hopefully he rolls down and finds a significant way to go.
Yeah, he'll probably actually level up on 4-2, apart from after Carousel, which a lot of players will. Actually, he even does it right now. I'm kind of surprised with that, but still being able to be on about 30 gold, or 30 gold if he wins this round, is still very strong. Now, Spencer was spending a lot of time scouting the other Hellion player, who actually already had a Teemo in Stage 3. I believe it was Marcel that had that. So Spencer's like, oh, well, the competition I want to run, it's kind of already being contested, but he's still in a really good spot to get there, right? Still at 63 HP with level 8 on 4-1 and 20 gold. It's still very, very strong, and the double Shiv Ziggs is going to allow him to still win rounds right now as a very strong carry. So Spencer in a good spot, does need to hit these upgrades when he does decide to roll, though, and he might do that soon.
Now, we were watching that round versus Setsuko, who was playing the Draconic board, and we do see him kind of kitting out the Ashe this time and kind of forgoing the set. So it's kind of like I was mentioning, where we're going to see players start to maybe try out some of those older Draconic styles. It didn't work out that round, but it's interesting to see people trying it. So I'm going to be kind of trying to watch his board and see how Setsuko kind of ends up playing out of this. He does find another Zyra, too, there. That's pretty good. And another Ashe too, so he's getting closer to those 3 stars as well. But in front of us, we see a Teemo actually found by Spencer. That is pretty huge, getting the Teemo in like that.
Yeah, that is big. We can not only drop the Kleds to run 5 Hellions, but the option, if Spencer does manage to get a Hellion Spatula to run 7 Hellions, is there. Now, usually players will stick at 5 or even drop down to 3 Hellions in the late game, just run the really important ones, which are Kennen, Lulu, and Teemo. But Spencer still has multiple options available. It is slamming Thieves' Gloves in the Vel'Koz. It does give 2 Spellweaver and just some more good damage. Like the Vel'Koz cast here is actually going to end up doing a lot. It does chunk through the rest of the board and hit some of the Abomination that Milk has.
Yep. And now that gives Teemo enough time to hit the Abomination with the attack speed slow. But guess what? He's still going to attack fast anyway.
Wow.
That is a strong Abomination from Delicious Milk. You know, like we mentioned earlier, we are seeing people start to run that Abomination composition and run a number of different carries, but ultimately at the end of the day, if you get items like that on the Monstrosity, he's gonna pound some face for sure.
Oh, definitely.
Okay, Darius.
Yeah, right. Darius being found probably is not going to find its way into this composition, but does find a Lulu upgrade. Yeah, sells the Darius.
Yep.
Looking for more Teemos, really, because only one more Teemo means that Nico's help makes it a Teemo 2. Be a huge, huge power spike for Spencer's board. And he's not rolling it all the way down. He's still staying above about 20 gold and is still powerful enough to win a decent amount of rounds, especially going up against Kagros, who is looking like they're re-rolling, but just not hitting that much, is the lowest HP in the lobby, and might continue to be lowest HP as well, unless these Cavaliers are tanky enough, but no, not looking like it.
You know, what's interesting is we don't see as many people re-rolling today in this first game as we did yesterday, and of course as we did on the ladder up to the B patch. And we really talk about it fairly often where if you are the only person re-rolling, or rather I should say the less people that are re-rolling in the lobby, the harder it is to re-roll, especially because we've got so much reliance on the 2-cost re-rolls right now. So the reason for that is if someone is re-rolling for a 2 cost, they're going to be taking a lot of that 2 cost out of the pool, right? So that makes the other 2 costs easier to find. So the next person who's re-rolling is going to be able to find their 3-star faster, and that's going to make it easier for the next person as well. So the more people re-roll, the easier it is to re-roll as long as you're doing different styles, right? So if you're the only person or one of few, it becomes harder because there's going to be more champs in the pool, less likely of a chance you're going to find what you're looking for.
Yeah, exactly. That creates a very interesting dynamic in how players want to approach that whole style of play. Now, there was a very interesting dynamic that happened in the last carousel as well. There was a Teemo on it. Spencer almost grabbed it, but Delicious Milk actually was the one that stole it away. Marcel was eyeing it as well, of course, because they're both Teemo players, but Marcel, of course, being last pick, not able to get it. But Marcel's board is still very good. Has a lot of utility between the Cannon Stunning, applying Morello's, the Shroud, actually, and it hits huge here on the Brenner's Clump, and this allows Teemo time to get a lot of damage coming through. The first set of shrooms will land on the front line, but if he can make his shrooms make their way to the back line, could be taking out this carry. Not doing it yet, but looks like it's okay anyway.
Yep, finally got the rest of his team to the back line anyway, and Teemo is enough to distract the Monstrosity and get a win over the Brennanator there. So win streak continues for Marcel P. He's now at the top of the lobby, and it's Kagros and Goobums. Well, really more Kagros than anyone that has to be a little bit worried because he's all the way down at number 8. And we talked earlier about how close the lobby was, and it was, but not so much anymore. At least a big jump anyway from 7th to 8th. The rest of the lobby pretty close, but Kagros needs to get something going fast.
Yeah, it definitely does. I mean, hits Sejuani. Oh, I thought it was going to be Sejuani 3 coming through, but no, just a Sejuani 2. Perhaps 6 Sejuanis. Unfortunate there. But Spencer, I believe, Marcel did scout, and Spencer is on a Teemo 2. And yeah, now Marcel's going up against Kagros. Kagros, not really having any of the tier 3 upgrades right now, is sitting Heckrams away. It is really far away even from Brand 3. This is looking really doomed for Kagros, unfortunately.
Yeah, this is kind of a bit of a bad game here for Kagros, unfortunately. When you reroll, you're leaving a little bit up to a chance, right? Where you're hoping you're finding those, and you're definitely going to reroll at the best chance to be able to. You can see they're still level 6, right? Still really prioritizing getting that 40% chance to find the 2 cost, but it's just not happening. And you can see, if that was a Hecarim 3, that would have been a win. Hecarim 3 is insane with those items, but you got to find the Hecarims. Oh, it's another Teemo, though, for Marcel P. That's pretty huge. He's got the HP to build a Teemo 2 if he finds another one. It's a lot of hit points, right? 6 times 3 that you're losing there, 18, but still, getting that Teemo 2 online is pretty big.
Yeah, nice quick math there. 18 HP is a chunk, but when you're sitting at Marcel's HP, when you're sitting at Marcel's HP, it's still pretty safe to go for that at that point. Now moving over to the Brennanator's board, going for some Legionary, Draven Mordekaiser carries. The problem is that Mordekaiser and Draven are still both only tier 1. However, Brennanator is going to level to 8 and have about 50 gold to roll with. In fact, 57 exactly. So hopefully he can hit both of these units, as Brennanator is still sitting at a comfortable amount of HP, 49, middle of the pack, and is going to hit the Mordekaiser too. Even more Mordekaisers. Diana as well.
Diana
but really, Draven's the big one. Needs one more of those.
Yep. Draven is a big one, and he does find, he's found 3 Darius, but I think he only picked 1 up. Looking for another one. Looking for that Draven. Got to get the brothers in there.
Yeah, looking for it, but is going to stay on this board for now. 3 Knights, 3 Forgotten. Still some solid units. Brennanator's power level on this board is strong, but perhaps not strong enough to deal with Spencer, because Spencer is on that Teemo too.
Yep, Spencer did find another Teemo. Was able to use, I believe he had that Nikos we looked at earlier, to make that Teemo 2 really quick, and now he's got a healthy amount of HP as well. 47 at this stage in the game is pretty solid. And that Mordekaiser is big, but the Teemo Shrooms combined with the Heimerdinger damage, it's all eventually going to take down the Mord. But, the Brennanator, he's got a strong board. That Mordekaiser with the defensive items that he's got is going to take a long time to kill, but he just needs to find ways to make the rest of his team last a little bit longer. And 2-starring some of that is probably going to be the best thing he can do at this point to make that happen.
Exactly, and Predator knows how to run this composition, right? They actually ran a Draven focus composition 3 times yesterday, and with this shop, it's going to be very, very easy to pilot, of course, because you just you hit the Draven, hit the Darius too. All of a sudden now, this is looking like a game-winning composition. Just needs to find a couple more upgrades between perhaps the Viego, the Taric, and things like that to have a solid front line and backline threat with the Viego, but gonna be chillin'. We move over to Goobums, though, who is still on level 7, unfortunately, and that is very, very telling of how much Goobums had to roll to actually get this board online.
Yeah, but he found it. He might not win this round, but he did find the Aphelios. And I noticed the way that he likes to run this is with 4 Mystic. You can see he's got that in there right now. It's certainly making the Aphelios live longer, but things like the Teemo Shrooms just slowing down the incoming damage enough that he's able to outlast the Aphelios damage. But I find Goobums' approach very interesting because if you think about it, Mystic stock, as it were, has certainly been going up recently because of the Teemo carry. Obviously, Vel'Koz was strong for a long time, not as much right now. You still run into things like the Karma boards, the Rise boards, and even things like I believe Yasuo does magic damage when his ability goes off. So technically, that's something that the Mystic trait is gonna help you out a little bit with too. So it's a good trait to include with this. A lot of people are leaning towards Knights, Ironclad, armor, right? But Mystic seems to be the way to go to find success. I mean, Goobums is here. He played it all day yesterday, and it served him well.
Yeah, the Diana gets the cast off before the Lulu does. Lulu doesn't cast at all. Goobums going to, perhaps not take a loss against Robinsongs because the Aphelios is still alive with 1 HP. The Mord does find his way there, though. Man, now Goobums and Robinsongs tied at 11 HP. The next loss could be lethal for both of them. Milk drops to 15 as well, so it's getting to be a bit do or die for some of the players in this lobby now, Doa. And this item from the Stage 5 carousel could be really impactful to turn that around.
Yep, we did see the BG in chat from Kagros going out in 8th, and I can't blame him at all. That was a rough game. You're really counting on hitting at least a little bit of that when you're re-rolling 2 stars, and he just didn't hit anything. So I do feel bad. I agree there. But hey, there's a lot of games coming up. 1/8 does not break your whole tournament, so have to come back strong with the next one. But we do definitely start to see a bit of separation happening here too. Big gap between 2nd and 4th right now in terms of HP.
Oh yeah, definitely. Even 3rd with Spencer there. Spencer's still on a win streak right now. I mean, that Teemo is carrying really, really hard. On Goobums' board, though, Goobums did pick up the Darius 2 because of the carousel, so Darius 2 at level 7 is pretty solid. Really needs to go to level 8 and can maybe think about putting 4 Rangers in, but even if he doesn't, can still add another good unit like a Taric for the Knight and for some more frontline. Goobums now is mostly worried about repositioning onto the correct side, and hopefully this Darius will get the ulti off and be able to shred enough armor for Aphelios to deal enough damage.
Yeah, with the QSS, he should be able to get it off because he's going to be able to avoid the Ash Arrow. And like you said, the armor shred coming in is going to really beef up Aphelios' damage. And man, you can see it. Wow, that is a lot of damage from the Aphelios. Is it enough, though? No, it's not. Wow. And that's actually Goobums going out in 7th. He lives or die by the Aphelios in this tournament, apparently, and this game is going to be die, unfortunately. Robinsongs out as well, exactly 0 HP, out in 6th place. So we have our top 5. The Brennanator now, the one trying to survive. But we're going to watch Delicious Milk, who's in 4th right now, and only 15 HP to use himself.
Yeah, this isn't a board that I think Delicious Milk is happy about landing on, but it's going to be the one that's going to net the highest chance to actually sneak into the top 4. If he just outplays Brennanator, then, top 4 is still a solid way to start out the day. Especially considering, players like Robinsongs. This is Robinsongs' worst result, actually, of the whole tournament with the 6th place this game. Hopefully I can shake that one off. You were just saying earlier, one bad placement doesn't dictate the whole day of your scores, but Milk scouting out the rest of the boards, knows that he just wants to beat Brennanator, so scouting Brennator's fight. And the Abomination on his board might not be good enough to take out Spencer, but the A-Bomb does find its way to the Teemo and takes it out really quickly, actually.
That's huge. Yeah, that's massive. But he's going to need to do a lot more than that. He doesn't really have much healing. Oh man, it's so close. That Teemo's still throwing out shrooms. And it's the Hellion Teemo, right? It's a mini Teemo that came out of the portal, and it's enough combined with the Kennen 1. Still a Kennen 1 for Spencer. It's insane. Yeah. But it's enough to get the win over Milk. But the funny thing is Milk did play the Abomination, the 4 Abomination, 3 Forgotten Draven carry comp yesterday as well. So it's a bit of an oddity, but it is something that he's played in the past and something that he feels confident in.
Yeah.
And we kind of talked about this, right? Where Abomination is becoming just this good core you can build various carries around. So you combine that with the Rise, who's going to be another Forgotten and an Abomination, and then you throw in the Teemo. It's going to be a strong board. You know, even if it doesn't end up getting him the top 4, it's not a bad board in most lobbies.
Yeah, this kind of board is usually not going to win a whole lobby, but taking a look at Milk's scores from yesterday, that comp did get him, I believe, a 3rd, and this one's looking like it's going to get him a 4th, so still some solid, consistent placements, and I think that's where Delicious Milk has kind of found his calling, at least right now in this meta. He's going to be satisfied with getting into the top 4, probably not look for too much more than this. The other players' boards are really all so strong. Spencer and Marcel in a win streak, Setsuko as well, had that really strong Ashe board with Draconic, so Milk's definitely just happy about getting this far, it looks like, in this game.
Oh yeah, and I mean, it's so funny with Milk, right? Because he's one of the most outspoken people in the scene. Like, everybody knows that. He's very vocal about his feelings on the meta. This round is going a little bit rough for him, it looks like. The Abomination getting in the back, but that Teemo is doing a ton of damage. Yeah, it looks like... Oh, Abomination? Titan's Resolve? It's huge? Monstrosity?
It's going...
Oh, it's going to be so close. Oh,
actually,
my goodness.
Maybe winnable.
Maybe. I mean, you've got some of the Hellion minions in there. No. The Teemo's still there. No, it was close, but Milk out in 4th. All right. But, yeah, what I was saying is he was very vocal about not being a big fan of the 11.11 patch, to the extent that it seems like he didn't play a lot of games before this tournament. But, hey, I mean, he's still one of the best minds out there, I think, for TFT, and he's certainly showing he can just kind of jump into any patch and do pretty well.
Oh yeah, you gotta always think about Delicious Milk and think of his success all the way back in set 1 through like set 3.
Yeah.
It really grinded so much. It was basically known as the best player in at least North America pretty decisively, and it's nice to see that he can still just pick up TFT no matter what. He's a big fan of the game and a brilliant mind of the game, and I think that's why he's able to provide comps like that to get him to these top 4 placements. But now with him out, we are down to the top 3. No one is on an elimination round because they're all too healthy for that, but still we get to have a gauge of the power levels of these comps. It's going to be the Hellions versus the Hellions, but it looks like Spencer's board is perhaps a bit better crafted. It does come down to a lot of Teemo Shroom RNG, but the Heimerdinger for Spencer really being the cherry on top, and it's going to allow him to at least win that round.
Yeah, one of the things to consider, too, is this Teemo is going to instant cast at the beginning. You've got the Shiv, you've got the blue buff, so the mushrooms are going to be coming out really fast on this board, about as fast as possible. And you combine that with the magic resist shred that the Shivs will give you as well. Yeah. That's going to add even more damage to it. So this is a pretty optimal setup if you're going to run the Teemo carry Hellions build. And yeah, unless you have the same thing on the other side, it's going to be hard to contest this if you're going up in the 1v1 mirror, as it were.
Yeah, well, going up against Setsuko's board with the Ashe 3. There's only a Kindred 2 over there, but there is a Rise with GA and blue buff. Now, it's not very dark blue buff, but still, that CC will be huge in allowing the Ashe time to get all of her damage out. The Kennen from Spencer actually goes down. Kennen nerfs coming into play. If it was previous of the B patch, would have indeed got that off, but... that might have been the difference maker, actually, as well. A lot of units were low. If he had stunned the Ashe, could have provided time for Spencer's Teemo. It's a lot of little things that do really end up adding up at the end of the day.
I love that we're seeing Setsuko find success with this Ashe carry on the Draconic build. Oh, and it's a race for the Trap Claw, and Spencer manages to grab it away. That's huge. One of the most important items late game, for sure. But especially when you got like Teemos and Ashes, you can really easily crowd control the carry on the other side. So that's big. But going back to what I was saying about Setsuko's board, it's cool to see the Ashe carry doing well. We talked at the very beginning of the game about how players are going to have to rethink and maybe revisit some of those older Draconic strategies, and it looks like for Setsuko this game at least, that's working pretty well. But huge win grabbing the Trap Claw there for Spencer.
Definitely, and he's going to place it on the Heimerdinger already. Just wants to, guarantee or at least make it more likely for Heimer to cast. Could have did a little bit of cheese and waiting for whatever matchup and tried to stun specifically the Ashe or the Teemo. Both are the main carries of both of the players' compositions. Is not going to opt for that, however, and maybe it'll make an impact here.
Yeah, Setsuko doesn't shroud the right side of the board here, and so that's going to mean the Teemo can get things started really quickly, but again, that Ashe is going to be so devastating. The Teemo needs to start throwing some shrooms back there, and those are not getting there right now. Ashe untouched, and yep, that's going to be another win for Setsuko, and he's going to knock out Spencer's. Let's see if it's a double kill. Not quite, but looking good for Setsuko to win this game, maybe.
It is. Marcel lost to, I believe it was Spencer's Ghost, so not quite sure how this matchup will stack up. It is looking, of course, favorable for Setsuko. Has 4 Rangers and 4 Mystics, and 4 Mystics is fantastic at dealing with the AP damage of the Teemo and the Heimerdinger. It's going to come down to a lot of repositioning here, where the Shrouds are going to hit, because I believe both players do have Shrouds.
Yeah, and this is another case of people pairing Mystics with Rangers. It's becoming more and more popular right now, and you can see why. There's so much magic damage flying around in the meta at the moment that Mystic's starting to become the premier defensive trait. Let's see if it's enough to take out Marcel. That first Teemo Shroom looked pretty good. That Ashe is doing so much damage.
Yeah, the Heimerdinger does hit the Ashe in the back. The Teemo Shrooms don't, but it's gonna be okay either way. Looks like Setsuko's taking a big loss, won't be eliminated. But even with 4 Mystics, though, there's just too much raw damage coming out from Marcel. The front line kind of evaporated. Maybe Setsuko's think about dropping 2 Rangers and putting more frontline in instead?
Could be. I mean, when you're running this 4 Mystic, you're going to have a weaker frontline for sure. What you're really relying on, is the Ryze crowd control, especially because you've got the blue buff there and the GA. You're relying on the crowd control from the Morgana and the Rel. So it's not as tanky as a normal frontline would be, but you're just hoping that you can stun long enough for your Rangers to do damage. All they need is that first instance of the Ranger attack speed buff going off, and a lot of times you can just bulldoze your way damage-wise through an enemy team. But he's going to have to be very close, very careful about positioning. That Shroud is going to need to be in the exact right place, and maybe you want to consider swapping up and spreading out your board a little bit more. He's already fairly spread, but maybe you spread the backline a little bit too here.
Yeah, he's thinking about it. Maybe wants to Shroud Cheese, so he's selling the Aphelios. He's going to buy the Kindred too. If he had a bit more gold, he could have had Aphelios 2 again with Nico's help, but needs to find a good Shroud here. Marcel did spread both of his carries. Did he do it again? He did. Heimerdinger doesn't get the Shroud now, but the Teemo does get hit by it.
Yep, and that Teemo will take a lot longer to cast because it doesn't quite have as many tiers on it. So far, so good. The Ashe does get hit by the Dragon, though. The Heimerdinger connects. But
this could be the difference. Could go the other way.
Could be, yeah. And that's the Shroud, and that's the game. Setsuko takes it. And I gotta say, Crone, I think that Shroud was a big part of it. Yeah, making sure the Teemo didn't get the Shrooms off, spreading things out a little bit more like we were talking about. That was some good late game positioning to give Setsuko the win.
It does, and a bit of a Kindred, too, difference as well, actually. That was a huge upgrade going to that round. The 4 Mystics, keeping them in there, I think everything was very well crafted. And that was a narrow victory. It could have gone either way, depending on the positioning, depending on a bit of RNG, but all those factors and the HP actually allowed that victory to happen, because if it was a bit lower, would have fallen on the previous round. So all these little things coming together to make a big difference in the end.
Yeah, that's really what it comes down to, is that every round is important. You might think some of the early game ones are a little bit throwaway. You're like, all right, well, I can lose a couple of HP here and there. But when it comes to the late game, if you're one of those last 2 players, every single hit point is so impactful. And we saw Setsuko go down to just 2 before coming back and winning the game with some good Shroud positioning. So, yeah, cool to see. We're going to take a look at the standings in just a moment for how that first game broke down. And let's check those out right now. And again, it's only one game. And again, with our format here too, what we're looking for is for the players to hit a certain threshold. That's 24 points. Once you hit 24 points, the next first place for you will win the game, or if you're the first player to achieve 40 points. So we've got those 2 win conditions, Crowan, to think about.
Definitely, and remember, it is important that if both win conditions are realized by 2 different players at the same time, the person who won the game will win out. That win condition does precede just the 40 points. So Setsuko off to a fantastic start. Less so for those players in the bottom, right? Kagura's and Goobums, but as you mentioned earlier, starting off slow with a 7th or an 8th doesn't doom you for the day. You can still chain some top 4s, chain some first later on, and still win out on the day. But impressed what we saw so far, especially with the compositions, right, Doe? I didn't expect an Ashe 3 to come out and win a lobby. I expected it to be a really high roll reroll comp, or something like an Aphelios or a Draven, but already my expectations have been a little bit subverted, but in a pleasant way. I'm glad we're seeing these kind of comps work.
Yeah. Felios, Ash. I feel like we're back in like the first week of set 5 again. We're seeing a lot of those older successful comps come back. Very, very cool to see, I'd say. But we've got a lot more games to look at today. As you can see with this format, it's not going to be until game 4 where anyone even theoretically has a chance to win it. So we're in it for the long haul today. It's going to be a lot of fun. We're going to take a quick break, though. And when we come back, we will see what is in store for us for Game 2, who catches up, who falls behind, who gets one step closer to that spot at the mid-set finale. It's going to be fun. Don't go anywhere. The TFT Reckoning Challenger Series. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the TFT Reckoning Challenger Series. I am Doa. With me is Krona. We just saw one amazing game, only the beginning today, Krona, and it was interesting. We saw 4 Ranger, 4 Mystic win, which, you know, maybe is a little bit surprising in itself because we were in such a reroll meta until the B patch yesterday. Yesterday we saw the rise of Felios, but that last game, Krona, it was an Ash carry win, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. The only Aphelios that we saw ended up going 7th place. The only reroll comp was a bit of a low roll, so we'll kind of put that aside and we'll judge it later on in the games, but it was the 8th place. But it really was that, you know, the Ashe Draconic having a really good start, perfect items, being able to go to 9 and have so many key units, and even then it was really close when going up against the Teemo Hellion, you know, Invoker boards, but still the Ashe came out on top, and that's a really exciting start for this first game, and I'm excited to see if we can have a repeat performance of that composition, or if it will kind of level out and we'll see just the Aphelios, Dravens, and the Teemos coming out on top in the rest of the games.
Yeah, what I love about that game that we just saw from Setsuko, who did end up winning it with that Ashe comp, is that we were saying at the beginning of the game that we needed to see Draconic players adapt, right? They can't rely on the set 3 anymore to carry them. And so that's exactly what we saw from Setsuko. We saw him go back to the Ashe carry, which was a way to play Draconic earlier, but swap away from worrying about the Draconic trait to going into that 4 Ranger board in the late game. And I think that was a really good example of kind of a new school way to play it that takes a little bit of old school notes, as it were. So as we go into game number 2, Crowan, we'll see if they can keep it up on board this time with Robin Songs, who yesterday was our only player to take all top 4s in all 5 games, but ended up with a 6th in game 1 of today.
Yeah. Still, I mean, over the course of the tournament, you're probably inevitably going to get some bottom 4s, so not too surprising. Robin Songs is a really good player on this patch, in this meta, so I expect him to come out on top, or at least in the top 4 of these next coming games. Now, quickly just talking about Setsuko's position in the last game again, I think that if we played out that same game but yesterday, I think Setsuko would have been a lot more tempted perhaps to go for that set carry. But with all the evidence we saw yesterday of set, you know, not doing so hot and probably seeing that happen on ladder as well, Setsuko's like, you know what, I will adapt and it will be the Ashe variant and a reason why it came out on top. It's just going to be, you know, that little bit of time to understand the meta more that can make that game go from, you know, set and probably a bottom 4 to the Ashe carry, but then actually win out. So it's really interesting dynamic that development this meta is having.
Well, we talked about the tournament meta, right? And we already see this tournament meta shifting, because what we saw a lot of yesterday was Assassins, but we never really saw Assassins perform all that well. In fact, as I look at my stats from yesterday, we didn't see Assassins win a single game. Setsuko was one of the players that actually played 2 Assassin games yesterday, ended up taking a 7th in the first one and a 3rd in the 4th one, so it did pretty well one of the 2 times at least. But we are seeing now Setsuko coming into it with a different game plan today. So I think we're going to see less Assassins. I think we're going to see more of a reliance on Rangers in general. And I'm curious, too, just to see how much re-rolling people are going to do. I think it's still valid. I think there's still some good strategies out there. What Kagros, for instance, last game tried is very strong, but you got to hit. You got to find the units at the end of the day.
Definitely. And I mean, sometimes TFT players, if they have that bad of a game, they're just like, you know what, I'm not going for it. I'm not getting baited again. It might be a bit too quick to write off that kind of play style, but we'll have to see where Kagros' kind of mental state is at, because sometimes it is really tilting to come out in game 1 and have a composition where it looks good, but you just don't hit at all. It's like, you know what, I'm just going to avoid it. I'm going to go something else that's safer, and got to keep in mind players' mental states and where they're willing to go for in their compositions. But for Robin Songs is pretty open and flexible right now, has some solid upgrades between the Warwick and the Kha'Zix, as well as perhaps a Varus option as well. No items slammed, of course, right now, but maybe taking the win if Warwick's able to chain some ultimates, but no, it doesn't get that kill, so can't do so.
Yeah, if he would have killed the Hecarim, maybe this would have turned out differently. But that's kind of shocking. I mean, you run to a board with no 2 stars. You've got 2 stars yourself. I think it shows just the power of the amount of just meat that the Hellion trait plus that really durable Hecarim on the board means on the other side. I was kind of, I mean, on paper, I was like, oh yeah, he's probably going to win that round, but no, not the case.
Yeah, a couple of solid 2 stars versus all 1-star board. I mean, they are Hellions, but Hellions, those pesky little units come back and do a lot. Hecarim as well being one of the best early game tanks, and a Cavalier benefiting from that buff right now as well. Marcel did choose the Shadow Gauntlet there, Shadow Glove. Not look like they're going to make anything with it right now, but the option for it is still really good. You can make things like Shadow Hodge, Shadow IE. There's multiple good good options with that route.
Yeah, right now, Shadow Jewel Gauntlet, Shadow Hand of Justice, very popular. We did see quite a bit of Shadow IE yesterday, which I feel like I don't see as much of on the ladder, so that's kind of interesting. But,
yeah,
you know, it's a dangerous item. You got to know how to handle it, because it does damage to you when you use it. So I think it scares a lot of people away, but the pros obviously know how to handle it a little bit better. Marcel's board, though, this Teemo, you get a Teemo too early, and it's gonna be pretty strong.
Or the Ziggs, yeah. Teemo 2, that would
or
be...
Ziggs rather, Ziggs. Yeah. If you had a Teemo at 2/2, yeah, that'd be strong too. But
a little bit, but no, definitely. Yeah. And going back to your point about the Shadow Infinity Edge, the sacrificial Infinity Edge, a lot of players did slam it yesterday, but usually I believe we saw it on Riven being either the Riven 3 reroll or just as an item carrier. But Riven does utilize that item very, very well. Marcel P, of course, doesn't have any Rivens right now. And doesn't really have anything to carry the IE, but if he did, might have gone that route. Marcel probably just thinking about wanting to maintain this win streak, with also making perhaps up to 10 gold, but is considering the options, right? There's a lot of stuff on the bench. There's more Cavaliers, there's Forgottens, there's Brawlers, there is a lot to consider from Marcel's perspective, but definitely wants to get rid of one and keep the others to make that 10 gold threshold.
Yep, you're gonna have to make that choice soon. Might only need 5 gold, as this round is looking pretty solid so far.
Yeah, especially if you can kill the Ziggs with the Rage Blade.
There it is.
And does. I mean, Hellions versus Hellions, they're all coming back. But yeah, looking like it's going to be a dub for Marcel, but...
Well, that's 3v1, and I don't know if this Ziggs Hellion coming out. If he kills one more, maybe.
Yeah, all right.
Oh, all right, looking okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
so it's still okay. Got a little bit worried. I mean, 3v1, but just the tier 0 Hellions versus the Ziggs 2. Yeah. And even if he did get taken out, he'd still come back as a Ziggs 1. Marcel, what actually, I didn't know, did Marcel sell the 10 there or just pre-level? Might have actually just pre-leveled, but I'll have to see a bit later.
I'm just looking at Delicious Milk taking this spatula here. I wonder what he's got in mind for that.
Check that out as well. That's curious, especially if players go for an aggressive spatula this early. They have to have something either like in mind already, something they can slam right now, or just have already slammed both of their items, so they just use the spat to then open up their options for something down the line.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember exactly what he played in game number 1, but we're going to take a look at Goobums for now. And wow, Soraka 2 with the Morellos, more evil Anomicon rather, the one that does 100% of their current or their total max HP when it hits them over a long time, but still it's a lot of damage.
Yeah, it was over a long time. The course of the fight, it's like 20-ish seconds. I don't remember exactly offhand, but yeah, going back to Milk. I mean, Milk played the A-Bomb Draven board last game. So, I mean, he could use like a spatula to go up to 5 A-Bomb, and I actually think if Milk had 5 A-Bomb in their last game, he could have won with how strong that A-Bomb was looking with those items. I believe it was the IE, the Titans, and the Runaan's. And it was cleaning up a lot of fights. If it was tier 5, probably would have at least got a second place, if not a first. Goobum's board, though, is very strong. He's one of the 3 players at 100 HP. Going to keep that 100 HP as well. What, Varus 2, 3 Renewer, Soraka 2 as well? Like, this is such a strong board.
I mean, check it out. 3 players win streaking. You don't usually see 3 players at 100 HP at 2-6. That's kind of wild. I mean, one of them has to play the other one this round, I feel like. I haven't done the math, but I feel like this round, if not, well, definitely this round, one of them is going to play one of the other ones.
Yeah, after 4 rounds, yes, I believe this round...
I think you'd have to, yeah.
Yeah, I think you have to play one... Maybe, I'm not actually sure, but either way, it's very, very likely. Yeah, math. We avoid math at all costs here. It is very, very scary. Even though we're TFT players, but, you know.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean we need math. We just need to hit, you know?
Just need to hit and copy what other players do the math on, right? A lot of the
exactly, just hit.
Yeah, other players solve it, you just pilot it, hey, good enough, but...
I just read whatever Sox is writing and then I just do that.
Exactly, yeah, he's such a smart player. Perhaps seeing him in some... subsequent Challenger Series perhaps, but looks like Goobums is going to maintain the win streak. Are Marcel and Spencer fighting each other, though? That is the question. Yes, they are.
They are indeed,
so one of them is going to lose their streak, but still 2 players are going to remain at 100 HP, which is still unlikely to happen, but going to be the case in this game.
Yeah. Marcel, unfortunately, the player that drops from 100 HP down to 94, is still pretty good coming into 2-7. You've got players like the Brennanator as well, way down at 76, so that's something to certainly be a little bit concerned about. That's about as low HP as I think you can be. So it's been a rough loss streak for him.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure if you go like full or near full open fort, you're gonna be like in the high 60s. I have seen at the lowest someone be in the 50s, like 58 HP, but you have to go like 4-0 losses for 3 times in a row, and then 5-0 losses, I think, for the last 2 rounds. So isn't quite that concerned, but still. Being lowest in the lobby, gotta be thinking about where you're going to actually come online. Now, for Goobums, sells the Yasuo pair. I mean, Yasuo is still a solid option. I believe it did win a game yesterday with the Yasuo 3 reroll, but doesn't really have the items for it. Goobums really has to think about where the spatula is going to, what spatula is going to be. Probably not going to be a renewer or an assassin spat, and that's the options that he has right now. But we'll probably grade it maybe a high roll of Force of Nature, but just something else later on down the line.
Yeah, you can certainly wait now where you've got the armory coming up the very next round. So when you have a spatula, you really want to wait and make sure you can take the best option out of that. He's going to go ahead and level to get in. It looks like Dawnbringer again. So 3 Redeemed, 2 Ranger, 2 Dawnbringer, fairly strong. He does have the Aphelios too, which is really kind of a turning point. Despite the Aphelios nerf, he's still going to be a strong unit. Yeah. That Ziggs on the other side looks pretty terrifying.
Yeah, I actually took out, I believe, the Soraka before she got her cast off, even being a tier 2 and having the Morellos for a bit of HP with the belt. Is going to win the round, it looks like, regardless. I think the 3 Redeemed coming in is very strong, and Goobums really wanted to protect that win streak and can still go on 20 gold. Now, I think Goobums is waiting till the last second, because if he actually ended up running into the other 100 HP player, that's where the kind of the game lies, that whichever player wins that one will have a huge advantage, because not only do you preserve your own, you take out the other one. It looks like the other 100 HP win streak was broken regardless. And moving over to Milk's board, Milk perhaps running some assassins.
Yeah, I mean, he's got the Nocturne at least now, but he does have that Hecarim with the Warmogs. So you've got Cavalier going a little bit as well, but could go for a little bit of a Cavalier Assassin board and transition a little bit later. Otherwise, that Nocturne, that Deathblade could go on a lot of different things.
Yeah.
I wonder, though.
Milk sold the Nunu, and I mean, he's been a big A-bomb player throughout this tournament so far, but selling that is very committal to perhaps going the assassin route or just another direction entirely, so that's very, very telling. I think the Hecarim's going to be a big solid tank for now, but that Warmogs can very well find its way to a Morgana if the Nocturne gets like a Runan's, RFC, things like that can be great for him to carry with, and even just as Nocturne 1, he's getting a lot of value. Will lose the round, but it's still relatively close.
Yeah, now, yesterday he didn't play any Assassin games, and I'm not saying that's saying he doesn't know how to play it, obviously he does, but he just chose not to yesterday, and with Assassins, I feel kind of struggling a little bit in day number 1. I think it's a bold move to go for. By the same token, it's probably a little bit more open than it was on day number 1, so if you do play it, you're not going to be worrying as much about being contested, so... We'll see how this works out.
That being said, Robin Songs, as we see Delicious Milk Scout, is playing Assassins, so maybe that's going to dissuade him a little bit. And that's when Assassins struggled the most yesterday, is when there were 2 players going for it, contesting each other. So Milk, with that knowledge, might want to just pivot out, and even if he doesn't go the A-bomb route, could still just go for a standard, like Draven Mordekaiser style comp, because Deathblade can do very well in the Draven, especially paired with the Runans, and the Shadow Warmogs can find its way into the Mordekaiser and have a lot of value there. So Milk's options are open, still could go for Aphelios as well, but he is dropping a bit low, isn't quite the lowest, as the Breninator kind of takes that spot, unfortunately, but still has to be a bit concerned if these losses do start to chain together.
Well, still nearly 20 HP ahead of Breninator, so he's feeling okay there, but what's he going to grab off of this? You don't need to stick with the Assassins, you're not fully committed. There is a Draven with a rod, so that's something that could turn into like a Ginsu's or something like that, but he's not going for it. He's going to go instead for the glove. Okay, so that lets him make an assassin emblem.
Yeah.
So maybe that's going to be the plan here, and just throw another assassin in there. Maybe we're going to see something like the fabled assassin Soraka, which has been popping up once in a while. I'm curious. I'm curious what he's going to do with this.
Yeah, me too. I mean, my guess is no better than yours, but with the pickup of the glove, it does kind of lean in that direction, and yes, Milk will commit to it. He is trying to go for just that Nocturne 3 carry. The Morgana gets taken out in favor of the Lee Sin. Lee Sin Assassin's very interesting. It might not remain to be Lee Sin for the whole game, but still pretty solid right now. Being able to get the attack speed slow on these backline carries like the Aphelios' Dravens and even like the Varus' and Ziggs that we see on the board right now, given that it is still relatively early in the game. Still going to find value, I imagine.
I love the idea of Assassin Lee Sin, just for the exact reason you mentioned, that it's so hard sometimes to get some damage and some crowd control into the back lines, but getting that attack speed slow onto something with some proper Lee Sin positioning here, it could be devastating for whoever's running, especially some of those AD carries or some of those Rangers that we've seen do so well this weekend, or this week, I should say.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, it's not quite a Diana, of course, and all the units might actually get stuck on this Hecarim, but another Lee Sin cast... Yeah, is good enough, so Medical in this round. But I want to kind of compare Lee Sin to the Diana. They both do provide backline crowd control. Diana, of course, doing a little bit of stun and repositioning, but Lee Sin just with the attack speed slow. And they're both pretty comparable, I think, with the amount of value they're getting. The difference is Lee Sin is not traditionally an assassin, and he can still be benefiting from other synergies as well. Maybe skirmishers. I mean, we probably won't see skirmishers go in, but the option is there if some crazy spatulas do find their way onto Milk's board. However, it is a 3 cost as well, so just easier to get online and to get tier 2 as opposed to the Diana.
I think for me the big difference is that Lee Sin is going to cast his ability a lot quicker than Diana. So if you need to deliver some attack speed slow to the backline fast, that Lee Sin's going to do a good job. But as the game goes on, you can find better stuff to give the Assassin emblem to. But it's a cool mid-game adaptation. Speaking of Assassins, that is a strong LeBlanc. And is it strong enough? We do have the Assassin Morgana, and you talk about great users of the Assassin emblem. Morgana is another one of the really good ones because she could get in the back. As we take Robinsong's POV now, our other assassin player, she can get the back lines really fast, deliver a lot of crowd control, and with that Morellonomicon as well, deliver all that damage over time too. So I love it. It also helps you with the Coven LeBlanc, which is another kind of trait that we see worked into assassins if you're going for the LeBlanc carry.
Definitely. Now, a lot of players may have looked, or a lot of people may have looked at that last round and said, oh, Robinsong's in a much better spot because he beat Milk, they're both assassins. But Robinsongs did roll down quite a bit of gold during Stage 3. He's on Wolves and not even 30 gold, and did not hit LeBlanc 2. So while Robinsongs might be stronger now, he's in a lot worse of a spot when we, want to go level up into, the level 7 and actually find these other carries that assassins need to get online. Assassins really need multiple carries, and Morgana, sure, she can provide some CC and some damage, but it's not going to compare to the strength of like a Nocturne 3 or a Katarina 3. And he's still rolling down and hasn't hit the LeBlanc, and he's level 6 still. Hits at Nocturne 2 before that, so I'm very concerned actually for Robin's position in this game now.
Yeah, I mean, this just feels bad. Just not able to find that last LeBlanc, and you can see a bit of concern on Robinsong's face. You roll down that much gold, you only need one more 2-cost. You've got the 40% chance to find a 2-cost in your shop. Yeah. That's a little bit of bad luck right there.
Okay, good positioning, though. Does offset a bit of bad luck. Assassins take out all of Kaguros's Rangers. Kaguros did have a Kindred already on level 7 and has a Nico's help on the bench. So even though they're losing that round, they're still going to be in a good spot to get those upgrades online. And Robinsongs doesn't get offered the vest for the GA component either, so has to think about what he wants to put onto the other units, and it's going to be, of course, the Shadow Runeans on the Nocturne, which is great, seeing as he's Nocturne 2, but, I mean, he's rolling it down every turn, and no LeBlanc 2 is here. This is just painful at this point.
It hurts. There we go, finally, okay. I was going to say, like, it's now the rough part is that his economy is in shambles, right? He's had to roll so far down. He's not level 7. He's got a strong board now for sure, but it's going to be some time until he can go to level 7 safely and until he can kind of take his composition to the next step.
Yeah. Robinsongs, very realistically, might not get any 3 stars this game if he, falls off at the end of Stage 4 or beginning of Stage 5, which he probably will, at least against some of the boards. So he's strong now, might continue to win some rounds, but this Mordekaiser is a Mordekaiser too.
Yes, it is.
As soon as it get unstunned, or the LeBlanc actually, LeBlanc's going to end up killing herself with the Shadow IE first, and will do so. So Robinsongs even now is not stabilized, and now is losing rounds. So that's terrible.
Well, here's where you just cross your fingers and you hope that the hit points you've saved up over the earlier rounds are enough to kind of carry you through. At least he's still third in the lobby by virtue of the health that he's been able to save in the earlier stages of the game. And you need it now, because at this point you're going to be paying some health for some economy as you go on probably a little bit of a loss streak. That said, that last fight may have been a little bit of an outlier, too. You don't often see a Morgana 2 that early, but the Brennanator hitting a Diana 2. So a lot of people, we saw Taric 2 earlier, so a lot of 2-cost, or a lot of 2-star 4 costs popping up a little bit earlier than you see normally.
Man, Vel'Koz as well, even? Players are rolling down on 7 and just hitting. Like, yeah, that's...
No kidding.
That's even more concerning for Robin Songs, because, yeah, I agree with your point. You probably wouldn't see all those 4-cost upgrades this early, but Robin Song's gonna go on yet another loss, so at least if he's full loss streaking, his economy can be salvaged that way with earning that extra gold, but he doesn't have that much HP to really work with at this point. I mean, 60 still is okay, middle of the pack, but really concerned for him. Kagros did hit Aphelios 2 without expending the Neeko's help. But either way, Spencer going for the reroll Hecarim brand and has a Hecarim that cannot die. And that was kind of the theme that we saw yesterday as well, between especially Hecarims with Bramble. Bramble is a fantastic item to counter most of the time over half the lobby.
Yeah, Assassins, Rangers, there's a lot of stuff that works off of crits, so the Bramble Vest becomes very important. It's a race for the Chain Vest. Oh, Spencer threatening to take, and he does. That's got to hurt for Robin Songs. You know, he wanted it for that Guardian Angel on the LeBlanc. That is that's rough. You know, what can you do though?
Pick up a Deathblade for the Nocturne.
Here. You do have the Deathblade for the Nocturne, that is true. And he's still got the Raptors coming, but in Reckoning you don't see items pop out of the Raptors as much because you get a lot more items earlier in the set. So there's a chance, you know, I'm trying to count up all his components. I didn't do that before we swapped. But
he had a lot. He probably actually won't get an item. It's very unlikely that he even high rolls one item component there. So this LeBlanc is probably just doomed with no GA.
Yep, I think you're right. Spencer, meanwhile, we've got 3 Cavalier, 3 Forgotten, 2 Spellweaver. So we're relying on the Rise carry a bit here.
Yeah, a little bit. Spencer's composition is very solid as of right now. 3 brands away from that brand 3. Does have the Hextech Gunblade Immortality, so it's going to be healing up the rest of his units and not the brand. And that's big when it comes to preserving that Cavalier frontline. Not quite going to be enough here, it looks like, but still losing the round by, you know, only a couple units isn't the worst. As soon as these Raptors, I think, after Raptors come through, he's going to be really rolling all his gold down and hopefully hitting all these 3 stars he's looking for.
Yeah. Yeah, that Rise is certainly strong with the Hextech, or with the brand rather, not the Rise. I got them confused. They're tall, green, and sort of bald. I mean, one's got green hair, but it's not really hair. It's like flaming hair, so it's similar.
It is flaming, but bald enough, bald adjacent.
There you go. But you're absolutely right. The Shadow Hextech is such a big deal on the brand because he casts so quickly, and the damage that he does over the course of the board will heal your front line a lot. That it's becoming, if not the best in slot, one of the best in slot items on brand right now.
Yeah, brand going to be a bit challenged with the Assassins jumping in, so the LeBlanc chains, at least the next ones, and yeah, the Nocturne even takes it out. But the Hecarim with the Bramble and the Shadow Ionic Spark actually is huge. He'll start doing a lot of damage over the course of the whole fight if he's able to, get that ultimate off, get some healing. Could challenge these Sins, but 3 might be a bit too much. Given more time and given Hecarim 3, definitely would have won that round, but wasn't the case as of yet.
Part of it, too, is as we see, Spencer about to go into this roll down, is that this Hecarim has the Shadow Warmogs, so it is going to take a little bit of a percent of its HP and damage every round anyway from that item. Gives you a lot of HP, but you start to lose a little bit at the beginning of the round, and it keeps going continuously. So you've got 3 Assassins hammering on you, even if the ultimate's healing you a lot, that item itself is actually going to, slowly kill you anyway. So it's one of those items that gets worse the longer the round goes. I'm not a gigantic fan of it on Hecarim, but it's not terrible.
Yeah, not terrible. He still does have a bit of healing from just being Hecarim and being able to cast that ultimate, but especially against the Assassins, getting CC'd does make that a huge kind of difference as well. Spencer does have a lot of gold to roll down with. He had like over 60, maybe even 70 it was that round. Kled 3 might be a bit ambitious, but hey, he's looking for it. But no, finds a Rel to replace that. Is going to Ironclad Spat as well to be better off against some of the Aphelios and Draven boards.
I like it.
Oh, Goobums has transitioned over, it looks like, to a Forgotten Teemo. That's not something you see every day. Hopefully Goobums can make it work. He's got here with a decent amount of HP. Spencer not forced to really roll it down all the way yet either, so he's not going to be as strong as he might be in a couple of rounds.
The more evil Anomicon on the Volibear as well, so that's just going to be a ton of ticking damage over the course of the fight from that crowd control that Volibear slams in with. That said, alright, a little bit more CC coming in from the Nautilus, I believe it was that time. This Teemo has had all the time in the world to throw shrooms. This Draven all the time in the world to do damage. So that will be a round win from Goobums.
Yeah, Breninator unfortunately does take 8th place in game number 2. Spencer does not as well have the bench space to be able to find all of these 3 stars. Yeah, it sells the Kleds. They're the least priority unit here. Let's see if he's actually able to hit and stabilize. Yeah, goodbye Kled. We get Brand, and finally Brand 3 comes through. Still being 3 Heckrooms off is that's the second most important upgrade, and he's still pretty far away from it. So now I'm starting to get concerned for Spencer's spot in this game. He had a lot of gold, but really didn't hit much with the gold that he had.
Yep. Yeah, the big thing is that Brand 3, and again, it's just going to enhance the amount of healing that the front line gets as the Cavaliers. Now, their 4th trait did get nerfed a little bit from 40% down to 35%. So it's only 5% more damage reduction you get for 4 Cavaliers as opposed to 3. So a lot of people wondering, if 4 is really worth it. But when you're able to get Ironclad in because of the Rel, it's probably going to be a bit stronger. That said, can this Hecarim survive against the onslaught of the Monstrosity, the Syndra, and the Zyra? That's a good amount of crowd control between the Grab and the Root.
Yeah, a lot of crowd control, but there's a lot of AP and a lot of resistance between just Hecarim being Hecarim, gets thrown to their side, but actually charges back to the Abomination. Is going to get taken out, though. Just a matter of time. 4 loss streak now for Spencer. It was.
Thought maybe he could force the draw there, but not quite the case.
Oh, okay. One more Hecarim.
Hecarim 3.
2 more. See what these rolls come through. Wait with bated breath, and every single roll not finding another Hecarim is huge. Oh man, just selling the rest of the shop, making more likely for other players to roll those units that he doesn't need himself. We'll see if he's able to find those upgrades later on, but Goobums in a pretty solid spot, rocking Mordekaiser 2 on the bench, but is going to play it over the Teemo. Goodbye Teemo, but we are going to have 6 Forgotten as the Forgotten Spat gets placed onto the Mordekaiser.
Yeah, has the Force of Nature as well, so able to put 1 extra unit on the board than he normally would be able to. It's pretty big, able to get 9 on there at level 8. Takes a full shot from the Vel'Koz, but a lot of it lives.
Yeah.
He's got a chance here. Nice CC with Daisy coming in from the Ivern. Another shot comes in, but it's right under the Mordekaiser, who's just so tanky with that big shield. And Marcel maybe in a bit of trouble. Ooh, never mind, the Mord goes down. This is turning around.
Yeah, the big thing in this fight was the actually the Volibear from Goobums didn't cast. It got bursted before I was able to cast. And even with the Revenant coming back, he just revived into a Vel'Koz ultimate. So that probably ended up making the difference. Actually, if that Morello was applied and the CC, it surely would have gone the other way. Goobums now is picking up the Volibear, trying to find Volibear too.
There was a Revenant icon as well, which if you're playing a Revenant already with the Ivern and the Volibear, that's extremely tempting to give somebody like, the Mordekaiser possibly, or the Viego Revenant the ability to come back. Taric as well, because he can heal your team up if he comes back theoretically. So interesting to think about. But if you can find the Volibear too, that's also a massive hit.
Yeah,
just hits sell it though.
Okay, with exact gold hits the Draven too, and that makes his board a lot more powerful. And even the Caustic Quicksilver for the Viego, because we were talking about it yesterday, a lot of things end up actually stopping the Viego. Is going to be CC, so being permanently immune to that means that Viego will probably be able to steal 1 or 2 units, unless he just gets quickly bursted down. But hopefully the Volibear can cast and the CC can save Viego for a bit, because he's jumping right onto the Draven on the other side of the board. Oh, actually comes past, jumps into the
it goes all the way to the back line. If you can get the Rise, that's massive. But where'd the Rise go? It just kind of evaporated. Where'd the Viego go as well? But yeah, I love QSS on Viego. Didn't steal a whole lot this time, it looks like, but it doesn't matter. It's a big win against the Ghost for Goobums. Anyway, we should update our lobby status as the Breninator out a little while ago. Now Delicious Milk out in 7th. A rough result for him. And Kagros drops in 6th. So he's got a rough finish, 2 games in a row, an 8th and a 6th. So we have our top 5. It's just Spencer clinging to life in the 5th place spot, but still considerably behind Robin Songs for the moment.
Yeah, the HP is starting to solidify itself. Marcel being the one way out in the lead and utilizing a Vel'Koz to do it. And that's not something that at least I personally expected to see today. Vel'Kozes were at least been slept on, if not just, shown to be not as good. But Marcel's kind of taking that and saying, you know what, Vel'Koz is a good unit, and I'm going to show you why. So get a chance to see that a bit more in depth later on. But back to Spencer, who has hit the Victor and the Sejuani 3, but still one off of Hecarim 3.
Yep. That's the one you really want more than anything. That's your item holder, and you can see that Hecarim just not living, it looks like, but maybe. That Victor 3 is offering a lot of shields, but nothing's touched the Draven in the back line yet, and yeah, looks like Spencer's going to be knocked out. Low HP, just not hitting that Hecarim 3, and honestly, Crone, that's 2 games in a row now where we've seen people go for that reroll with the Cavaliers and just not hit.
Yeah, and that's the one that seemed to be the best performing out of the reroll comps yesterday, but not making it work today. I mean, the Brand in the last fight did literally go melee range of Draven. Not quite sure how that happened, but a bit unfortunate to have happened there.
Hinting a little bit there.
Yeah, definitely hinting a little bit. Spencer does fall in 5th, narrowly misses out in the top 4. Robin Songs makes it back here, no surprise there, but it's going to be a tall order to surpass Setsuko and Marcel P. Both of them on a win streak, both of them, about 50 HP or higher. Even Goobums will have a tall order in contesting those, but his composition is set up very nicely to do so, especially if he can find some more upgrades, maybe like a Viego too.
Yep. That Mordekaiser is going to be so scary, though. 6 Forgotten. You've got the Titan's Resolve and the Warmogs on it at the moment. It's a lot of extra stats.
Yeah.
He's got a position well.
Does have the position very well, and I'm actually looking at Marcel's board, and Marcel actually has a lot of room to make this a lot stronger. So we can use that HP as a resource to do that with. Robin Songs is one of the assassin players. Milk was the other one that did drop in 7th, so Robin Songs barely making it here. And as we kind of thought, didn't have any 3 stars, so his units are going to be falling very, very quickly, and they do to the Mordekaiser Draven duo. Robin Songs probably feeling a bit lucky to get 4th place from his scenario, because he was forced to roll a lot of gold for rating LeBlanc too.
Yep. So Assassin's good enough at least to get Robin Songs a 4th, so he's back in the top 4 that game. That is progress, I suppose, but we're down to our top 3, Marcel P, Setsuko, and Goobums, which is interesting, because we did see Setsuko win game 1, Marcel P took 2nd, and Spencer ended up being the one taking 3rd. So definitely a better result this game already for Goobums, but we've got 2 out of the top 3 in this game, being 2 out of the top 3 in the last game as well.
Yeah, some consistency already. Players maybe going to try to win this whole tournament or this whole day in 4 games, because that is the earliest that you can do so. Definitely making a good case for it right now as Nightbringer takes over for a moment.
I was going to say, global Nightbringer buff on this board at the moment. We'll have to see who we can swap to get the view back on one of our 3 players. There we go. Over on Marcel P right now, using that Vel'Koz to just absolutely microwave the other team. But I guess it's not a microwave. He turns the world into a microwave. We'll put it that way.
Yeah, I hadn't thought of it that way before, but it's kind of similar. And actually, Marcel P is going for Vel'Koz 3. Is only 2 away from that. Probably would win the lobby with that. And yeah, Marcel is just running the standard Vel'Koz comp prior to patch 11.11, before Vel'Koz actually got nerfed. And I mean, if you hit Vel'Koz 3, you're not going to feel that nerf at all. In fact, it'll be a lot more powerful than you usually will be expected to see. He does have to position the Vel'Koz in the opposite corner of a lot of the carries, so that's why we see this last second kind of reposition happen. Hopefully it ends up being good depending on the matchup, and it is against Setsuko, but Draven actually being frontlined by Setsuko. This is a fantastic adaptation against Vel'Koz boards. Draven's going to be relatively safe here.
Yep, that's right. You can see the Draven not touched by the initial Vel'Koz laser. Got to get off another cast, but now he gets popped by that Draven anyway. And this Abomination, the Monstrosity, not going to last very long. That's a big shot taken by Marcel P. You know, a lot of people pretty rough on Vel'Koz lately, but I still think it's pretty good. And I think the fact that we see this board this high in the lobby shows that Vel'Koz is still legit. I think there's some interesting things that need to be called out with this, though, that we do see the adaptation of having the Syndra in there. So against things like Assassins, you can just throw an Assassin away from you that jumps onto your backlines. You've also got Ryze protecting with the crowd control. Theoretically, that Syndra could become a Teemo later as well. So there's a couple little things here that that make this work a bit better. But now up to 5 Spellweaver. Wow, with that extra Spellweaver thing. There's another Vel'Koz.
There's a
Can you
Teemo.
find it?
Yeah, the Teemo was rolled past, so doesn't want that one. Just needs one more and has 30 gold to do it. Yeah. I mean, Syndra's still solid to peel. There it is, the Vel'Koz 3. Oh, wow. This is very much lobby winning. But if we see Draven being positioned like he did the last time, it doesn't matter how much Vel'Koz is able to do damage-wise if he just doesn't hit the Draven at all.
Oh man, and the Draven not opposite from the Vel'Koz, so we still have the same danger really. The Vel'Koz 3 obviously a little bit more durable with more HP. You gotta hit the Draven. The Mordekaiser though does get tossed over. Maybe the Vel'Koz on the second laser can get it done. The GA popped on the Draven. One more Vel'Koz cast. That's a lot of damage. But that Draven coming in,
yeah,
it's gonna be close.
It is. The Blazer comes through, and okay, it's enough, but barely. And that was a Spellweaver spat difference because Marcel found the Spellweaver spat. He was able to play the second Rel 2, and the second Rel 2 actually gave time for the composition. Draven had to get that unit first before getting to the Vel'Koz, and that really was the key difference there. I mean, that and the Vel'Koz 3, of course, because if both of those didn't happen, Marcel would have lost the round.
Something to consider too is look at the Zyra positioning. He's got it in the second row and he's had it over there for a while. And so what that does when you have a lot of stuff grouping up in the front lines and you have your opponent, you know, moving your Draven up a little bit higher, you have a higher chance of CCing that. So, ooh, this is, you know, not the positioning you wanted, but it is the Ghost. So we'll see if maybe he can stay alive. Setsuko on that win streak meanwhile. Another big round for Marcel.
Yeah, Setsuko could take out Goobums in this round.
It's huge.
Yeah, and yeah, the Draven does fall, so Marcel will win this round. He was safe anyway, but even just showing the power of not needing to position on the opposite side of Dravens to still get the round wins. It's definitely looking really, really scary for both the other players. Goobums
looks like Goobums
could fall. Yeah,
it didn't look great for him.
Yeah.
Nope. He's out. Setsuko's still on that win streak, and so Setsuko versus Marcel P. A battle of positioning here after the neutral rounds between the Vel'Koz 3 and the Draven on the other side. I think I saw a Zephyr on the Mordekaiser for Setsuko, so that's maybe some positioning opportunities to get the Rel out of commission for a little while, but we'll see. It's going to be a good 1v1. It's going to take a couple rounds.
It will. It'll guaranteed take more than one. Marcel P gets the Jeweled Gauntlet. Not amazing given the fact that Vel'Koz is already fully itemized. But Marcel does have a lot of gold and can level up to 9. But is just going to reroll. Maybe just wants to find the Rel 3 instead. Thinks that another unit can be added in at that point, and that leveling up is just not going to be as good.
Just 2 Rels away. We're going to jump over to Setsuko's view, though, to give Marcel a moment to work whatever that was out. But
Setsuko's also denying Rels. Denying Rels is huge, actually. Great little move there by Setsuko.
I mean, he's got the Rels. He's got the 2 Rels that Marcel needs, right?
Yeah. Draven frontline again.
Yep, that's right. I like the Draven front line. Okay, on the right side, so maybe he can get back. Starting the Vel'Koz. It's a zoom in. There is a Rel 3, though. He found it anyway.
Oh my, look at that shield. That's so much damage. How can Setsuko possibly get through all of this? He can't. Whoa. Spoiler alert. Oh boy. Another round like that and Setsuko will fall.
That's kind of shocking that that Setsuko was holding those 2 Rels and Marcel found it anyway. Yeah. There were not many Rels left in the pool there, but you know, I suppose if you've already taken a Vel'Koz 3's worth of 4 costs out of the pool, it's kind of like we were talking about earlier with the reroll comps. It makes it easier to find those other ones from the same tier. So that's interesting to see. Right now, looking for that Kindred 2, doesn't find it. And it's going to be hard to position well enough to beat a Rel 3 and a Vel'Koz 3. You know, maybe Viego can bail you out. We'll see.
I mean, we can certainly try. Oh, Marcel actually had a great last swap back, and Setsuko hovering over the surrender button. He knows his fate here, but the fight still has to play out regardless. The Rel shielding comes through. The Draven is not able to do enough damage. As soon as this next Vel'Koz cast happens, it tears through the Draven, tears through the Rise, and that is going to be game over to Marcel P.
Certainly will be. So we have a bit of reversal. Game number 1, Setsuko in first, Marcel in second. Game number 2, Marcel in first, Setsuko in second. So we do at least have a dominant top 2 so far in the Challenger Series day 2, Crow, and some early front runners for sure.
Oh yeah, it's actually really insane that those two players are going to be able to go 1-2 in back-to-back games. It really puts on the pressure for the rest of the opponents, because usually in formats like this, there's just one player out on top and contesting the lobby, so it's like, okay, just deny that player the things. We only need to really worry about that one player, but having two players you need to worry about, contesting that, not right now, of course, but eventually crossing that 24-point threshold makes it that much harder to deal with. So really the pressure's on for all the rest of the other players, but I think the scores are ready to view, at least for that last lobby. So let's get into it and see where things are shaping up as of right now, Doa.
Well, here are the scores for that last lobby and also the total scores as well. You can see on the right side there, both Setsuko and Marcel P at 18 points already. So I'm kind of shocked, Crone. We've got two players who could get to that 24-point threshold in game number 3. We could see a very short day here if these two keep it up. It's on the rest of the lobby. It's like Operation Get Setsuko and Marcel now for the rest of the players in this top 8, because again, once you hit that 24 points, then from then on, a first place will win it from you, or down the line, if you get 40 points, that'll win it for you as well, as long as nobody else who's on that threshold gets a first. So Setsuko and Marcel P putting themselves in a position to maybe make it a short day here at the Teamfight Tactics Reckoning Challenger Series. We'll see, Crow, and I think it's going to be exciting. We're going to take a quick break to let the players sort of regroup. We got to regroup as well, grab a drink, but we'll be right back with game number 3. See if Marcel and Setsuko can get themselves over the threshold. Come back in just a few to find out. Welcome back to the TFT Challenger Series here for the Reckoning set. I am Doa. With me is Crone, and man, like the force is certainly with Setsuko and Marcel P right now, swapping first and second in our first two games. Pretty amazing to see. But you and I were talking about the composition for Marcel P during the break, and like he hit that Rel 3, and to put that into sort of like a perspective of how that happened, it was pretty amazing. Like he had 8 Rels on his bench. Marcel P did. He needed one more, but Setsuko had 2 already. So that means there were only 2 more Rels in the pool in general. So pretty amazing to actually find one of those. But having the Vel'Kozes out of the pool, I think, made a big difference.
It really did. Yeah, having 9 of some of the 4-cost units out of the pool, and with what Setsuko was running as well, some 4-costs were out of the pool, of course. But even still, it's pretty high roll to hit that. So fortunately enough for Marcel, he did. Even without the rel, though, probably could have won the lobby, even just the Vel'Koz 3. But either way, those 2 players with Setsuko and Marcel are playing out of their minds right now. And if even one of them get at least a top 4 in this next game, they're already over the 24-point threshold, and they can be contesting this whole tournament win in 4 games.
Yeah, that's the shocking thing. You know, we talked about it early that like the fastest anybody could win the tournament would be in 4 games. And so, you know, you maybe expect to have one player do really well and be on that threshold in game 4, but having 2 players get there would be pretty astounding. And I want to see as many games as we can today, because I think it's still really fun to see the players kind of figure out the new meta that has sort of begun to emerge from the B patch that came out yesterday. It definitely seems to have done a lot to push down some of the reroll comps that were really dominant. So I'm just really enjoying watching the players kind of decipher that and figure it out. And we're definitely seeing some cool stuff emerge from that. So I hope we get more than 4 games. We're going to go into game 3 now. So we'll see. But remember, if Marcel or Setsuko get a top 4, they'll put themselves in position to maybe win it all in game 4.
You could potentially see that as we do load into game number 3. On perspective with Delicious Milk, looks like wanting that sword. Does end up getting it, actually. Carousel Mechanics feels good, man. Milk probably going for one of these Draven. You know, he played a lot of Draven Abomination compositions. Might flex over to Aphelios, but we'll have to see what ends up happening later on into the game for that.
It's been a little bit of a rough day for Milk. He did take a 4th in game number 1, so not a bad start, but then he ended up with a 6th, or a 7th rather, in game number 2. So definitely needs to pick it up a little bit, as he is, minimum 2 games away from being able to hit that threshold now. So the pressure is starting to be on for other people in the lobby. Players like Kagros are really kind of struggling today. It was an 8th and then a 6th, so hopefully they can pick it up a little bit more. But, you know, we'll see. The only other player we have above 10 points total right now is a Spencer TFT, who took a 3rd and then a 5th in this last game.
Yeah, Spencer is going to be a player to not be able to quite contest going over the threshold the next game, but still some good placements by them or one of the players at 9 or 8 points could still do so. The real concern is for Brennator and Kagros. Both are on 5 and 4 points apiece with double bot 4 placements. Really need to step it up a bit, but as long as these players who cross the threshold aren't winning games, it does allow time for those players to come back, and if they chain a couple of good wins in the next few games, they certainly can put themselves in that spot. So got to keep our eyes on that. But for Milk right now, his board is solid. He has a couple of Dawnbringers. Gragas 2, if he's able to pair either an Assassin or a Brawler there, can definitely go on a bit of a win streak.
Yeah, we'll see what he gets out of his orbs on the 3rd neutral round. Probably going to get something like a gold or a Nico's maybe, because he's already got 3 item components. Yep, going to be some gold via some champions at least. Finds a Hecarim, but no assassins, no brawlers, aside from another Gragas he doesn't really need. He does go ahead and level up to 4. But he might just go ahead and let it... Okay, I was going to say, you want to put something in. And he does get Cavalier online at least, right? I thought, wow, is he going to just open for it and go for like the higher percentage chance for the next shop, I guess, naturally? But yeah, this makes more sense. So you might as well put something in, right?
Yeah, especially already, leveling up, leveling to 4, definitely going to put something in, just considering what the best option really is. And it's going to be a couple of those Cavaliers, providing a bit of tankiness, a bit of a front line to allow Kha'Zix that time to do damage. It is going up against Spencer's Kha'Zix 2, but Spencer's units are isolated, and Milk's are not. So the Kha'Zix from Spencer not getting any value, whereas Milk's really is. So he might actually pull off a 4-0 here. Not quite, as Kalista does chuck out a spear and kill a couple of units, but Milk still off to a good start. Spencer does have 10 gold, though, with being level 4 still, so Spencer got a massive gold start from the neutral round.
Yeah, I think you're perfectly happy chaining a loss streak along with that into a good economy going into the end of stage 2. But I wonder what Milk is thinking here with this, because his items aren't like super slammable early. We're kind of past an era where you would slam something like a Deathblade or Hextech Gunblade really early. Yeah. Looking at what he played yesterday, he played a really interesting sort of a 4 Ranger Aphelios, some Mordekaiser, some Mystics in there. That went okay. That was a second place. He played 6 Dawnbringer Riven, Riven 3. He played a Yasuo 3 reroll. He played Draven along with Abominations, and he played Hellions. So he played a pretty big variety. So seems to have a pretty good awareness of the different things you can do in the meta.
Yeah.
But seemingly struggling just a little bit here. Okay, maybe not. Yeah, there we go. Skirmisher finds that. That's going to help out a lot.
Yeah, that's actually a 4 skirmisher shop there between the ones on the board and the Udyr are still in the shop. So I was thinking, is Milk considering that? You're just talking about how Milk has a good grasp of the meta and things to run, and this is certainly a good identification and proof of that fact. The Lee Sin and Pantheon, fantastic early game units, and even though the Trundle was, nerfed in the last patch, so is Pantheon, by the way, but Trundle's still solid, can steal some stats and lead to some rad wins, so Milk will continue this win streak, at least for now. And, I mean, we did see some compositions. I think Solus ran one yesterday, Skirmishers, and even though it, we didn't make it into today, the Skirmisher comp still actually ended up going pretty well, but a lot of players have averted their gaze away from running Skirmishers. There was, I think, one reroll Skirmisher comp. I forget who ran it, but it did have a good placement as well. But Milk actually dropping all of the Skirmishers to play for Dawnbringer, so swapping up his board a lot, but I think it is improving every single time, and that is the key.
Yeah. And remember, we did see him play a Riven 3 reroll Dawnbringer composition yesterday. So this is something that he apparently feels fairly comfortable with. He's going to go ahead and drop the Deathblade onto the Riven and throw the bow on there as well. Why not? The Deathblade is going to be something that Riven can definitely put to good use. It's only a Riven 1, but you do get that healing. You can see right there from the Dawnbringer trait. Ooh, not enough to stay alive, though, against the Assassin board of Goobums. And so it will be a little bit of a win streak ended here for Delicious Milk. Still a good amount of HP, though.
Yeah, still a good amount of HP. Still gets to pick second on Carousel, which is fantastic if you want something like a Runaan's, which I think Milk is going to look for. There is a cloak on the Syndra. The spatula potential is there. It is on a Riven, but Predator does steal it away. Milk, looking like he's going for the cloak, and he does. The board that he was facing, though, I'm not sure exactly who it was. I forget already, but it did. Oh, yeah, it was Goobums, and Goobums had the Bramble and the Wormogs already on the Gragas, and those are fantastic tank items that are pretty flexible. They can go onto a frontliner, like a Mordekaiser, that's also can be a damage dealer, but it can just go on really any frontline tank and leaves Goobums' damage options pretty open. He could go for these assassins, but is by no means committed to them. So I think Goobums is in a good spot with that in mind.
Yeah, he's got a pretty wide variety of things he could go for at this point. I think the big issue for Goobums right now is that he just doesn't have a lot of gold. Not even 10 gold rolling here at 2-5. You want to at least be getting a little bit of interest if you can at this point in the game. And if you're not, you need to be kind of able to win streak. And this board looks like it's possible to be able to do something like that with. But we'll see. That's a strong Ziggs on the other side for Marcel P. That's scary.
It is. Goobums was actually concerned about winning this round. If he had won and had the set still in play, could have sold the Kalista and the Lissandra to make 10, but wants to guaranteed make 10, actually, so sells the set and potentially could sell Lissandra if he loses. Not sure if he will lose. The new cast can still come through, and yes, it does. Even with the Ziggs coming back, Goobums going to make 10.
It's like we were just saying, like the priority for the moment anyway needs to be hitting that interest breakpoint to 10 gold, and he does exactly that. So he knows what's up, of course. He knows where he needs to kind of focus on in this game, and so now with a strong board and with economy rolling, things are looking a little bit better. I look at these brands being picked up here. You do get Abomination out of this, I'm kind of wondering, if he wants to maybe try to find some Cavaliers somehow to replace those items. Put those items on a Hecarim, and I think you're going to have a good time.
Yeah, the main concern, I suppose, is no brand items, and brand is a very key part of that comp as well. Goobums is just playing the double brand here in order to sell the assassins and make 20. So winning that last round and getting 10 actually allows Goobums to get 20 gold from here, so that 1 gold difference turns into 2 and 3, etc., etc. So every single early game interest breakpoint is very, very impactful. See if he's able to do it again. I mean, he doesn't even need to win the round, right? He's already set himself up to be able to lose and still make 20. But with this Gragas, I mean, it's still really tanky. The Abomination still could come out. Yeah, he's gonna end up winning this one, it looks like.
Yeah, I think the Vlad is not going to be able to take that out. We'll see. A little bit of scouting over on Robinsong's board. Robinsong is going to take his first damage of the game. That Vladimir is living for a long time. Kalista, help out. Come on. Oh, there we go. Okay.
Yeah, it took a while. A close. Got closer than I expected it to, but Goobums does win the rounds, does make 20, gets to keep the Lissandra, which, I mean, didn't need to. And, okay, now it can't make 30 unless he gets gold from the Krug round, so hopefully he does. But we'll have to see and find out. He is in a good spot though, just with the A-bomb. A-bomb is, it's kind of comparable to Cultist of last set, in the fact that it's just a really, really good synergy to put in. It allows you to still be flexible, and when you transition out of it, it provides that, extra unit is not only a tank but also damage, and you're gonna need damage at this point, right? Because he has only tank items, no real damage items, but either way, Goobums in a good spot in the mid game.
Hopefully finds another component here. Okay, there we go. Yeah, Shadow Hand of Justice I think I like a little bit better than the Shadow Thieves Gloves. Although Shadow Gloves is fun to use once in a while, but Shadow Hand of Justice is pretty solid. He could just save it for the armory as well. You don't want to slam it too early here. But it's neat to see Goobums handle the economy side so well and make those changes on board in a way that still kept his board strong, but let him sell some of those more expensive units to hit that interest breakpoint. And that's a higher level thing. That's not something you see from players a lot of times in something like gold or platinum, but it is something that players in gold or platinum or even silver can take to their own gameplay pretty easily. Just think about the units on your board as gold as well, and can you sell some of those? Can you change up your board to hit those breakpoints? Because early on, it's so important to get that interest going.
Exactly. It leads you into a good mid-game and late game to be able to find, say, the units before other players. We see players aggressively leveling up to 7 and 8 sometimes before everybody else, and that can set yourself up for some great success. And speaking of success, that's what both A-bombs want to bring here, but I'm actually not sure. Maybe the Hand of Justice will be enough healing. Not quite looking like it, though. Yeah, Goobums remains on the streak and is still on 30 gold. He does wait to slam items to see what he's offered from the 3-2 armory. Gonna be another glove and a recurve bow. Recurve bow is definitely the more tempting option there. He can, make a shiv or just make something like a Last Whisper, which can be fantastic for units like Draven or Aphelios. And not quite slamming that as of yet, but might on the Kalista. I think Goobums is seeing if he needs to do that right now or not, or if he's powerful enough. And I mean, this board is powerful. So just the glove goes in the Kalista for now. Yep,
certainly is. I think he's maybe looking for a way to ditch that Gragas a little bit later. If he finds a new 2, you can maybe move some of those items over. We'll see. Obviously looking for things like the Rise down the line to be able to add Forgotten onto this. But for now, still a strong board. We'll see what he can do against Robinsongs, who is not on a win streak anymore after taking that loss, and he's going for a little bit of a brand carry too. So this looks like the beginnings of the Cavalier brand reroll that we've seen a lot of, but a couple of people kind of contesting this a little bit right now.
We see it yet again. Is this time going to be the point where it can pop off? I mean, I don't know. 1 tier, the Gunblade, Shadow Gunblade is there, and some good Hecarim items. So Robinsongs is in an okay spot, but again, Robinsongs rolls down a lot of gold. He's only on between 10 and 20 gold, as we can see from those little econ breakpoints on the stage. Does win that round, but can't sell anything on the board because he needs all the units. Okay, does actually sell the Kled, makes 20, but still, he's not on brand 2 yet. Is really reminiscent of last game, not fighting the LeBlanc 2 for a very long time, so hopefully he doesn't find himself in that position again. But even still, Robinsongs got a 4th place last game from a pretty doomed spot, so impressive play nonetheless.
I mean, that last round for Robinsongs was just such a showcase for Shadow Gunblade. Like, it does such a good job in that composition of keeping the Cavaliers healed, because they have so many defenses themselves. So you just trickle in a little bit of healing with that Gunblade, and that combined with the defensive nature of Cavaliers anyway, keeps that front line alive for a long, long time. But now it's going to be Milk versus Goobums here.
Milk with the Assassin Spat again, but Assassin Riven? I wonder, does Milk keep this actually? Like, reroll Assassin Riven 3? That's not something I don't think I've ever seen in the set so far, but I am here for it if Milk does go that option.
Oh, yeah. I like it. It could be really strong. Riven definitely one of those champions that I think could use the Assassin emblem pretty well. Wins in the round, and Delicious Milk needs a good game. He's had a little bit of a rough day. He did take a fourth in game 1. That's okay. But then game 2 was a little bit rougher. I believe it was like a
seventh.
Yeah, seventh. Yep, just double checking my notes here. So if he wants to stay competitive and hit that break point, he needs to have a good result this game.
Definitely does. I mean, he is the bottom half of the standings right now, only 8 points, but, one win could push him up to, range of, in game number 4, getting to that break point of above 24 points.
True.
But Brennator, one of the players on the bottom and on the bottom of the standings in this game in terms of HP, so a lot of ground to make up, is going to grab the spatula, it looks like, on the Vel'Koz. See what direction Brennator takes that. Kind of hard to get a glimpse of everything Brennator had on the board from just a brief couple seconds there, but now we get some time to see it. Oh, okay, there's another spatula on the Riven, so it could just be Force of Nature.
It could, and he's going to sell the Vel'Koz to do exactly that. Yep, throw the Force of Nature on the Riven. You're pretty much 99% of the time going to go for that extra unit on your board. Why wouldn't you want that? The other options you could maybe consider is like a Spellweaver emblem to combine that with the early Vel'Koz. Doesn't really have the items to capitalize on it, so like I said, 99 times out of 100, you're going to go for that Force of Nature.
Yeah, Brennator is also still rolling on level 6 at 3-5. And is at 20 gold.
Yeah.
A bit rough. Generally, you would want to have stopped rolling at this point and to have stabilized to be able to go level 7, maybe eventually level 8, depending on what you hit on your 7 roll down. I think Brennator was looking for 3 A-Bomb to stabilize with, just didn't hit it, and yeah, I think that's going to be the difference. The A-Bomb comes out from Goobums, takes out Brennator, is going to go for a loss now to kind of go for that loss-win, which is not where you want to be. Yeah. Especially with the Econ being this doomed.
Yeah, Brennator has been having a little bit of a rough day today. Ended up going 8th last game, and that was after, I believe it was a 5th? Yes, 5th in game number 1. So a little bit tough. Does find the Yasuo too. So that's going to be a little bit more power on the board as he was able to go up to 4 Legionnaire, but he just doesn't really have the items to support this. I mean, you've got a Jewel Gauntlet there, I guess, but you're going to need a little bit more than that. And yeah, he sees other people playing pretty similar things to the things that he seemingly kind of wants to play.
Yeah.
Like Yasuo.
And I mean, his board is just weaker than all these other players that are playing A-Bomb, and doesn't have, again, the Econ to really supplement it. So Brennator is running 2 different compositions in one, 4 Legionnaires and 3 Brawlers. They don't really complement each other that well together, as apart from other compositions. It might be enough to win this round, but again, you're not chaining any streaks, so Brennator's Econ generation is going to be a bit lacking in getting back up to that 50 gold. He's still sitting at the bottom of HP, like these wins aren't even stabilizing him that much. It's just a rough spot to be in. Okay, he is going to be in 7th now as Kagura's drops to exactly 50, exactly 1 HP lower. But we'll see what he's going to be able to stabilize with once he's able to go to 7, because you can't even really go to 7 next round. You would do that and have basically no gold to roll with.
Yeah, you're exactly right. It's time for players like the Brennator and Kagura to take some risks. It's time to go for some first or nothings, from here on out. So we'll see what the plan ends up being. On board with Delicious Milk for Assassin 4 Dawnbringer, like we saw earlier. He's got that Assassin Riven for the moment, and has been doing okay with it.
Oh, wow. Both gold orbs actually giving Nico plus gold.
Wow.
And Milk actually has such good econ right now. He's level 7 with 66 gold, finds a Draven, is rolling down to stabilize some on level 7, and I do like this, as most of his board is just 1 star. In fact, it's only the Gragas who is leveled up. But where does Milk bring this? That's the biggest question for me. He sells the Draven, so Erdi doesn't want to go that route. Maybe it is going to just be a Riven commit. Wants to find a lot of Rivens to get at least a tier 2 before expending any, Nico's helps.
Okay. So Shadow Locket as well is going to buff up the power of the Riven, and she can cast pretty quickly, so losing that mana on hit isn't the end of the world, but it's still not ideal, maybe? That said, it looks like it might be enough here if he can chew through the Monstrosity HP in a moment. That's a strong Monstrosity, but he does have the little bit of, yeah, well, not during the ultimate, but it looks like it's going to be enough anyway.
Yeah, no, the
I think he's feeling the relief there, too, with that one.
It really is. Riven 1 is carrying him such a long way right now, and I think the Shadow Locket is great, as you're mentioning. Riven doesn't really need to cast ultimates that much. He still gets the bonus attack damage after casting just one, and just the resistances are going to make her a lot tankier, and she especially needs that right now, because she has still low base HP, again, being only tier 1, but now Milk has the decision to make of what you go with from here. What item do you go from the armory? And it's going to be a Shadow Belt.
Ooh.
Yasuo 2. Alright.
Kha'Zix,
LeBlanc, everything but the Riven being upgraded, it feels like. Maybe a Ziggs Bleak Herald. Yeah, maybe the Ziggs Bleak Herald for like a Nocturne or something, but Milk not really looking like he's slamming any items. Okay, it is Ziggs Bleak, but just actually stealing from the Gragas instead of multiple units. Probably not the most efficient use of the item, but oh well.
Yeah. Got annihilated immediately by that Callista. You don't want to jump into that if you're a Nocturne with not a lot of HP, and that's a big loss. Breninator starting to come back a little bit. That's a strong Abomination board here, and he's got two. He's got the Shadow Runins on Callista along with the Deathblade, so that's going to be a good amount of damage coming out from the Callista.
Yeah, not bad. Breninator probably had to wait until 4-2 to level up, and yeah, only has 10 gold as opposed to Milk's 50. Yep. And has lower HP, so again, all around just in a bit of a worse spot, but at least they have the Abomination board going for them. The Yasuo 2, Nunu 2 are good damage dealers and frontline units as well. Finally, just Milk finds a pair of Rivens. But where does Neeko's help goes? Okay, now we're significantly stronger than we were a few moments ago. So I think Milk is going to try to go for this Riven 3 for Dawnbringer for Assassin line. It's very unorthodox, it's very interesting, but it can work out very well.
I feel like he's at the point where it's like, all right, I've got a good amount of HP. I'm fairly stable in the lobby right now, I think. So if I can wait, hit an early Viego, get an immediate 2-star Viego, that'd be pretty amazing for this board.
Yeah, Viego is kind of a hit or miss unit. I mean, sometimes Viego 2 can pop off and carry, but other times it really still does nothing, even as Viego 2. And oh man, the Riven is just so powerful now. I think Milk is more likely to save these Neekos for the Riven 3 eventually.
Could be.
But yeah, we'll have to see. Because if you're just a lot of Rivens away, then you could just go for that Viego 2, I do agree.
I'm just a huge Viego fan. He's won me so many games. Like, even in a composition totally unrelated to Assassins or Forgotten, like, or even Skirmishers, you just throw Viego in there and you surprise him with it, position it well, and he can be so game-changing. He does require a lot of extra scouting and a lot of extra attention. You need to be very sweaty to make Viego work, but if you do, he can pay dividends for sure. But we're going to swap over to Marcel P's board right now, 4 Brawler, 4 Abomination, and just trying to make that comp work. A lot of meat, a lot of damage from the Abomination. Callista's going to be doing good work. Has the blue buff on Rise, so start of something good there.
With this board, you would expect, or at least I personally would expect Marcel to have a lot more HP, because this is a board that just stabilizes. It kills a lot of units, doesn't boost it too much. Yeah, you would think so, but still, Marcel P is going to be on the lower HP players in the lobby. Considering what he wants to actually build here, and it's going to be the very dark blue buff with the Jeweled Gauntlet, had the option for like a Shadow Hodge as well, things like that, but it's going to make another blue buff, and Teemo might be the unit that Marcel P needs to deal the damage to stabilize.
Yeah.
To Invoker now dropping the 4 Brawler buff.
Yeah, I think that's worth it. You do lose a lot of HP, but just getting Teemo the Invoker buff is going to be pretty important. And then what you lose in Brawler HP, ideally you gain in Daisy HP. Yeah. So it should be a fairly even trade. Ooh. It's fragile, though.
Daisy doesn't get to go off in this fight, unfortunately, so can't utilize that. Still, the A-Bomb is strong, but goes up against a fellow A-Bomb and won't be strong enough to deal with that. Kagros also with a bit of a Riven carry. Not quite Assassin Riven, but still a strong one.
Well, this is what we were talking about in terms of this being fragile, right? Where it's like Daisy's HP matters if Daisy gets cast, right? If he doesn't hit the board, then you're going to be in trouble. But and with a lot of this being 1-star, there's going to be a few rounds like that. So we'll see if Marcel P's positioning can account for that. He does have the Kindred in there now. Yeah, it seems Crone that it's kind of the Abomination game. Everybody's a lot of people trying to run it this time.
Yeah, I think players have successfully identified from yesterday that A-bomb, even if you don't stick with it, it's just one of the best and consistent things that you can run in the mid game. So yeah, it's just like A-bomb versus A-bomb and so many boards that we're watching. It really does feel like every round. Marcel is sitting on a spatula right now, so depending on what he's able to grab from this Raptor round, could be a huge upgrade. I'm thinking, actually, I'm not actually too sure. Maybe Spellweaver or something like that. Oh, this round's really close.
Titans Resolve!
Yeah. Gonna be winning that narrowly. Narrowly.
Yeah, a little bit more defense, maybe a little bit more HP. I didn't count up all the Abomination star levels. Ooh, another Teemo. He's only got 33 HP, though. You
it's
gotta
risky.
Buy it, though. Don't you?
I mean, if you buy this and you'd never hit the Teemo 2, it's just 6 HP down the drain that you could have gotten a better placement with. And of course, in tournaments, every single point does matter. It's probably unlikely that with Marcel's position in this lobby, he does end up finding Teemo 2, but the high roll can certainly be good. Marcel might not want to take the risk, though, given that he's already, far ahead of the rest of the pack, 18 points going into this game, just wants to play for as many points as possible to reach that threshold, really wants to secure that top 4.
And the thing with Marcel's position overall in this lobby is he's got a first and he's got a second, right? There's no need to take a big risk if you're Marcel P right now. You can try to go for a not 8th and just try to get, as many points as possible. You're not in a position of a player like, like the Brennanator, who really needs to make something happen to get back in.
Yeah.
And you can see he hit the Ivern too. So he is making strides here. Rise 2 as well, we see on the sidebar for Marcel P. So I think in the end, it was the right decision to not pick up that Teemo.
Yeah, I'm definitely inclined to agree with that as well. And I mean, yeah, I agree. If he was like Brennanator doing it, then probably wants to play for that more risky 1st or 8th style. But looking over at Robinsongs is the reroll player in this lobby, but has not hit the Brand 3, or it looks like the Hecarim 3 either, so these reroll players just not hitting. And I think that concept does go a lot back to what we were talking about. Less reroll players makes it harder for the ones that are rerolling to hit their units, and we're seeing that in full demonstration now in all these games today.
Look at that Rise, though. The dark blue buff really popping off. Rise just, or rather the Brand just chain casting here.
He's doing it. And
1 HP in a dream.
That's a lot of damage. That game through.
That is a lot of damage. Wow.
Robinsongs does have a lot of gold, though, so hopefully does hit some upgrades a bit later on. Spencer wants to pivot, it looks like, into Aphelios. And I think I'm not sure who it was yesterday, but we did see a player transition. It might have been Goobums, actually.
Goobums.
Transition from the A-bomb board into the Rangers, and I absolutely fell in love with that pivot personally. So it's nice to see other players like Spencer here kind of taking a page out of that book and looking to do something similar. It is going to take out at least the Brand right now, put the Very Dark Blue buff on the Rise, and yeah, now it is going to be the Rise chaining those casts, assuming that he's able to get below 60% HP with still surviving.
I just feel weird when I don't see the Dark Blue buff on the Rise in these compositions. It feels wrong on the Brand, but now everything's right with the world. The Aphelios is in, and he's got some items to transfer to it later when he wants to make that bigger transition that we were talking about. Here comes a Monstrosity for now. It's yet another Monstrosity versus Monstrosity game. But Daisy coming in, and that's going to seal the deal for Marcel P. A little bit stronger bomb board over there.
Yep, needs to swap the items over to Aphelios, and there we go. The Nunu and Kalista are sold. No more A-bomb, at least for this board, but we do have a pair of Darius.
Yeah.
Aphelios too. Ooh, Kindred, that's a big one. Kindred definitely wants to go on this board. Provides not only the Ranger, but as well the Mystic buff.
Yep.
For Ranger, maybe. For Spencer, needs to find one more, though. Either the Varus or the Vayne.
Yeah. Yeah, right now the 2 Rangers going to have to do, and the 2 Nightbringer is going to have to do as well. The big thing he's got going for him is the 3 Ironclad. And he's got that Taric too as well, which is going to be nice to have right next to the Aphelios. Kha'Zix's not going to get the isolation damage, so it's going to give him time. And yeah, that Taric ult is huge. Look at all that HP being given back to the team, and that's going to help the Darius do his thing. And it's neat seeing this board come together for Spencer. Meanwhile, another Aphelios over there fighting for his life, but it's going to be a win against Delicious Milk for Spencer here.
Yeah, Milk was on a bit of a win streak before that too, so Milk not really finding the upgrades, and this is the time where everyone else's board is spiking. Milk does still have some Nico helps on the bench, is close to some upgrades, and it's just A-bombs all over the place.
Kick.
Yeah, taking out Robinsongs.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Alright. Spencer needs to find a good Aphelios item. Ooh, a sacrificial or a Shadow Rageblade.
Yeah.
It's tempting, but will kill Aphelios over time. Maybe the Last Whisper is going to be a bit safer. And yeah, it does go for that one instead.
It's a little bit redundant with the Darius.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say.
Yeah. Hey, well, it's just going to shred the armor of everything faster, I guess, right? You're going to get it on everybody quicker? I don't know. It's not ideal, but I think you're right. With no healing coming in natively from the Aphelios, like he doesn't have a Bloodthirst or anything like that, the Last Whisper may be a bit safer than the Rageblade. I guess you do have the healing from the Taric, so, yeah. That's one to debate later. But the big story here is that he hits the Darius too. That's pretty massive.
Yeah, and as well, like there's definitely value in the fact that the shred from Last Whisper is going to be more than the Darius shred. I believe Darius shred got nerfed to 50%, but the Last Whisper shred is 70%, so just a tad bit better. We do go over to Robinsong's board, who has hit the Hecarim 3 finally. Has given up on Brand 3, but I think that's okay. Just having the Hecarim being near unkillable, hopefully, is going to be enough. And Brand can still provide healing with... Oh, actually, it is double Shadow Gunblade. So that's going to be a lot of healing coming through when those casts start chaining together.
Yeah, that's what I said wow about. As long as his Brand is still up, like, this front line is just not going to die. Like, look at all the healing coming through.
Oh, yeah. Jeez.
Wow.
This board didn't even get touched,
disgusting.
It feels like, almost, yeah.
Oh, poor Breninator.
Eliminating Breninator.
Ran into Destiny there, it feels like, as there was just fate. We're out of that, so we're into Reckoning now, but fate still exists in different ways, and I think Breninator ran into it as Robinsong was destined to move ahead with that round. Breninator, unfortunately, out in another 8th. That's his second 8th in a row, so the day continues to be a bit of a struggle for him, unfortunately, after a really dominant day number 1. Robinsong's looking to have another consistent top 4 finish. If he is able to do that, he will have gone 7 games into this tournament and only one bot 4.
Yeah, very, very good if he's able to do that. The HPs on all these players are very close, though. Milk at 34, Robin 33, Kagros 32, even down the line at Gummo's at 9. Like, no one's safe right now. Everyone is still within threat of bottom 4ing. So it comes down to a lot of positioning, a lot of scouting, and man, I mean, Robin has done a great job at getting this board to level 8, and these Cavaliers are just not dying, Noah. The Brand healing them up, and we're seeing this time and time again. Setsuko almost falls with that one, but Robin definitely making a good case for a top 4 finish here.
He had his healing tab open, and that Brand healed for like 2,600 HP. That is a lot of healing that they're throwing into your board.
Definitely. That is no small amount. Goobums, unfortunately, falls in 7th. But we do take another look back at Delicious Milk's board. He started to lose a couple of very painful rounds in Stage 5, but is 4 ribbons away, or 2 ribbons away from Ribbon 3 if he's going to use both double Nikos on that one. Does have 6 Assassins to drop the 4 Dawnbringers, and Milk's probably just going to roll it down pretty heavily after this round. So I'm really excited to see what upgrades he's actually able to hit. If he can hit both Riven and Nocturne 3, that is absolutely massive.
Shojin's is the item from the neutral minion, and it can go in a couple different places. See where he decides to put it. There's another Riven. All right. Looking for one more. There it is. He's looking to see if he can hit more naturally.
He could just double Nikos right now and have everything else. That's all he really needed to find. 2 Nikos help, and can still level to 8 and put in the Ivern for Revenant. All of a sudden, Milk's board went from pretty good to, okay, this is very, very scary.
Yeah, this is pretty unbelievable, actually. Gets 6 Assassin in there, has Revenant for the Nocturne, pretty good items on the Nocturne to begin with as well. Yeah, I like the Shojins on the Diana. Gets Shrouded, but if you get that cast, it's nice. Can he survive against Setsuko? Setsuko fighting for his life right now with this Draven board. Mordekaiser is big, but those Assassins are just chewing through everything, and Delicious Milk sends Setsuko out in 6th, and that's huge because, like we were talking about, Setsuko was one of those 2 players that needed a top 4 to hit that 24-point threshold. Now it's just Marcel P, but he's down to 10 HP, Crowan.
Yeah, we could see neither player actually end up hitting it. Kagros does take a big hit, so if both players lose, maybe Marcel can squeeze a 4th. Kagros finding some upgrades, finds a Brand 2, but is that good enough? Going back to last round, though, Delicious Milk, fortunate for him to run into that matchup, but really unfortunate for Setsuko. Setsuko's board was strong, but hitting Milk after he hit literally everything he wanted, bit of an unfortunate timing there, but...
Yeah.
Let's see if Milk's able to continue this win streak, because his board is still very, very scary.
Yep. That's right. It's looking strong. Gets a really perfect Shroud, actually. It's everything he wants to hit.
Yeah, and the Diana jumping in a great spot as well.
Yeah. That's right. Riven, pretty well protected, just kind of taking out the players on the tertiary, but that Teemo's doing a lot of damage. He needs to get through this monstrosity, and he can. Okay, never mind. It's fine.
Oh. Yeah, each Riven auto attack... Each Riven auto attack is doing at least like 700 damage, and with the Runaan's coming through, that adds up. Ooh, Kagura takes a big hit, so I think even if Marcel loses, Marcel is going to be the only player to go above that 24-point threshold. So interesting implications for the next game. Not too much right now, but good to keep in mind.
Yep. I saw the Riven for Delicious Milk did 12,000 damage the last round.
Yeah.
Yeah, all right. Assassin Riven. Not bad. Not bad.
Pretty good. Okay, Marcel does end up losing, but does reach exactly 24 points with that fourth.
Yeah, that's huge.
It is, definitely. Delicious Milk, the Riven. Talk about this composition. It is, as I was mentioning earlier, unorthodox, but it is fantastic being able to utilize a spatula to make a carry out of one that you wouldn't necessarily think of. Like, you don't run Riven and Assassin compositions, but if you make her the Assassin, she can win a lobby, as I think we might see here in this game, assuming that Delicious Milk is able to position well every time, and he hits another beautiful Shroud once again, so it's looking likely he's able to win this round.
Wolf just got evaporated there from the Kindred, and it's like, Riven's already a great carry, so it's like, hey, how would you like your carry Riven to jump to the background and crit everybody all the time? Like, of course he'd say yes to this, so it's a great adaptation for Delicious Milk to go at that this game. Watching the other rounds here, Robin Songs takes another hit, Spencer down to 5 HP in our top 3 here. Spencer, though, I gotta say, really impressive again, looking to take at least another third in this game. So that'd be third, fifth, third for him so far. I'm sorry, third, sixth, third for him so far.
Yeah, not too shabby as well. Spencer, pretty consistent overall. Did have that one bottom 4, unfortunately, but still, not too bad. Carousel time happens. Milk is going to grab a Runaan's, and that is best in slot for Nocturne. He's going to be even more of a threat now. And Milk was already winning the rounds versus probably both these players originally, but that just makes him even more powerful to probably be able to secure the deal.
Yeah, wondering if there's a way you can fit the Darius in, but I agree. There's not really much you want to do to change here. No. So now it's just about scouting.
Really want the Revenant to revive the Nocturne.
Yep.
He's doing the scouting. Gonna be, swapping those last couple of units. Mainly just the Diana. The Shroud's in a good spot yet again. It's just, I feel like we're in a bit of a time vortex. Just watching the same round over and over again. The Nocturne, jumps to the backline, takes out the backliners. Riven cleans up the front line. And it's the same thing just happening over and over again.
I mean, there goes Robin Songs. Are we gonna see a double kill, Spencer? If he goes down, the game could end this round.
Looks like it. The Hecarim was Robin Songs' board, so facing Robin's Ghost, if the Hecarim's able to survive in time to take down the Darius, that will be game over.
Yep. Milk watching. Darius doing what he can.
Even if it ties, it's still game over as well.
I think you're right, yeah.
Yeah, neither of these units can actually die. Oh my gosh, this is crazy. Spencer,
party time. Oh no, it's a draw, but it's a deadly draw at the end. Yep. I think. Oh no, Spencer. He loses, but because he fought a ghost, he will actually not die to the draw. Never mind.
Okay.
You saw Delicious Milk with the hands up, but he's like, "No, you're still playing, dude. He was fighting a ghost."
Yeah, that doesn't actually usually happen. I'd forgotten myself, but Spencer...
I feel better about getting faked out, because if Milk got faked out, then it's okay. We got faked out, right?
Yeah. I do remember. I saw that situation happen one other time. Exactly once, and you won't die in that situation. It feels a little weird, but that's the case. Milk will have to finish off Spencer himself, do the deed himself, and I think he'll be able to do so. But the Aphelios is frontlined and is protected rather well, so this is a good adaptation for Spencer's positioning, but is it enough?
He's doing what he can, but his assassin is pretty strong. Pretty big stun there. But no, that's
not enough.
You're just not beating this board. Yep, there goes Spencer. Delicious Milk gets to come in and be the executioner. Takes game 3. Pretty comical ending, but pretty huge for Delicious Milk. That definitely puts him back in a running in a big way. That gets him up to 18 points after this game, so he will now be 1 game away from hitting that threshold. But speaking of thresholds, Marcel P, I believe it is. Yeah, Marcel P, the one to hit that 24-point threshold. So from here on out, if he's able to get a first place, he wins it all.
All eyes on Marcel P into the next game, because it could end with the next one. Definitely going to be some players wanting to deny whatever Marcel is running. Maybe, take some of those carousel units or items that he wants. But it's all tactical, right? It all comes in with this format and with TFT. But we do have the scores ready from all of our games, Doa. So let's take a look. Marcel, is that one player that can win it all in the next one.
Right, and we're going to start to apply those red borders to the players that have hit the threshold to be able to win with a first place in one of their games. That's why Marcel has that right now. And there's a few other players that could definitely join him. Setsuko, Spencer, Delicious Milk, all fairly close. Even players like Robin Songs within striking distance if they have a really good result in game number 4. So it's going to be exciting, Crow, and I think this one's going to come down to the wire. That last game shook things up a little bit.
It definitely did. I think what it's looking like is that the tournament's likely to end in either game 5 or 6. Marcel Shore could do it next game, but has to have a fantastic one. And Marcel did already win a game today, so the potential to do so has already been demonstrated. It really just does open up a whole wide array of things what happens in the next one, because as you mentioned, all the way from Setsuko to Robin Songs could also cross the threshold, even just with a second place, at least. So there's a lot of opportunity, a lot of ways that this could end up going.
Yep, that's right. Another thing to consider, too, is at the end of the day, if we get to the point where a player gets 40 points and still hasn't gotten a first place, as long as no one else who has met the threshold gets a first that game, they would win it as well. So we do have those 2 win conditions to kind of think about. But Crowan, the action is only heating up here on the TFT Reckoning Challenger Series Day 2. One of these players is going to punch their ticket with a first place to the mid-set finale. We're going to see who it is. Maybe next game, maybe a couple games from now. You'll have to stick around to find out. For now, we're taking a short break, but we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the TFT Reckoning Challenger Series. Doa and Crowan here with you. And the Golden Spatulas are coming out, Crowan. They're making a difference, especially for players like Delicious Milk, who got to use it to make an assassin emblem, to then make a Riven 3 assassin, 6 assassin. What do you have? The Nocturne 3 as well. It was insane, right? And that is the kind of board that just crushes lobbies. That's probably one of the strongest boards I think I've ever seen, Crowan. But it's big because now Delicious Milk, among others, are again one game away from hitting that threshold. But it is going to be Marcel P that himself is at that 24 threshold. So Crowan, he could win it in game 4.
He could win it in Game 4, but even if Marcel doesn't get any first in the next 2 games, he can still win by just getting to 40 points, right? Sure. A couple of seconds, or even like a fourth in a second, I believe, might actually be able to net him that 40 points. So Marcel in a fantastic position, even if he doesn't win the next game. It is still possible, I believe, for players like Kagros and Burnator to still win, but they have to start chaining, like first and a first, I believe. Yeah. I might be wrong about that one. Maybe not. But
8 and 6, it's if one of them gets 2 firsts in a row, that'll put him over the 24 point. And I mean, it could be some little variations of that with some second places in there, but
it would have to go to game 7. It would have to go to game 7, but the run is still there. Got to play for win condition, right? Got to play for the win condition.
We're going to see some pretty crazy risks, I think, taken by Kagros and a Brennanator to be able to stay in it, because you can't give up. Like Crowan said, there's still a chance. It's unlikely, but there's still a chance. But really, it's about those players in the high teens and, of course, in the low 20s, like Setsuko, 21 points right now. I'm looking at the points list over here. But so the question is, Marcel, chance to win it this game. A lot of other players, chance to put themselves in position to win it. You mentioned this probably going to end on a game 5 or game 6. I think that's looking really likely, because by the end of this game, we're almost certainly going to have another 2 or 3 players at that 24-point threshold. So this is the part in the day where I really love casting a format like this, because it starts to get so tense. When one player gets close, everybody in the lobby starts targeting them, taking items they need, taking champions out of the pool that they need to try to keep that person from winning, keep the tournament going. But you can only make that work for so long, Crowan.
You really can. You got to think about what you need as well, because you're going to try to be the one to win. So it can only, have to balance it. I suppose that's going to be the key for a lot of these players as we do load on into game number 4. It could all end right now, though, if Marcel P gets the victory, but we'll see what happens as we are in perspective with Goobums as the carousel opens up and does end up grabbing a belt. Solid start.
Yeah, so Goobums grabs the belt. The belt stock certainly has risen a little bit in set 5 here in Reckoning, but it's been a roller coaster for Goobums for sure. He went 7th, 3rd, 7th so far in his 3 games today, sitting at a cool 11 points, so not capable of hitting that 24-point threshold this game. Really needs to have a big result to get close.
Yeah, Goobums does land 6 gold for the opener here, so solid. Some players do like, of course, reaching that 10 gold threshold before the PvP round if they're able to get multiple gold drops.
Right.
See what the Goobums buys here. Probably just a couple redeemed, or just a couple of Legionnaires, right? Aatrox.
There's a number of ways you can go,
Synergize, Probably not the Vayne. I mean, I think some players do shy away from comps a bit too much. We talked about that concept earlier, but like a Vayne reroll is actually like still viable. Haven't really seen people do it in a while, so probably not gonna end up seeing it at all.
I think the main issue with the Vayne reroll right now, to me, just feels like Vayne just isn't very strong in the early games. So you need to be collecting Vaynes, but you also need to be collecting other stuff that's going to make you not totally hemorrhage HP until you get the Vayne 3 online. So you're looking for, like, at least a Warwick, I suppose. But it just feels like it's kind of hard to make that composition stable in the early stages of the game when you're re-rolling for that 3-star 1 cost. So yeah, a lot of people shying away from it now. I mean, when you see a pair on the bench early on in the game right now, you usually pick it up no matter what it is. But yeah, selling those Vaynes already, and no surprise there from Goobums.
No surprise there. No surprise with this pre-level coming through. Wants to roll some 3 cost units perhaps. Finds a Pantheon which is okay. Not going to be exactly what Goobums needed, though. It does hit a brand, which is decent. As soon as a Nunu is found, we're definitely going to see A-Bomb come through, because I think we saw like 4 players at least running A-Bomb in the last game. So that's definitely on everyone's radar as that strong early to mid-game synergy. Goobums considering running 2 Spellweavers, or the Callista. Is not going to slam any items here. It seems like just wants to wait until the armory, because, yeah, Giant Slayer early game is probably not going to get value, and likewise, Zeke's and Zz'Rot just not quite good enough right now.
You know, I think the prospect of a lot of people in one lobby running A-Bomb is really interesting to me, because it's different from a synergy like Cultist or like, you know, Mech back in set 3, right? Where if you run Abomination, you're going to differ yourself from the other players in the lobby, both by the items your Abomination, your monstrosity is getting, and also what sort of carries and synergies you're playing around it. And there's a pretty wide variety there. So it's an interesting trait in that I think it's easier for a lot of people up to maybe 4 in a lobby play it and still do okay. Yeah. It's probably not ideal, but it certainly lends itself to working more than a lot of other similar traits. Like you couldn't go 4 players in the lobby playing Mech, you know, or 4 players in the lobby playing Cultist for very long. Abomination's unique, though.
Yeah, you can pull it off if some players are going to be pivoting out of it, which usually you do. You just hit your tier 2s of those units and run, you know, something else, whether it be the Draven or, you know, pivoting into Rangers or something.
Right.
But definitely with, you know, the Mech, 100% can't really support that many. Goobums had the choice of slamming either the Runaan's, I think, or the Shadow Static Shiv. Would have been the most 2 appealing options, but Goobum doesn't really have the Hellions online, only has 1 Ziggs, 1 Puppy in the shop, so it's going to go Runaan's, which can find its way onto multiple different carries. Shadow, actually, Runaan's over on the other side of the board from Brennanator. Might see another Nocturne reroll, Nocturne 3 come out and win another lobby. Milk did it last game, although it was paired, of course, with the Riven, but still a good unit.
Yeah, the Nocturne can be really strong, and Shadow Runaan's is one of the better items there. Ooh, finds a Riven in the shop, and we know how strong that Riven is, and you can put the, you can slam those items on it right away. You've got 2 Dawnbringer because you've got the Gragas in there, so a nice little set of synergies for Goobums. I'd be feeling pretty good about this board overall.
It's always very satisfying when the units provide multiple synergies in the early games. You're really getting the most out of your comp. Right. And Goobum's definitely going to look to go on a bit of a win streak with that, I believe. A little bit awkward now to do that because we did, you know, win the first round, lose the second round, and still go up against strong boards. Like this Yasuo with Zeke's Bleak Herald and Runaan's could still win out, but won't. I mean, it's going to be right in front of the Aatrox and the Riven, so it will get focused down too fast. Kagros has 10 gold, and so does Goobums, but Goobums does take that pretty decisively. See what they're going to be able to pick up on Carousel. A lot of times people will go for either an IE or a Deathblade on the Riven. I think we saw Deathblade was there last game. Yeah. Both options are there for Goobums, but what item will be left over?
Well, Goobums' 3rd pick on the Carousel right now. So we'll see what he ends up having access to here.
Yeah. Ooh, a lot of players actually at 94 HP. Goobums could have high-rolled 2nd pick.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah, will in fact be 3rd pick. It's crazy that the Brennanator, also 94 HP, picks last, whereas Milk, or I don't know if it was Milk, but someone with 94 HP did pick 2nd. Oh well.
Looking at the items on the other boards to see what he might be up against here, sees the opportunity for Shadow Hand of Justice. 3 players going to 4 players going to level 5 at 2-5. You see that more and more, I think, in set 5 than you did in some of the other sets, some of the other metas. There's the Infinity Edge for the Riven, though, so this carry keeps getting stronger.
Yeah, to go for the IE over the Deathblade, that's a strong start for Dawnbringer board for Goobums. Moving over to Robinsongs. Robinsongs, I believe, had Draconic on pretty early. Yeah. Doesn't quite have the board strength to be able to stabilize with this, however. Is just going to use it as the gold generation, and we see Goobums yet again, but this time on the other side of the board. Probably going to end up taking out Robinsongs.
Yeah, Shadow IE for Varus, who's going to be hurting himself whenever he uses it. And yeah, that combined with the sort of fragile nature of some of those early Draconic units means a pretty easy win for Goobums. And Robinsongs, I mean, yeah, you do usually plan to lose a bit of HP in the early game if you're playing Draconic, but you can only go so far down. At least he's got players like Setsuko down there with him at 74 HP, but you know, we'll see what he's able to do with this. We saw a Draconic player be able to leverage an Ashe carry into 4 Rangers earlier in the day. So, Robin Songs at least has a little bit of a blueprint for what's working at the moment, or at least what worked in that lobby. So something to think about anyway.
That was Setsuko piloting that Ashe 3 composition. Did roll a lot of Ashes in the early game, but Robin Songs is potentially in a situation to do so, has a pair of Ashes, has the IE, actually is going to make his board a lot weaker. So Robin Songs is doing a thing where he's scouting the rest of the lobby, scouting the weakest player and saying, I want to be weaker than that person. And so he's going to frontline both Zyras, frontline the Ashe, and want to lose by just a couple of units, or lose by all the units, but that's still going to be okay. The Econ is going to be the major thing there. Maybe kills one, no, but that's still okay. Robin Songs drops very low, right 66 HP, but the gold generation is flowing.
I mean, that was really smart, because we saw he did end up playing the other weakest player in the lobby in Setsuko, and so that positioning mattered. He wanted to lose, he wanted to keep that strong loss streak going through Krugs, and he got his wish.
He did indeed. Very intelligent recognition there, because after the first 4 rounds of play, the next 3 players that you can go up against. Robin Song saying, hey, if there's a 1 out of 3 chance, I'm in a position for it, and got rewarded, as we were just mentioning, so... Robin Songs can sell the Varus IE to make 30 gold econ, but wants to find some more Ashes for sure. Ooh, gold orb? Okay, 9 gold. Yeah. But the new news is what Robin Songs is going to keep.
Yep, I think that'll be a better brawler than the Warwick that's in there for the moment if he just wants to swap that out. Could also just look at going 4 brawlers for a little bit of a safer, more stable early game. Got some good items out of that. Some definitely some solid options.
Yeah. Could end up going 50 gold here. Could level up, but that usually only happens when players want to protect their streak. And speaking of a streak, Marcel P, the only player that can actually win over this game, sitting pretty at 100 HP. So that's going to be really concerning for everyone else in the lobby.
Like we talked about earlier, in these situations, it just gets it becomes a mission of get the guy who's hit the threshold. So
exactly.
Get Marcel P. Everyone's going to be gunning for him now.
His comp is pretty strong. I mean, he has 3 upgraded brawlers, upgraded Kha'Zix as well. Could still win this round, I think. And yeah, will do so very dominantly, actually.
Yep. And we can see he's holding a couple of different things on his bench that are conducive to going for that Abomination build or the Brand, reroll build too. We'll see. He's got the Brand at least, but I think Abomination is going to be what he's looking for first. See what Robin Songs gets out of this Draconic Egg.
Yeah.
All right, another set. Finds 4 brawler. That's we knew he was kind of looking for that earlier.
Ooh. Oh no. Okay. This is okay. So the set reroll composition, obviously everyone knows it from the previous patch, but since the B patch hit, it has not really resulted in some good placements today. Robin Songs, however, doesn't need to win the game to be able to get over that 24-point threshold. I believe he just needs a 2nd place to do so. But will the set composition be good enough to get a 2nd? I'm not sure. But he's aggressively itemizing for it.
You're right that he needs at least a 2nd place to hit that 24-point threshold. And you're also right that we saw the set carry really underperform yesterday compared to the way it did before the B patch. You can always move this to the Ashe later, and maybe the fact that he doesn't have an Ashe 2 and he does have 4 brawlers makes him feel more inclined to put that on the set right now because he needs to preserve some HP. I'm not going to disagree with that, but late game, you have to have an exit strategy because the set 3 just does not seem like it anymore.
These items aren't really going to be amazing for the Ashe. Sure, she can do okay with a Bloodthirster, but really you're going to want to prioritize the attack speed items like the Ginsus or the Runans, things like that. So what that really tells me about Robin Songs' position is he's really either locked into this set or going to pivot into a Draven later on into the game. And can do so, but there's no Mordekaiser items to complement that with. The items are being slammed onto the Zyra, and they're going to be AP based, not the tanky items that Mordekaiser carries. So judging based off of all that information there, Doa, I think Robin Songs is kind of committing to this, but we'll end up seeing what happens a bit later on. But we are moving on board with Marcel P, who is still 100 HP right now. Yep,
still looking very strong. We'll see if he can take out the board of his opponent, the Brennanator. Looks like that's a scary Nocturne. That's a very scary Nocturne.
Yeah.
Yep. Marcel P takes his first HP loss of the lobby.
still okay. I mean, your 3-3, 40 gold, board's still relatively strong, still first place in HP, so not hurting too much. Sure, you'd like to carry that as far as we could have, but running into Nocturne 2 at this point with 2 best-in-slot items, yeah, we'll take that loss and say, oh well, it was coming eventually.
True. Very hard to win a game with 100 HP remaining. I think I've done it like once ever.
Yeah, I don't even know if I ever have personally, honestly. It's always, HP is a resource. It's okay to lose because
I hadn't
allowing time for econ.
I just had it happen for the first time last week, actually. I won a game with 100 HP with a Varus 3 reroll.
Oh, wow.
Believe it or not, yeah. It must have been a weak lobby, but it worked.
Yeah. I mean, that's just a great point, right? Every single lobby is different. Some lobbies you would, lose out in bottom 4, but other lobbies are weak, and you happen to just hit all your stuff and you win a lobby, and that's certainly happening to some of these players here too. And I think that's why we see sometimes some comps underperform, but then go first in other games, right? We're not always going to see things like, Assassin Riven 3 win lobbies. We're not always going to see 4-Ranger Ashe win lobbies, but they are doing so today because of how each lobby is going. And now Marcel P has to navigate where he wants to take this board. Is Nocturne 2 going to be a good enough upgrade? Looks like Marcel's saying no to that.
Well, okay. All right, he picks it up. Okay, so he does have the bow, I suppose, to put on the Nocturne, but doesn't have a whole lot of other items to support that. I suppose he's got a couple of Katarina items on the Kazakhs, you could say. But we know there's already another Assassin player or two in the lobby, so it seems a little bit dangerous here. He will take another loss versus Setsuko. He's got a couple Hekarims on the bench along with that Brand and the Victor, so he's kind of still thinking about the Cavaliers a little bit in the Brand, but that door seems to be closing at 3-5 where you only have one Brand. So Marcel P is put together a strong board in the early game, but he's starting to go down a little bit and maybe starting to get a little bit concerned. This is kind of an interesting / strange spot to be in. Never mind, he does find the 4 Assassins. All right.
Yeah, I mean, definitely a strange spot to be in, and I think that does come into play with the exact point that you mentioned of there are multiple other Assassin players. So it's not like Marcel P is going to commit to going a full Assassin reroll style. I think it'd be kind of int, I guess I can say, to do that. But Marcel P is using this as a pivoting point to another composition, and of course you also mentioned he has these units on the bench with the Hekarims and the Brands and everything like that. We are drawing to a bit of a it's too late to pivot into this if he doesn't find more Brands soon, but still might go for it, has the HP to be okay with it. Went on a bit of a loss streak going to Wolves, but it's really going to be what items the Wolves bring and what units we find in the next couple of passive shops to really solidify Marcel's direction in this game.
Yeah, that really is it. I think we're going to see a bit of a roll down here. Yep. Seeing that, does find his Felios, passes that by, thinking about skirmishers. No, he is picking up Cavaliers.
Yep, it's going to be a pivot. Yeah, it's going to pivot into the Brand.
If he wants to go for this, though, he's going to need to roll a lot of gold down at this level. He's going to have to maybe bypass level 7 for a little bit. I mean, you can roll for 2 costs at level 7. It's still, I think, 35%, but it's certainly, it does make a difference, that 5%. So we'll see. It's a sticky situation. I'm very curious to see how he's going to get out of it.
Definitely is. Yeah, he's definitely going to roll and pivot the board there. Marcel P did hit the Hecarim too, as we see on the right-hand side. And it really needs that next armory to be big, to hit probably a tier or at least another Hecarim item. The problem is Milk, along with other players, are holding Brands because of how popular Abomination is. And Milk rolls down at 7, does find a Draven to go for his kind of, I don't want to say patented Abomination Draven board, but it does very much favor that style of play.
Yeah, he's been playing it more than anyone else, and maybe one of the only people I've seen play this, but he certainly does believe in it, and he's got that Draven now.
Yeah, and it's going to fall very rapidly, though, to Brennan, who is running those Nocturnes, and yeah, the IE, now the Nocturne, everything is going to get blended.
Alright, well, gonna take a hit from the Blender, as you said. Blender's back. He's been back in set 5 for a little while. Yeah. But still 71 HP for Delicious Milk, so he's still in a position to hit that top 4. He's got 18 points right now. That means he needs at least 6. He needs at least a 4th to hit that 24-point threshold. Shadow Bow and Shadow Rod in the shop. That's always exciting to see.
Yeah, we could go for IE Last Whisper on the Draven. It would be Shadow Last Whisper, however, and Shadow IE, but potential is still there. Also, Milk is apparently the Nico's Help Whisperer, as he has another one of those on the item bench, so that's going to be pretty big. And also denying the brands away from Marcel P. He's holding 6 of them.
That's so funny. I mean, the brand is good too for him. I mean, now he's got 4 Abomination in. You know, he loves this comp. Like we said, he's played it multiple times in this tournament. The Abomination, 3 Forgotten, Draven carry. Yeah.
And I do wonder, you know, I kind of have to ask the question, Doa, is Delicious Milk holding all these brands specifically because of what we mentioned, that Marcel P is the only player that can end the tournament right now in this game, and he's going the brand comp? Or is Milk just thinking about wanting to go brand for himself? Maybe just a combination, brand 3 for himself, excuse me, but isn't it just a combination of both? I think it's likely that it is. So I do like it, actually, from Milk doing this.
Yeah, he's going to take another loss there. I mean, with the Shadow IE and the Shadow Last Whisper on Draven, that is like the world's most paper Draven ever, man. He's just gonna fall over immediately, and that's what we saw in that round. You're gonna have to find some way to keep this Draven healthy with these items.
Yeah, Milk is chaining a few losses together. He is hitting a 7th brand, and oh man, denying all of them away. Milk wants to very much so hit the Draven 2 before he stops rolling and goes 8 to fit in 4 Brawler, it's looking like. But really just needs to hit one more Draven, and these shops are not giving it.
Nope.
Unfortunate. Like, he has the 4 Brawler already prepped. The Gragas 2 is just on the bench waiting to go in, but needs level 8 for it. And yeah, Robin Songs is going for the set, so...
Okay.
Might be good enough this round, as he was positioned on the right side, and the Draven 1, again, is very, very, very weak.
Yeah, the monstrosity comes out and just destroys the Zyra, turns around, and so that's set 3 going down. I mean, you still got the Ashe in the back lines, but it's not looking super good for Delicious Milk in this particular round.
Not a bad loss for Robin Songs, but still Robin Songs. It looked like it was 3 sets away from a set 3. Milk has a tier on the bench. Could be making a redemption. Could make a Shadow Hodge for a 3rd item for the Draven. See what he picks up here in a moment, as he does pick last.
Yeah,
HPs in the lobby are very close as well.
They are, yep. Kind of a pretty even spread from 1st all the way down to 5th right now. Everybody in the 50s there. It's just a little bit of a drop-off down to Goobums as well, but he does have a win streak. Marcel pretty close at 41. Robin Songs just lagging behind, but only slightly at 33. Ends up going to the belt. Yep, it's going to be a redemption. Now a bit of a roll down. There's a Rise 2. It's always nice to see.
Yeah. Rise 2 is big. This tier could end up being a blue buff for the Rise, but we might just consider something the redemption right now. Have to see how much Milk wants to greed on that regard. Not hitting the Draven, though, is really tragic.
Yeah.
And it's not really contested, doesn't look like either. Maybe one other person running Draven at most, but not many.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember if I saw anyone running it, but I don't recall. Marcel P, certainly not running it. He's going for that brand as well. He's got the Hecarim too, but gets wrecked immediately. And so Marcel P certainly struggling a little bit. He tried to go for the pivot for the reroll. It was a little bit late, and now he's losing a lot of health because of it.
Yeah. He's lost health pretty much all the way through stage 3 and 4, and has gone from 1st place to almost last right now, 4 HP away from Robin Songs, who's sitting in 8th. And you gotta be a little bit, maybe ticked off a little bit, Milk holding a lot of the brands, but it looks like Marcel not really going for the brand. He's just going to be satisfied with being able to run that Hecarim and Sejuani 3. Maybe Victor if he can high roll that one as well, but then level up and just put more units in. Okay, Milk finds the pair of Dravens, finds Nunu, now Nico's, and now he can finally sit on this without having to roll anymore. However, going to 8 is now a long way away with how much gold he had to roll with on 7.
Yeah. Doing some positioning, trying to find who he wants to hit in his opponent's front line, ideally. And he'll be able to at least avoid that Thresh hook anyway with the Draven positioning there, but the assassins are on him. Is he going to turn on the Viego? Yep, he is. All right, close call there, but he was able to take it on before Viego got the ult off, and this is looking a little bit better. Yeah, Setsuko's board, really no chance against this.
No, it did end up being kind of
Ooh,
close.
that was actually kind of close, yeah.
Yeah, the Draven was protected for a while, but the Katarina, as soon as she jumps on the Draven, it's pretty much immediately gone. Milk, fortunately, winning that means he's able to hold all the brands, sell the Calistas, make up to at least 10 gold. But it really was a difference of the Draven and the Nunu upgrades. If one of those didn't come through, Milk probably would have lost the round. Marcel P down in last place. We do see hits the Hecarim 3 from the right-hand side. But Breninator, our assassin player, has 50 gold, but is 3 Nocturnes away from plus that Neeko's help achieving a Nocturne 3.
Right, it's going to be a little while, but that Nocturne 3 is certainly going to be what he's aiming for. Maybe gets lucky, finds the Neeko's here. We'll see.
Potentially, but no. Just a bit of gold, 1 item. Shadow Hodge, perhaps for the Katarina.
Yep, that's possible. Let's see. A little bit of a roll down here.
Yep. Needs to hit. It's holding all the 3 costs, make it that much more likely to hit the 3 costs that he wants. Katarina being one that he wants to actually hold. LeBlanc pair as well. Still not a Blanc 2. This is a bit concerning for Breninator if he's not able to hit the Nocturne 3 and doesn't have a secondary threat. Usually you want either LeBlanc or Katarina to be a secondary threat with being itemized. I mean, she does have 1 item, but we're still really far away from getting that Katarina 3, and we found no Nocturnes in that roll down, so I don't know if this will scale well enough into the late game.
Well, Nocturne gets stunned and taken out right away, but luckily the Revenant brings him back, and he's going to be able to heal just a little bit before going down again. Still doesn't look that great, and yeah, Setsuko will do a little bit of damage to the Breninator. This lobby Crone still keeps being really close here.
Oh yeah, it really does, but with every loss from Marcel P that comes through, we've got to be thinking that we're probably going to see a game number 5, and yeah, another one happens. Sure. Looking likely, but then the question remains, who is going to cross that threshold? It was looking likely for up to, 4 other players to do so, and Milk is certainly making a good case for it, still up in the lead on a win streak. Goobum's on a win streak as well.
Yep, Setsuko, Milk, Spencer, Goobums would not be able to cross it even with a first this game yet, but he could get a lot of the ways there. Robin Songs could, remember, but he needs at least a second to do that, and that's looking a little bit unlikely here. Yeah. We'll see, though.
Ooh,
Kagros hits the Yasuo 3, yeah.
Yeah, Robin Songs hit the Set 3 as well, and the Zyra 3, actually, with 3 really good items, Shojin and Double Jeweled Gauntlet. Yeah, the Nocturne from Breninator falls very quickly and falls again. Revenant HP is not going to be enough to res with. So maybe Robin Songs is a world where he can get second with this. Certainly has a lot of gold, but not a lot of HP.
Yeah, able to get a much-needed win there. He needs to preserve as much health as possible at this point. And the Breninator kind of shaking his head, like he's got a board that's just almost there, right? He found a couple Nocturnes. If he maybe found like a 6th Assassin, you can maybe make something out of it, but it just doesn't seem like it's going to be strong enough. And remember, he took 2 8ths in a row coming into this game, so he's got to be hurting a little bit. He does find the Nocturne 3. Whoa!
All right.
All right. Maybe too little too late, but it's encouraging at least.
It is encouraging, but I'm kind of there with you. I'm skeptical it might be too little too late. Again, given the fact that there's no real other tier 3 carries to come online. Katarina only has 1 item, but hey, maybe it can scrape you a 4th. However, Kagros and the Yasuo 3, the items aren't amazing, but they are serviceable and could win this round against Spencer. Spencer running, again, Abominations. We see it, another player running it.
Yeah, these are items that can certainly serve Yasuo well. Shadow Hodge, and he's got the Shadow Zeeks. Oh, he doesn't quite get the attack off on the Kalista, but it doesn't matter. Still able to win that round in the end, and wow, this is a super close lobby. Oh, Marcel P, though, our player with a chance to win it all out in 8th here. But, we see this, Crone, from time to time in this format. Like, we see the players that are on the verge of winning start to take some kind of big chances to try to just secure firsts above anything else. And so I think that kind of extreme attempt to pivot into the Hecarim reroll comp was his way of saying, all right, I'm playing for first, no matter what, 1st or 8th, and unfortunately for him, this game, it was an 8th.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, if you do a high roll in that situation, Marcel could definitely carry that into a 1st, so I don't blame the pivot. I don't blame the option there. It just unfortunately didn't work out. But still, Marcel could just win next game and still win it, so not really too much of a detriment there. A little bit if we're going to be going for that 40-point threshold to win as well, over just the winning at 24. But still, Marcel in an okay spot right now, still had a very sizable lead over the rest of the lobby. But moving to these other players, Kagros actually hitting the Riven 3 as well as the Yasuo 3, but all of a sudden players like Robinsongs have gone from being 7th or 8th place in HP to being 3rd place and on a win streak, so Robin, again, could get at least a second here.
Yeah. You know, it's interesting because we saw that that set 3 do so poorly yesterday, but you know, we did also see like a lot of Hecarim reroll and everything popping off yesterday too. So the makeup of the lobbies today is a little bit different, and maybe Robinsongs has identified that and has found a way to maybe excel with this board that looked a little bit weaker yesterday.
Yeah, Spencer, unfortunately, slammed the Zephyr on the, I believe it was Brand to win the round, but not only did he not win the round, but he also griefed the Abomination items, because sometimes he'll take the Zephyr from Brand as opposed to the Runans. That's actually a lot of damage lost, so everything going wrong for Spencer in that round, and now, with this 5 loss streak, looking like he might end up taking a 7th, but again, the HPs are so close. If he rolls a couple good matchups in a row, could still top 4, but it really is just matchup dependent, who you hit at this point.
Yep, Spencer needs at least 5 points to hit that 24-point threshold, and since we don't give away 5 points for any of the positions, it's either 6 for a 4th or 4th for a 5th. He needs to hit a top 4 at least to be able to cross the 24-point threshold.
Yeah, let's see it. Delicious Milk actually has a Warmogs as the last item on the Draven, making him a lot tankier. Is that going to be enough? A-Bomb comes through from Spencer. Milk's A-Bomb comes through right now, and yeah, this is going to be a pretty dominant win, it looks like, for Milk. Spencer's going to fall here, and with that, not cross over the threshold.
That's big, because that's one of the players not getting there. Makes it much more likely for the other players who are a little bit lower in the rankings to have a better chance to come back. Brennanator out as well, and tough day for him. You know, a couple 8s, and now that's another 6th for him. So still kind of struggling a little bit, but, you know, we've got at least one more game here.
Yeah. At least one more game as well, down to our top 5. Robinsongs gets an IE, which isn't great. Could have paired that with the Zyra if there was a slot open, but there isn't. But I'm actually really impressed with how this board is coming along from Robinsongs. It not only has the set threat, I'll call it, but it has the Zyra threat as well, being tier 3 and having 3 amazing items. And I think that's going a long way into Robinsongs actually chaining these wins together and being able to level up to 8 and just get a better board online. He has 4 Spellweavers to buff up the Zyra damage as well. And usually the sets were only, you know, falling because they were the only threat, but now Robinsongs identified what's wrong with that composition and is playing around, you know, improving that.
Yeah. Decides to dedicate the IE to the Warwick. Not a bad idea. Warwick can probably make the most use out of that. The game's probably going to end before we get to the next carousel, I would guess, or else shortly afterwards. Robinsongs only 26 HP, but he does have that win streak going. Plays against Kagros now, who's having the best game that he's had yet today. Riven 3, Yasuo 3. Is it enough?
I mean, the Bramble with the Riven is going to do huge work, in fact, of getting past that set. Now the Zyra, yeah, it's not going to be enough. Finally, Robinsongs falls in a round, but that composition did kind of just, like, counter Robinsongs' board. Kagros goes on a 4-win streak with that. Robinsongs looking a bit less likely to get into the top 2. There is a Viego, too, that looks like Goobums is nearly losing against. However, the Aphelios items are good. One more ult off could do it, but no, barely. Goobums takes the loss. But
it was that stolen Morgana. That stolen Morgana that was able to help finish off the Aphelios. That's definitely some big-time Viego value there.
Mm-hmm. Whichever side Robinsongs positions the set on could be the difference between winning or losing. Also dodging the Shroud. We see a Shroud on that previous board. Setsuko taking a very awkward 4 assassin board with it looked like a Nocturne 1, but trying to top 4 with it. Bit rough there.
Setsuko only needs 3 points to be able to cross the 24-point threshold, so at least since he's guaranteed at least a 5th place, he'll have that, so he'll be across the line either way, so it's kind of a victory lap as far as the rounds go for him. Now Robinsongs looking to improve here.
The Zyra cast, one-shots a couple of units, but the other units still remained, and wow. Setsuko takes out Robinsongs, so Robinsongs, another player that will not cross the threshold.
Yep, he needed at least a second to do it. Didn't get close, so going to need another game to do that. Meanwhile, Delicious Milk coming into this one with 18 points. He needed a good result, needed at least 6 points, at least a 4th place, and he's got that now. So Milk going to be another one of our players in Game 5 if we look ahead to have the chance to win it and get that spot at the mid-set finale. Good news for him.
Yeah. I'm actually loving, I mean, we talked about it before, but I'm loving how Milk pilots this composition because it allows him to go level 9 where many other players aren't. Many other players get capped out on either level 7 or level 8, but with this board, it allows him the time. It gets a solid carry online with the Draven. I mean, it's going to run face first into the Riven in this round, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But the A-Bomb's still taking out a lot of units. Milk won't, lose the game in this round. Will be on 1 HP. But he's going to go to 9 next round, roll it down from our upgrades, and his board can improve a lot depending on what that 9th unit is going to be.
Yep. And so looking across the rest of the lobby here, Kagros obviously needed a big game. They've got 8 points coming into this one. We've got Goobums going out in 4th. Goobums came into the game with 11 points, so still going to be a ways away from that 24-point threshold, so rough day so far for Goobums. But we are going to have a few more people crowing eligible to win next round, but we got to finish this one out first.
Yeah, and finishing out, Milk is going to deny the Assassin Spatula away from Setsuko. So Setsuko will not be able to go up to 6 Assassins, I believe, but Milk might be able to get a couple online. Or maybe just, dare I say, like Assassin Rise, get Rise in the backline, and, could be able to CC some backliners? Potentially.
Find a Viego, be able to do that maybe. Oh, Kindred? Okay.
I like this.
I don't mind this.
Providing a lot of good synergies right there. I mean, mainly just Mystic, but it does also protect the Draven very, very well. Milk is also positioning this to counter Assassins, and does run into Setsuko here, so this might be the difference, and this is a great Shroud running into the Viego.
Yeah, shrouding that Viego too will slow things down a little bit. Ooh, still might be able to grab that unit away, and he does. Yeah. That's a lot of HP for Draven to chew through at this point. Ooh, and Daisy comes in, and can the Abomination maybe carry here? It's looking a little bit grim. Looks okay. No, never mind. Turning it around. I thought maybe that Draven was in a lot of trouble, but he lived. Yeah. Now Setsuko going to get knocked out.
Yeah, it was close, but Milk actually, with that positioning, that won the round for him. I think cornering everything so that Viego stole the Nunu instead of jumping onto, say, a Draven. The Kindred ulti actually was massive because she did get her ult off. Now Milk has to decide how he wants to put this this Ivern in, if at all. And it does go in over the Kindred, it looks like. I mean, it's still going to be a lot of frontline, but yeah, Milk might not actually want to do that after all. Says no more Assassins so I can position my Brawlers in the front line. But will it be enough to go against this Yasuo and Riven 3, though? I'm not so sure.
I think it's smart, though, to keep the 4 Brawler in. There's going to be a lot of frontline damage happening here, and he needs all the HP he can get. Needs to give Draven time. That Abomination, the Monstrosity, can come out, run right into the Riven and take it down. Now, can he take out the Yasuo and the Mord? That's a danger. Yasuo coming in on the Draven. Monstrosity, though?
Nightbringer shield. Oh, it's too much. Milk's going to fall, and Kagros will win game number 4. A much-needed victory, might I add, because Kagros was in the bottom 2. If this is the line to be able to still advance, still get first place, it starts with that victory.
Yeah, that's huge for Kagros to be able to make a little bit of a comeback. Still a ways to go, but getting a first place, jumping up to 18 points. If nobody wins it in game number 5, then maybe Kagros with another good result has a chance to really have a huge come-from-behind victory here today. But it's going to take a lot. There's a lot of other players that are definitely a bit closer to making it happen. We're going to look at the point totals in a moment. I'm not going to try to do all the math off the top of my head, but we know that at least 2, if not maybe more people, I think, have crossed the threshold at this point and are prepared to take a win with first. Let's take a look at those scores right now and see who's got it. It is going to be 3 people. Setsuko and Delicious Milk join Marcel P as players that have crossed 24 points. They can win the tournament with a first in the next game. You can see other players very close. Spencer, Robbins, Kagros, Goobums, all within striking distance. It's really just, unfortunately, the Brennanator at this point. That's a bit too far away to, hit that and have a good chance of winning.
Definitely so. all the way up to Goobums, could still win this whole tournament. And even if you don't win, right, even just getting like a second or third place, while it doesn't qualify you for the mid-set finale, you still get some more money. So you get, that at least as a bit of a benefit. But it's really going to come down to these next couple of games, Doa. It could end with the next one very realistically. All of these players on the top three between Setsuko, Milk, and Marcel have achieved victories already, so to do it again is definitely not too far off.
Yep, that's right, and we do see players taking chances too. I mean, Marcel P ended up getting 1 point. Yeah, he took an 8th this last game, but we're going to see more risky plays come out of players that have met that 24-point moment, right? Because it's all about the first right now. Second through whatever doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is a first place. Sure, there's that 40-point, break point that you can still win it that way, but most players are going to be playing it to end it right away as soon as possible.
Yeah, we'll think about the 40-point threshold after the next game. If none of those 3 players end up winning, then it'll be a very real win condition for a lot of people. But until then, we'll just have to wait and see, because still some very, very impactful games. They just keep getting more and more intense as each game goes by. And I mean, that's why I know that we both love the format, because of those reasons.
It is exciting, and it's going to get more exciting. We're going to take a quick break, but when we come back, 3 players with a chance to win it. Don't go anywhere. The Teamfight Tactics Reckoning Challenger Series returns right after this. Welcome back to TFT Reckoning Challenger Series. Doa and Crowan here with you for, again, what could be the last game, or we could keep going. That's the beauty of the format, because we've got three players who are capable of winning it with a first place. They are Setsuko, Delicious Milk, and Marcel P. All have crossed that 24-point threshold. There's a 40-point threshold down the road, but we'll talk about that more after this game if we need to. For now, it's on those three players to try to win it, and it's on everyone else in the lobby, Crowan, to try to stop them.
It definitely is. It's a lot of pressure for those 5 players who are not above that threshold, right? And I think that players are really... I don't think actually going to change their playstyle too much. You know, they might deny some units like we saw Milk do to Marcel P in that last game, but mostly I think players have found what they're comfortable with and running in terms of compositions. We see some assassins pop up, you know, here and there, but we do see a lot of, again, the abominations making the mid-game happen. And I think Milk is probably the best player, it seems like, coming out on top of those, because he's found a way to run Draven in there and be able to get that board to go to 9 so consistently. So Milk, if there is a player actually that's going to win the tournament in this next game, I think Milk is on the forefront of my list there.
Yeah, it would be hilarious, right? Because I mean, he's been a great player in TFT for a very, very long time, all the way back to the very beginning. One of the most outspoken players, one of those outspoken critics of the game of TFT, because he loves it so much. You can't blame the guy. He didn't even play very much in this last patch, supposedly because he just didn't like playing it. It wasn't his thing. But then coming back here for this tournament, he's got that B patch. He's got a great plan coming into it, and he's playing amazingly. So it'd be awesome to see him come back and win it. We'll see if he's able to do that, Crowan, as we're about to move in to game number 5 here. And usually with this format, it's around like game 7, where it's almost certainly guaranteed to end. But game 5 is where it starts to get pretty likely. And here we are with Delicious Milk, our current second points leader. He's right below Setsuko, but like you were saying, he seems to have a good read on this current tournament meta. See if you can get him a first.
Let's see it. He's gotten a first already today. That was with the Assassin Riven 3. And taking a look at actually the compositions that won the game today, they all were based around some 3-star unit, right? We started the day off in game number 1 with an Ashe 3, then a Vel'Koz 3. Now, it's a bit of a high roll, but even still, you know, we moved to a Riven 3, and then another Riven 3, actually, a Yasuo 3 that happened in the last game from Kagero. So it is a lot of those 3-star, 3-cost units that we're seeing dominate at the end of the days, or end of the games.
Right. And that's something people were really looking for, honestly. Towards the beginning of the set, you know, a lot of people were saying the 4 costs had a little bit too much focus on them. They wanted 3 costs to exceed more, or to succeed more. We saw patches kind of reinforcing that. And I feel like this tournament is kind of the first time we're really sort of seeing that come to life, with those 3 costs making a big difference. And it's healthy, right? There's still a good amount of everything else. We've seen Hecarim and Brand be successful. Those are a couple 2-cost units. We've certainly seen Draven and Aphelios be successful this tournament. Those are a couple 4-cost units. So again, you know, small sample size with just one tournament, early play in the meta. But so far, it's looking okay. And wow, how about this? Delicious Milk finds a Nocturne early on.
Yeah, Milk's certainly going to be considering that to move forward with, and he's going to, not buy any units in the shop right now, just keeping the Leona 2 and the Nocturne, so some options open depending on how much gold he's able to get here, and, you know, it was probably just waiting for a pre-level to come through. Oh, maybe not, because
take your
that's, pick. That's a Riven. Milk does like that. He re-rolled Riven a couple of different times during this tournament, once yesterday and once today. Legionnaires could go in, at least 2 Legionnaires between the Aatrox and the Riven. Can level to 4 as well, though, considering it.
I feel like Legionnaire is the safer way to go in this. I was going to say, I do feel like Legionnaire is the safer way to go with this Riven here, and he's actually going to throw 3 Legionnaires in there. So you get the 2-point synergy, but then you also have 3 units that are healing after using their ability. And throwing in the Riven, you've got that tanky Leona. I like this board.
Yeah, and the items, I think, tell a big part of the story. Milk already has a sword and a bow. Bow wants to turn into Runan, sword turns into either Deathblade or IE, usually IE, but those are going to be fantastic Riven items. So Milk is playing for what the best case scenario looks like, and he's going to destroy Marcel P's Hellion board there. Now, Marcel P and Delicious Milk, still 2 of the players that can win this tournament with a first in this lobby. Milk, though, we already know his trajectory with that early Riven, so I'm actually pretty concerned for the other players in the lobby now, with Milk seemingly having, nearly mastered this strategy, it feels.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great start, right? It's one of those things where it's like, this could be a game where he just runs away with it. Could also be a game where you just find this early start, you feel like the game is leading you in one direction, then you just don't find what you're looking for the rest of it, too. That does happen once in a while. And so a player in Delicious Milk's situation needs to be aware of when that point comes, if it does come, where you thought you were going to play the game one way, but you're just not getting what you need for it, and you need to make an adjustment. So we'll check in with him later. Now going over to Setsuko's POV, one of our other players who's in the running to win it with a first. Currently our points leader.
And they have an interesting start to do that with. They got 2 items plus a Nico's help for the initial PvE rounds, which means they didn't get that unfortunate 2 Nico gold start. They in fact got a lot more gold, but running into that Gragas with already a refracted Dragon Claw and a Sunfire Cape, that's very aggressively wanting to go for a win streak. Now, these items aren't going to be that impactful in the late game. They're going to be okay, but really, really gunning for that early win streak.
Yeah. And props to Kegros on that one as well, because they've got 18 points right now. Need to have a good result, at least a 4th, to be able to move into the 24-point threshold. And if the game doesn't end this game, and so I think slamming those items early, getting a consistent HP, getting a good win streak going is a good way to position yourself to do that.
I exactly agree with you. I think Kegros is playing this very intelligently for the tournament format. Getting a 4th does get you over that threshold, so I like that play, even if it is unorthodox, because you got to start making some, kind of weird moves sometimes if you just want to play for a specific placement. So it's players like that that are able to adapt from just that, solo queue mindset that I'm actually really impressed with. So excited to see if Kagros can make that happen.
Yeah. Same. Setsuko going up against Delicious Milk here. Another strong board, but it looks like Setsuko is just going to be a little bit too strong for Milk here.
Yeah, that Warwick just reset after reset after reset right away. Unfortunately, lost to that Gragas from Kagros by only 1 HP, or he would go on a heavy win streak, it seems like, in this stage, but is still going to be at 98 HP, picks 2nd, maybe actually last, depending on the RNG here, but okay, will pick 2nd along with 3rd, along with Kagros.
Yep, that's right. 3 players at 98. So sometimes you can appear to be picking in one position, end up picking in another one. You never know.
Yeah, Goobum's gonna pick last, unfortunately.
Yep, and Goobums is another one of those players that needs to have a big game. 17 points for him at the moment, and still fighting for that 24-point threshold. So definitely wants to keep this tournament going.
Yeah, speaking of Goobums and his placements, I mean, he's gotten, a couple 7ths and then a 3rd and a 4th today.
Yep.
So, I mean, not the worst. I mean, Goobums is sitting in 7th in terms of overall points on the day, but at least being able to get those couple of top 4s, I think Goobums can set himself up, to be over the threshold with the 1st or a 2nd, but the time needs to be right now, of course. And, I mean, you also got to be thinking about, again, those top 3 players, but Robin Songs, another player that wants to get over the threshold, needs at least a 5th to do it.
Yeah,
running,
and Robin Songs,
good brand board.
He's been crushing his ranked games lately, and he was our only player yesterday that never finished outside of the top 4, so had a very good, consistent day yesterday. But last game was a bit of a heartbreaker. He needed a 2nd place to hit 24 points, didn't quite get it. Still fighting for it this game. He's down at 20 points exactly. So we'll see if maybe he can get it done with the Hellions and Knights early on, but not against Spencer this round at least. That's an early Varus 2, and that's going to hurt.
Oh yeah, Varus 2 at this point on stage 2 is pretty much a lock for win streaking through it. It does, of course, come down to your front line as well, but it looks like Spencer has a decent enough one. And a Dragon Claw Slam from Robin Songs is very interesting. It will be good against, brands or, Vel'Koz's, Teemos, things of the sort, but you're probably not going to run into as many of those boards as you are into just, attack damage-based boards. I guess the thought process is what else you're going to do with 2 cloaks right now, so might as well just get the upfront value that can hopefully also have some value later on into the game, but it does depend on where everyone's direction takes them. It's not guaranteed to be very impactful.
Yeah, I mean, we've been seeing players work in Mystics maybe a little bit more recently than we had in the past, but you know, it is one of those items just not going to give you a big boost right now, like you mentioned. Kagros' board is looking pretty crazy. Double Nunu all the way. They're going to have to fight for the food, it looks like. And there's going to be it's a non-stop buffet coming out of the Hellion portal here.
Yeah, maybe they're going to be okay with it, not to fight too much, because all these Hellions, I mean... Yeah, just with the 4 Brawlers, it's just way, way too tanky. Nunu's actually getting blocked off there. Oh, finally, there's a space for one Nunu to nom. Oh, the Nunu takes it.
It's like the person who cuts in front of you on the buffet. It's like, oh, I just want one of those rolls. Like, I'm not going to go through the whole buffet, but it's still rude, isn't it? You know, come on.
Yeah, and they actually get punished for it, right? Cutting the line and still not getting the food. It's
karma kick you right out. That Nunu. That's right. You just tip their plate over. You're like, ha!
I'll show you.
That's rude to do. Yeah,
it's kind of BM. Some other forces came in. The Hellion portal launched the other unit over and rewarded the patient Nunu. But
you never know when a portal to the underworld is gonna open up. So
yeah, you don't really expect that
phase, I guess.
It does come into play, and a lot of gold coming into play for Robin Songs in the brand too. Actually, with that unit drop, and still being able to make up to 30 gold potentially, but does, of course, want to hold the Sejuani because Robin Songs is going for ye old Brand Cavalier reroll.
It's tried and true. It has been a good composition in the reroll meta, and then also did pretty well yesterday as the day went on. So it's one of those boards that can certainly net you a top 4, if not a top 1. So no big surprise there. Yeah.
No big surprise. It has struggled a bit today, actually. Only, I believe, 1 out of the 4 games so far has the Brand Hecarim reroll landed at top 4, and it was exactly a 3rd place. So a bit less consistent, it seems. Still a solid board, though, especially if Robin Songs does hit the Brand 2 this early. No Hecarims, though, when you're staring at a Hecarim 2 from Setsuko, and somehow a double Nico's Help. It's just the day of Nico's Helps, it seems. That's going to be a bit concerning.
Yeah, very concerning, for sure. You're going to want to find that Hecarim, and we might see a little bit of a roll down at 3-2 to try to secure that and move away from the Kled, or at least go up to 3 Cavalier. I was worried for a second he was going to slam that Shadow Jewel Gauntlet, but it's like, no, you need to keep that Shadow Rod for the possibility of being able to get... Yeah, you can slam the OK one, but keep the Shadow Rod, get that Shadow Hextech Gunblade, because we know how much healing that brand can put out.
Yeah. So something I've noticed from a lot of Robin Song's games here is that he absolutely loves rolling it down very aggressively at 3-2 to stabilize. But my question is, maybe Robin Songs is doing that a lot more than needs to be. I mean, he's still rolling now for upgrades, even after finding things like that Victor 2. It does kind of just shaft his economy for later on into the game, but I think that's why we see Robin Songs get so many consistent top 4s in this tournament, because of that aggression, but not a lot of first places. I'm curious, I haven't quite watched Robin Song stream that much recently in his ladder play, because in ladder play he's getting a lot of firsts, but it's really not translating here, and that playstyle I think goes to prove that point.
Yeah, well, you always have the question of ladder meta versus tournament meta, and clearly there's a difference there. And if we just look at the results, Robin Songs has been around long enough that I would never think it was nerves or something with him. He's not gonna get too nervous at this point. He's been in too many of these situations, but clearly the philosophy that's done so well for him on ladder very recently is not quite as successful in the tournament format. That said, I think he's put together a strong board here. I think he may have stabilized. 2 Knight, 2 Cav, 2 Spellweaver seems strong, and he's got got 6 out of 9 brands for the brand 3, so he's coming along.
Yeah, has Nico's Help as well. I mean, the really concerning part is no Hecarims. Hecarim 3 is probably the most important unit, actually probably a little bit more important than the Brand 3 to be able to get. And no Hecarims right now. Kind of yikes. Robin Songs does have time to find some, but they are being denied by other players in the lobby. And you gotta consider that, right? The whole lobby dynamic from the rest of the 7 players does kind of sometimes put a little pin into what you want to do and make it that much more difficult.
Yeah, a bit. You do have a Delicious Milk going for that Abomination board again that he's been liking so much. Might be looking for that Draven a little bit later, putting on a little bit of a dance show with his units on the bench behind that during the round too. Yeah, this is a strong brand right now.
It is, but a stronger Abomination probably coming out here. Maybe not quite as strong as it needs to be, because Sejuani stun comes through. Great
close.
peel, but Milk's items seem very, very like exactly what he wants. He always has that Runaan's and the IE for the Abomination and a tank item, and then it is going to be Warmogs on the Nunu. So Milk has sort of what he likes to run. His HP is rather low, though. There's 3 players actually in the 50 HP range. We haven't quite seen that today. A lot of times the HPs have been pretty similar.
Wow, but Delicious Milk got a Draven with a Shadow Cloak off of the carousel.
Oh wow, that's huge.
It does. I'm not sure what he's got on his bench right now, but that is definitely an item you can use on your Draven. So he might have just kind of lucked out into it, even earlier Draven than usual.
I don't.
Speaking of earlier than usual, that's an early Karma too. Wow.
Oh, okay. What? This is so interesting. I actually really want to see a Karma carry work out, because I think we saw a little bit of it during day number 1, but it really didn't end up proving that effective and didn't have great placements. But I think there's really going to be a chance for Karma to pop off, and is this the time with the Archangel's Staff? It is a bit better, but once Karma gets to 10 mana and spams ultimates that way, the AP that you get from the Archangels is going to be very, very minimal. So I'm not sure this is the exact build to do it with. It is early Karma 2, however, though, so it's still going to be strong right now.
Well, it's strong, you're right. It does a lot of damage, but it's still very fragile, and you can see it going down there. Did it do enough damage? I don't think so for this Abomination to clean up. And it looks like Setsuko should get a win. So yeah, early Karma 2, but a low damage Karma 2 with not a ton of front line to really back it up. And yeah, another couple Nikos Goobums notices over there.
Nikos everywhere. Setsuko's in a really good spot. I mean, he's level 730 gold.
4th Dawnbringer.
94 HP. Yeah, 4th Dawnbringer, 5th Dawnbringer even in. Probably will take out one of those in a moment.
Take out the Kha'Zix and put in the Morgana, maybe? This doesn't really need the Assassin. Yeah, reading it. And yep, bonus ability power to 40% of their maximum mana. And so not as much since Karma, obviously is not going to be spending a whole lot of mana towards the end of that.
No, in fact, that will be exactly 4 AP whenever she gets to that 10 mana. So, yeah, not too much there. And keeps 5 Dawnbringers in. Interesting.
Yeah, and if you get to the point where you get like a good damage item on Karma, she's still going to be cranking out the damage regardless of that Archangels, but it is concerning.
Will be probably good enough to farm these Hellions, and it's looking likely the Hellions very small HP pools. Karma does 6.2k damage, and actually something that I'm remembering is yesterday when we saw the Karmas, I think they were paired with like Jewel Gauntlets and IEs. But there's a lot of actually Bramble Vests that are coming into play in this meta, so Karma is actually just fully countered, it seems like, from that. So I actually like the itemization of Karma with not an IE Jeweled Gauntlet combo. Maybe like a Death Cap would be really solid to round things off with. The Archangel still I'm not a huge fan of, but it's okay. Maybe Goobums finds something else, hopefully eventually. Spencer, though, on a 7 win streak going into the Wolves, and that's based off of that Varus 2 in the early game.
Right, and he's already got that 3 Mystic online as well, the Nightbringer, so he's just waiting for that Aphelios to swap the Varus out with, because he's going to be up to the 3 Mystic 4 Nightbringer, which is something a lot of people have been running so far. A little bit of a swap here just to get 4 Nightbringer in there anyway, for the moment.
Yeah.
Aphelios, go down to 2 Mystic here, yeah.
Yeah, Aphelios has the Redemption. I'm curious if Spencer will actually want to remake the Aphelios, sell the Varus when Aphelios 2 comes through. And put the items there. I think that's the likely option, knowing Aphelios boards in this meta. Aphelios hasn't performed today as well as I was expecting, actually. Aphelios has only gotten 1 second place and 1 fourth place today out of 4 games so far. And with this Bloodthirster slam,
you could have made an Infinity Edge, too.
Yeah, and that's generally the way better option there, so maybe Spencer's just going to hold on to this Varus and want to bring this into like a level 9 board and just play a bunch of Knights to protect the Varus.
I mean, because normally you'd put the Redemption on something like an Ashe, I mean, I would imagine he, must have gotten that Aphelios off the carousel with an item already on it or something, but yeah, normally you'd want the Aphelios with the items, except for the Bloodthirster, probably want the IE instead, and then you'd want the Redemption on the Ashe, but there's no Ashe quite yet, so he's kind of having to make some adaptations on the fly. But one of the things that makes Ranger strong right now is the damage that Aphelios gets from the Nightbringer buff, along with of course all the items. So it's a little bit unorthodox. Varus did get nerfed in the B patch yesterday, and so we don't see it being quite as strong as it was previously. Spencer kind of thinking about his items here too, but I do wonder kind of how he plays out of this one, because he's got an okay board. He's certainly doing well. He's in first with a win streak, but this is only going to last so long. It feels like this kind of board is going to fall off unless you make some changes.
Yeah, and the changes that Spencer wants to make is just increasing that Little Legend level, going to level 8 and putting another unit in, as he already kind of dedicates some of that gold to XP. Of course, doesn't want to level up right now and doesn't want to drop below 50, but certainly within the next 2 rounds, Spencer will go to 8.
Yeah.
That Rel unfortunately didn't get the cast off, so a bit less frontline action to provide protection for the Varus, and Varus might end up falling here. We'll see in a couple moments.
Yep, yeah, kind of face tanking the monstrosity, and that's not going to work out well. Bloodthirster, no. So there's a win streak ending already, and drops down to 81. And yeah, like we were talking about, this is a board that's going to need some changes if it's going to probably even stay in the top 4.
Yep, Spencer probably just going to look to find... okay, he's either going to look to find, like, level 8 and roll for Aphelios 2, swap the items over, or just be okay with upgrading the front line with, say, like a Darius or something like that. But scouting the rest of the lobby, he sees a lot of very, very strong things, so Spencer has to make this happen very quickly in terms of this transition. If the board doesn't get to a good spot in the next round, once he levels up and rolls down, he'll be in a bit of trouble and probably will drop down to a bit of a bot 4, as you alluded to moments ago.
Did you see Delicious Milk hit the Draven 2 during that last round? And I think he's playing against Milk right now. Yeah, he is. Draven 2 with the Risk Thirster, which is a great item. You do get some attack speed out of that if you get up to 90% HP again. And the GA just to make sure he stays safe. That's a big Volibear ultimate as well. And here comes the Abomination. So Delicious Milk up to his old tricks again. Abomination, Draven. It's, again, something that we haven't seen a ton of. But the more I see this comp, the more I like it. And the more I think we're going to see it on ladder going forward.
Definitely so. The concerning part for Milk is that he's only 10 gold at level 7 and 36 HP, so the Milk that we've seen in previous Abomination-Draven games, with being able to level up to 8 and 9 pretty quickly, is not going to be the case this game, so it's way less likely to win the whole lobby, and so we might be here for a while longer, Doa, but Setsuko going to be the player that can maybe put an end to it all. He's one of the players that are above the threshold, is sitting at 84 HP at the top. Marcel being the 3rd player, but he's down in 8th place with 20 HP right now.
Yeah, Marcel may just bomb out for the 2nd game in a row here. But, the funny thing is being at that 24-point mark, being in a position to win it with a first, as we see the swaps coming in here from Spencer, does put some interesting pressure on you. Oh, and I love this. Yeah, filling up the items, swapping things over before he makes it. That's going to pop the redemption off because it prioritizes the items on the board, of course. Going to be a stronger board for Spencer. But yeah, it is interesting to see Marcel P kind of going for it. And unfortunately for him, not quite making it here after hitting the 24-point mark.
Yeah, no, Marcel's running a triple Shadow Hand of Justice Teemo. Whoa. That's, I don't think I've ever seen that before, but it's not really doing too hot here. Has not hit the Aphelios yet, and continually won't, but the Thresh Hook actually might put a change to that.
So it's a good amount of damage. Yeah. It's a good amount of tears as well. Ooh, bit of Aphelios. Come on, Kennen. Come on. Oh, you did it. It was close.
Very close. Marcel stabilizes, but that was during Spencer's transitional phase. Spencer's kind of running a very awkward 3 Ranger right now. Can find... Oh, he needs to find actually a Varus or a Vayne to be able to play 4 Rangers, but until then... Yeah, he's just kind of stuck with these 3 Rangers on the board because I want to take out the Ashe because she has the Last Whisper right now, and she's also an Ashe too. The Kindred is always going to want to remain on the board right now. So Spencer needs to roll it down even more to... Okay, finds the 4 Rangers. Finds no frontline upgrades, though, which, again, is the concerning part. Because Morgana 1 and Rel 1 is not going to be nearly enough.
Right, which you're really kind of hoping for. I know we've got the Last Whisper on the Ashe, but you're really looking for a Darius here because he's going to be armor shredding a larger group of people.
Yeah.
Earlier, probably, than that Ashe is going to be able to. We'll see what happens, though. He's checking out that Teemo again. The triple Shadow Jewel Gauntlet. That's something you don't see every day.
Yeah, the Karma actually, I believe, now has double Archangels, and not only one, but two. Interesting pivot, or decision, I guess. Well, I mean, we'll see how it ends up later on, but we're going to check back in first with Robin Songs, who is re-rolling for Hecarims and Brands, but that's a Hecarim 1.
He has a single Hecarim. What?
And still the same amount of Brands that we saw almost 2 full stages ago.
Yeah, you're right. Still just sitting on 6. That is a heartbreaker for Robin Songs. And what is it about people playing this comp and just not
it's just
finding
doomed.
the units
It's
they need
cursed.
today? Like, it is a cursed comp today. It was great yesterday, but it is cursed today.
Like, the items are great. Well, from the brand at least, Redemption and Declaw is still going to be okay for the front line. But
sure.
All right, the time for Robin Songs to roll down is now. Hey, the second Hecarim, that's pretty good. 1 brand away as well.
More brands.
This is kind of painful. Wants the Nautilus, but actually can't pick it up. Can't hold the Victor either. Actually sells the Hecarim pair. Oh no.
What?
Okay. All right. We finally hit.
Okay. Yeah, here we go. Finding a lot of upgrades now, and I suppose, once you eliminate some of the other 2 costs, it's going to be easier to find that other Hecarim.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, we're going for Victor 4. Okay, sells the extra Victor.
Your tank is the Sejuani anyway at this point. All right, gets a nice Shroud off onto Brennanator's board, who's going for a Draven here. Draven Mord, the classic dynamic duo that we see a lot of.
We talked about earlier, though, Hecarim's the most important unit in this comp, and only being stuck on Hecarim 1 right now on 5-1, like, that is almost unheard of for this comp. Hopefully he can find a Hecarim 2, but that's not even going to be a priority at this point. It's really just Sejuani and Brand against the world, and it's going to be enough to take down Brandanator in this round. I mean, that was a huge round of upgrades for Robin Songs. Hits 3 out of the 4 key units, so he's still in an okay spot for now.
He's still got a good amount of crowd control between, like, the Nautilus, Rel, Sejuani. He's got shields coming in, so it's definitely a serviceable board. And now the Taric is going to kind of buoy that front line a little bit even more, and just make it that much more tanky. But look at this shop, 4 costs in a level 7 shop, but not a single Hecarim 2. You can see Robin Songs just shaking his head. He's like, well, how did it come to this? There's a Hecarim 2 over there. Let's see who else is holding them, but not too many people are.
No, not too many, but he's in an awkward spot where if he loses this round, he'll have to choose between locking the bench or selling the Hecarim to pick up the Taric, or just not picking up the Taric at all. Yeah. Taric still is a solid unit here. Going up against Kagros, who's on a Draven board, but only a Draven 1. Mordekaiser, though, being a solid unit. And with that Refracted Bramble, or Refracted Dragonclaw, actually, going to be negating crits, so that Brand actually is not able to output enough damage. The Sejuani might be enough, however.
Yeah, Taric ults, but he doesn't connect with the Sejuani. There's another charge, though, so there's another little bit of damage reduction. And yeah, I mean, this Sejuani is just sort of like slowly plowing through people's boards. It's like a steamroller at this point. It's not very fast, but it isn't going to be moved easily. Yeah,
and Robin Songs fortunately wins the round, so he can pick up the Taric pair and can now roll for these last few upgrades. Robin Songs doing a lot. Oh, hey, Hecarim 2 at 5-3. Wow.
Oh, what do you know? Yeah.
He is on 3 Ironclad, though, with the Ironclad Spat, which is great against all of the, Draven and Aphelios boards, and there are a couple of those. So, how's that going for him?
That's a really good point. We are seeing more of a priority over to some AD-based compositions in this lobby. Not this one, but some of the other ones, and so that Ironclad is going to be important. Rel does get Zephyred. Teemo is going to start throwing those huge shrooms onto people. Little bombs. I guess they're not really shrooms in this particular lore situation, but still deadly.
Not quite, but yeah, just as deadly. The triple Shadow Hodge once again, but Sejuani and Brand both still alive, and again, take note of the Brand's item, the Hextech Gunblade of Immortality, making all of his rest of his units immortal, it seems, because nothing else falls, but Marcel will be the one to do so in a moment.
It's really death by 1,000 cuts with this composition from Robin Songs. It's like your Cavaliers just slowly grind their way through the enemy team, and Brand is certainly doing some damage, but it's it's a lot of healing really that you're counting on Brand for. But it's working for now.
Yeah, and actually Marcel and Milk both fall in 8th and 7th, so now Setsuko is the only player remaining to be able to close out this tournament with a victory. And he's sitting at 50 HP. We see the perspective of this board right now. It's 4 Assassins, 3 Forgotten. Can he end up making it work even more? Finds a Deathblade on the carousel, but most importantly, just a Diana to put in as a solid unit. He's level 8 and still 2 Neeko's helps on the bench. That is pretty good. 1 Katarina away and actually hits it with the roll.
That's huge, actually.
Yeah. Setsuko could take the tournament right with this game with that upgrade.
He could. Other players to kind of think about as we close out this game and get close to it anyway. Kagros right now at 18 points. They would need at least 4th to be able to hit that 24-point mark. So they're going to be trying for it. But I am wondering, Crone, with this Katarina 3, if this might be enough.
Definitely needs the Nocturne 3 to come through, but actually maybe isn't even going for it at this point. I believe he had 4 Nocturnes, but maybe sold 1. Maybe I'm misremembering, though, but either way, this Katarina going to be able to eventually chunk through this Mordekaiser. It'll take a second, but yeah, it'll happen.
Yep. The Brennanator down again. Brennanator staying alive a little bit longer in this game, but still, pretty far away from getting anywhere close to 24 points. Meanwhile, Sejuani finally goes down to the tiny little dragon baby. It happened.
Oh, boy. It did. Setsuko also swapped the Deathblade over to the Nocturne, but what's Setsuko going to do with these Neekos? I think that's the question now on my mind. If he's not going for Nocturne 3, maybe it's just going to be a Viego 2, and to swap some of these Hecarim items over? Yeah, Ivern 3, but honestly, Ivern 3 isn't really that strong. Speaking of 3-star upgrades, though, Karma 3 from Goobums.
Wow, alright.
Well, look at the synergies as well.
Said out the window. Yeah, you're right. 4 Renewer. So that Karma is going to be casting even quicker, getting to that threshold even faster where she's just auto-casting basically there. And man, just absolutely annihilating Kagros' board. Wow. Kagros out, not going to be able to hit 24 points. That's tragic. After getting a first to then not reach it in that next game, it needed he needed a top 4, but it still hurts to go down like this in 6th place.
It really does, especially considering how close the rest of the lobby is, right? There's 3 other players that are sub 20 HP. If Goobums hadn't hit the Karma 3, you might be thinking, oh, maybe I could have beat it at that point. Definitely puts a full stop to any momentum that was being shown there. And no, Ivern 3 now for Spencer's going to be a lot harder, or Setsuko is going to be a lot harder to get because 2 Iverns in this shop for Goobums.
Pretty much impossible because there's only 12 forecast total, I think, in the pool.
Yep, would need to have exactly every single other Ivern.
Literally all the Iverns.
Yeah, I mean, Neeko's help does create a temporary copy, though. So even if you aren't able to find, or if all of them are taken out of the pool, you can still Neeko's to get up to that Ivern 3.
That is a change back from set 4, right? Where now Neeko's will, even if there's no more of a champion in the pool, Neeko will make another one.
But I'm just in love with the synergies on Goobum's board. The 6 Dawnbringer, 4 Renewers. I mean, it's coming together quite nicely. The Karma 3 as well, obviously going to be the cherry on top. And if this Karma is allowed to free cast for this whole fight, and with Garen shredding the magic resistance by 50% of everything that he touches, that is a recipe for success.
It's a strong Soraka as well. Like, Soraka might as well be a Shroud herself because she's going to cast after like 1 or 2 autos, right? And that's going to be big. Yeah, 1 auto and then a big cast to slow everybody's spells down. So this is a scary board. This could be a game-winning board from Goobums. I'm really curious to see what's going to happen when he runs into Setsuko later.
Yeah,
if it happens.
Close against Spencer, but Karma going to be better than Aphelios too. Spencer was on 7 Aphelioses, though, so only 2 more for Aphelios 3. That could certainly do well at challenging the Karma. See if that's able to be picked up soon.
Well, Robin Song's out in 4th, so that will at least guarantee that he hits 24 points himself. Spencer, another player that missed out on it by a little bit, ended up coming into this game with 21 points. It looks like he's going to be able to hit that 24-point threshold, no problem. So if Setsuko doesn't win it, we're going to have a lot of people ready to do that in the next game.
Yeah, potentially 6 with Goobums. If Goobums can get, I believe, a 1st or a 2nd, then he'll be above the threshold as well. And oh man, Setsuko finds it, the Ivern 3 as a frontliner. So Daisy is going to be very, very tanky. If my memory serves correctly, and I'll double check it, I believe Daisy has 10k HP.
It's something huge, yeah. I don't know the number off the top of my head, but yeah, you can't really see many chunks in the life bar here. That said, Daisy's got a lot of HP, but doesn't really have a lot else from that, and doesn't look like even an Ivern 3 is going to be enough to save Setsuko. So, yeah, Setsuko's chances of winning the tournament rapidly diminishing here as Goobum's looking like the most likely player to take first, unless something changes.
Yeah, and I double-checked it, though. Ivern 3 does have 10k, or Daisy has 10k HP when it comes out, but honestly, that's it. There's just a big chunk of HP to deal with, but if the Karma is going to be already shooting to the back line or shooting to the other assassins, like, it doesn't matter if Daisy has that much HP, which, I mean, you gotta be questioning, was Ivern 3 more worth it than going for Nocturne? I would definitely think Nocturne almost every time.
Yeah, I would probably agree there, but it seems like he was much closer to hitting the Ivern 3, and when you have a chance to hit a unit like that you barely have ever hit in the past, you're probably going to be a little bit maybe overexcited about it sometimes.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I can't blame him,
This is a tournament that can qualify you for the mid-set finale and for the NA qualifiers into the World, so players going to be making very calculated precise decisions. So the Ivern 3 was definitely thought about, but there is nerves going into games like this. I mean, Setsuko could come away with a tournament win with that game, but he's dropping very rapidly in HP. Goobums is on a streak, and Spencer still is at a healthy amount, so we might be going to a game number 6, so we'll have to see these next couple of rounds.
I think we almost certainly are, unless Setsuko can pull off a miracle here, Crowan. The good news for Goobums is that even if he ends up somehow taking third, that's still going to be enough points to get him to the 24-point mark, because he was at 17. True. So 17 plus 7, that's 24. So he's guaranteed to make it there. It's really just about Setsuko trying to win it all, but it just doesn't look like he's going to be able to beat these other two boards. Check out Spencer's board here. He's got the 4 Ranger. He got the Darius 2 with a couple decent items off of the Thieves Gloves here. But is it a first place board? I suppose ultimately it doesn't matter a whole lot. The only thing that matters is that Setsuko doesn't take first for the rest of these players.
Yeah, it might have implications if the win condition is going to go to that 40 points as opposed to 24 over the win, and we might actually have realistically that come into play here. So players definitely going to have that in mind, but certainly the Karma has death on her mind for the rest of Spencer's board. Yeah, taking a big hit. Setsuko's out, so we're going to a game number 6. That is confirmed.
And we are indeed. So Setsuko gets to take 28 points now and add another 7 to that. So like you mentioned, that 40-point threshold is going to be possible now for some of the players here. But we'll see. Can Goobums win it, or is it going to be Spencer here? This Karma board, the Karma 3 board from Goobums, seems fairly unstoppable, but you can see Spencer just kind of rolling, not really positioning too much. Yeah, he feels like he's in the best place he can be, at least on the other side of the board from the Karma, but he's a little bit grouped up. I'd almost wonder if maybe spreading things out a bit to avoid a little bit of that Karma damage would be the way to go if you really want to try to win this.
Maybe so, but Karma, I mean, she's going on a tear. The Kindred gets the ulti off, however, and that's going to stop the Karma. Diana cast comes through as well. It's still, with those coming through, not going to be enough. Spencer takes another loss, but we still will go into stage 7, and that might provide the time that Spencer needs to get the Aphelios 3 online. He's going to have a little over 10 gold to roll, but Nico's help could come through with this Rift Herald round. Dragonclaw as well is actually huge at gonna be able to stop the Karma, so that's a bit of a good fortune item coming through. And
who do you put it on though?
It's either you don't hit the Aphelios 3 and you remake Aphelios maybe for a G-Claw, but even then it's like you don't want to give up any of those Aphelios items, so with that in mind it'll probably just be a Kindred, or it'll probably just be Kindred to make sure she gets an ulti off, but the rolls are coming through. Needs the Aphelios.
And the thing is, with
oh no,
just doesn't find a single one. That is a bummer.
Yeah, it's just selling the board. Yeah, I mean, this is actually really, really great from Spencer, because he recognizes he's going to lose if he doesn't do this, and so actually sells the board to hit it. But I mean, it still might just be too little, too late. He's putting anything that he can on this board, and okay, we'll see what happens with this one. Isn't enough.
3 or nothing. Yep. It's going to hit really hard, though. If he wins from this would be amazing.
It really will be.
Galaxy brain play here. He does get the Thresh onto the Karma. That gives Aphelios more time. Oh my goodness. Are you kidding me? Can he do it? He does
it! He does!
Whoa!
Spencer with the big brain play, selling half of the board, but getting Aphelios 3, and that was the difference that he needed. I have not seen a play like that in almost ever, but those are the things that separate the good players from the great, Doa. That was a fantastic play, and oh man, that was beautiful.
That was just an insane heads-up play. I love it. That's getting the Aphelios 3, and then also doing things like throwing the Thresh in there, just putting every single thing you can on the board to maybe help you get that win. And it was that Thresh hook on the Karma in the end that gave the Aphelios time to get the damage done. And that was one of the most impressive last rounds I think I've seen in TFT in a long time. That was pretty awesome.
I'm still processing all of that, and we're gonna, we have some breathing room to really go over it. But like you mentioned, the Thresh was the key unit there. It actually ended up hooking the Karma, and Spencer had to make a lot of decisions there in such little time, right? You got to think about, where am I going to put this Dragon Claw on? You got to think about, is Aphelios going to be the win condition that I need? Is it worth selling the board? The answers were yes and yes across the line.
Who to sell?
Who to sell, and then to how do you make the rest of the board, or who do you put in the rest of the board with the minimal amount of gold that you have? And it was a Sejuani one, a Thresh one to go in to give the night bonus, but every little thing came through together for Spencer to win. And with that, actually, Spencer, I believe, is on 31 points. So with that win, if Spencer wins again, I mean, if he wins again, he'll win as well, but he'll go above the 40-point threshold too. It's just everything really coming together for Spencer with that one. And 6 players going to be above the threshold now. Ooh, boy.
The tournament didn't end in that game, but it certainly ended. That game ended excitingly, Crone. That was a great win from Spencer, and he did come into it today as our points leader from day number 1. So showing us why, putting on a really impressive show at the end to grab that Aphelios 3. But Setsuko still stands above him at 35 points at the moment. Delicious Milk at 28. So like you said, 6 players able to possibly win it in the next game, and a couple players able to win with that 40-point threshold. Setsuko and Spencer, if Kagros or the Brennanator take first in the next game, and Setsuko or Spencer goes over 40 points, they'll win it right there as well. I guess Spencer, only a first would do it. 8 points actually isn't going to get him over 40, so never mind. It's only Setsuko who can win because of the 40-point rule. But it is interesting that we still have that alternative way for Setsuko to maybe win it if one of our bottom 2 players manages to take a first in Game 6.
And it's a very real possibility. Kagros did it in game number 4, so, players got to be thinking of all of the outcomes, Doa. That is TFT in a nutshell, and even more so back in this tournament format. But my mind still just I'm so impressed with that. That was one of the best plays I've seen in Teamfight Tactics history.
Yeah, clip it. That one's going up on Reddit for sure. That was an insane play from Spencer. But that's why we're here. That's why we love watching TFT and seeing what these pros can do. And it's not over yet, everybody. We're going to take a quick break. But again, when we come back, what will probably be the final game of the day here at Teamfight Tactics Reckoning Challenger Series. Don't go anywhere. We're coming back, to crown a champion. And we are back here at TFT Reckoning Challenger Series, Doa and Crowan with you to the very end, and it might be the end in this next game, Game 6. 6 out of the 8 players have crossed the 24-point threshold. They are ready to win the tournament with the first, grab a spot in the mid-set finale. But, you know, the ending of that last game, Crowan, I still can't get over that. Like, Spencer gave us an ending that was worthy of any tournament finish, even if we're not done yet.
It really, really was. It's unfortunate the game or the tournament can't end with that because it was just such a hype moment. But even so going to break down a bit further, right? Like if Spencer sold the board there and didn't hit, it would have looked a bit silly, right? But it's just the correct play because the board wasn't strong enough as it was to beat the Karma composition. So identified that, sold the board, and hit, and got rewarded. It's just everything coming together is just so satisfying to watch. So very, very impressed with that play. And there's only room for even more excitement going into this game number 6 because the tournament is very likely to end here. It's possible that we go to Game 7, but it's very likely to end here.
Yeah, I mean, the only way we would get to Game 7 is if Kaguraos or the Breninator would win it, and then Setsuko did not cross 40 points. If those two things happen, then we would go to Game 7. So it is possible, but, you know, we do have a I would say, more likely chance of the tournament ending, and that we have those 6 players who, with a first place, could win the tournament. And we have the added thing of Setsuko needing to get over 40 points, and they can win it that way as well. But we're going to find out exactly what happens as we are about to go into game number 6 here on board with Spencer's POV. And I'm going to be watching this guy stream every day now, man. That was a great play at the end of that last game. He did win Game 5, and see what he can do.
I find myself wanting to just like continuously praise Spencer. I promise I won't, try to, do it too much. But it's just in a high stakes scenario like this, it's all the more impressive to do it and recognize the exact correct line to win the play. So definitely going to be taking some notes from Spencer myself, and everyone who is an aspiring TFT player just wants to get better. Definitely take a look at what this guy is up to, as we get to see how he is going to circumvent the early game, and it's going to be with a potential infinity edge with these items, but also just some good brawlers in this early shop as well. Very, very solid opener.
Yeah, it's nice when you know that you've got not only a couple pairs, but you've got at least one very slammable item in the infinity edge, and we'll see what happens here. The awkward thing is that the second round a lot of times will drop you an item too, and if that's the case, then you won't be able to buy the Warwick, and you'd really love to have those 2 brawler pairs. So we'll see. Yep, there's an item, no other orb, and you can't really lock it at this point. I mean, you can physically, but you don't really want to. Yeah.
No, there's going to be better shops. Yeah, there's going to be better shops to get, like the Gragas 2 is going to be more worth it than the Warwick pair. Probably. In pretty much every scenario. I'm sure there's a possibility that you roll both in the next round, but you're not going to really account for that exact thing happening. So like this play is probably going to get some gold here. I always kind of worry on this round if when the orb comes through, it'll be a Nico plus 2 gold. Now, it doesn't quite seal your fate to be doomed. Players, I believe, during this tournament even have won the game with that, but still does set you behind a lot of economy. And I've doomed Spencer. Oh no. The Nico 2 gold comes through. Spencer, I'm sorry.
Well, he had a Hecarim. He could have just saved it. Finally got that Hecarim too. Everybody was looking for, but oh well. That is rough though, because you don't really have a way to hit level 4 comfortably. I mean, there's maybe if there was a Kha'Zix in the shop, but he's just going to pick up another Forgotten Champion and see what he can do on this next round. Not going to slam any items. Content to maybe take a bit of a loss streak early here.
Yeah, could have leveled to 4 and put a 1-cost unit in, but it's just not going to be quite good enough. Is slamming the IE for a bit of power, so we know that Spencer probably wants to go with an attack damage focused comp. Sure, could pair that with a Jeweled Gauntlet for an AP unit, so it's not going to be all set in stone. And probably won't win the round here. I think the Hellions will be a bit too strong, but we'll see. Yeah.
I think if maybe he had one more cast on the Gragas, he might have been able to do more. But hey, I think you're going to be happy killing this many units anyway. All you're trying to do at this point is just not totally lose, right? And, the double chain vest shop, the Shadow and the regular. You can make a Bramble vest. We've seen a lot of people making those, but it's an interesting conundrum for Spencer.
Yeah, there's already a Jeweled Gauntlet slammed, and I feel like 9 out of 10 times the Bramble is usually going to be better than Refracted Bramble based off of how prevalent that crits are in this meta. And so Spencer is going to take that, probably slam it here, I would imagine, and has a good set of synergies on board. 3 Forgotten, 2 Brawler. Not a great Infinity Edge carrier, but still, just the units on the board are going to be powerful enough.
Yeah, looking around just to make sure that there's a couple other crit items out there before he slams a Bramble Vest, and he does see... I think you mentioned there was a Jewel Gauntlet out there. I didn't see it yet, but... well, there it is.
Yeah, there's one on the Katarina.
So there's at least one. Yeah, and you usually do see a couple Infinity Edges in every lobby, so you're going to generally get some value out of that, even slamming it early.
The Breninator, what Spencer was scouting, did have Draconic online with Ashe with a Caustic Deathblade and a bow. So, dare I say we see another Ashe 3 victory, Breninator winning the lobby, upsetting all the 6 players, and we go to a Game 7? I mean, that's way down the line, we'll see, but
the really tragic thing for Breninator is that even if he did get first place, he would still just be at 23 points and wouldn't be on the threshold. So that's a kind of a bummer for him, but he can still play spoiler a little bit and still maybe come home with a little bit more money by taking a higher place in the standings overall.
Yeah, definitely. A couple $100 more, you're definitely going to be pretty happy about that one. Even if you're not playing to the tournament win condition of being able to get that invite, you still want to play for as high as you can place. It, looks good.
Right.
It is really telling of just your mental state as well. Like, it's actually really impressive when some players are able to make that comeback, even if it's not to win the whole tournament. At least myself as a competitive player previously, always want to be thinking about how best can I do, even if it's not winning every single game, winning every single tournament.
100%, yeah. And I mean, anyone to make it this far is obviously a very good TFT player. And so if you're the bottom 8 of like some of the 8 best players in TFT, that still should feel like a pretty decent accomplishment at the end of the day,
Very much so. All these players very, very strong, but only one can come out on top, so we're going to see some strong players end up falling. That's just the nature of teamfight tactics at the end of things. And Spencer looking to secure the dub for himself, going on a bit of a win streak right now with the Gragas being a very great tank.
I like Kha'Zix just standing in the Varus ultimate. He can't even back up like one hex. He's like, nope, I'm going to take it. Stay with the team.
Has to. Doesn't have a mind of his own. Just the auto battler coming into play.
Pretty much. Well, Robin's Songs right now at 26 points. So pretty far away from the 40-point threshold, but obviously can still win the tournament with a first here.
Yep.
She's got that redeemed start. It's nice to have the Syndra early on because she can toss assassins away. Didn't help him too much last round, but it still wasn't the worst lost ever. Obviously, 93 HP is pretty good coming into Carousel. And if he finds a Varus too, that's going to be a nice power spike. And wow, a Rel really early on. The 2% chance. He doesn't have Cavalry, but this is just a great unit to have on your board at this point.
Yeah, you can fit in the Cavalier because, Rel is a redeemed unit, so you can take out one of those redeemed and still have 3 redeemed for the buffing up the Varus. This is really strong, and Robin has played this full tournament not for first places, mostly for top 4s, but right now is when Robin needs to change that up. He recognizes that there are 6 players that can win the lobby to win the tournament, and he needs to be that one, so... Robin Songs with a bit more, high roll with that Rel, but a bit more greedy play will certainly do wonders for him. But he's not going to greed that Runeans, just going to slam it right now. Is still going to be strong with the full Varus carry if he's able to get a Rageblade online as the last item. But if he's going to go for just a Varus reroll, again, it was nerfed, so I'm not sure he'll be able to do enough to win the lobby. We'll end up seeing if he does stick with it, though.
It did end up building that Runeans in the end, too, so maybe not quite confident he could win that round, wanted to get some sort of win streak going here. Yeah. And, Runeans is going to be a good item on Varus, and it's going to be a great item on, another AD carry down the road. But yeah, that Rageblade, that's always kind of the debate. Do you save the bow for the Rageblade, or do you slam the Runeans, or, vice versa? At the end of the day, they're both good items, so it just kind of comes down to what you feel more comfortable playing out of.
Both are, I would say, equally as important for the Varus. You could say Rageblade's probably a little bit more important, but it shouldn't really dissuade you from slamming a Runeans if it's going to make your board that much more powerful, which it honestly will at this point for Robin Songs. The question on my mind is really going to be, is Robin Songs going to stick with this Varus, or is he going to want to transition into something like an Aphelios? Because Aphelios 3, I mean, it really showed its power last game, of course, from Spencer. But that pivot can certainly be on Robinsong's mind, especially with the Varus nerfs coming through with the B patch.
Yeah, I mean, if you can find it, it's going to be great. But for now, I think you're just looking for that Varus too. But yeah. Spencer on a win streak, meanwhile, at 98 HP. Marcel P a little bit low, 72. And you know, we've talked about this where he's really kind of bombed out in the last couple of games. Since he hit that threshold, he's taken 2/8. Yeah. So, you know, maybe, and we haven't really seen his POV as much, and I haven't watched the stream a ton, so I'm not familiar with his style as much as some of the other players here. But it could just be a situation, too, where the pressure of that first is getting you to maybe play a little bit too risky, a little bit too aggressively. You do need to take chances when you're going for first, but it's easy to kind of like walk over the edge and just take risks that are too big and are going to cause you to fast 8.
Exactly, especially if you're not used to playing that style. It's going to be way too foreign. I mean, I have had the pleasure of casting Marcel in the past in weekly, Fight Night Rising tournaments, and he actually broke the record for Fight Night Rising a few weeks ago, and got 37 points over the course of 4 games, so had 3 firsts there. So Marcel certainly does know, at least from my experience, know how to play for a first, but maybe this lobby being, the best of TFT players, is going to be a bit more challenging to do so.
Yeah. Yeah, you've got the pressure in there as well.
Exactly.
Setsuko, meanwhile, 3 Dawnbringer. Got a couple items on that Katarina here. Might be something to swap onto something else later. I mean, those are 2 items that you can put on LeBlanc from time to time, but we'll see. Those are also 2 items you can just separate and put on 2 different champions down the road.
Yeah, I'll end up seeing. It's going to be a Hellion board on the other side for, it looks like, Kagros. Can't see the name, but can see the little legend. I can make that connection for the right-hand side.
Oh, you've memorized all the little legends now. Oh, wait, you actually...
no, you can just see it. Yeah.
It's like, wow, Crone's got a way bigger brain than I thought.
No. Small brain. Leave it to these players. That's why I retired to go to the casting desk, Doa. Leave the big brain to these players like Spencer.
I never competed, so you've got one up on me there. Sword and cloak in the armory. All right.
A lot of gold here, actually. Setsuko levels to 6. Maybe going to rock 40 gold if he wins this round and sells the units on the bench. But for Dawnbringer, going to be really good for the Gragas to frontline with, for the Kha'Zix to get some kills as well, as just the Katarina being a fantastic early game unit. Right. So liking what I'm seeing for Setsuko's board right now.
Coven Yasuo over there.
Yeah.
Didn't see who that was for, but and then we've got Marcel P. Looks like he's got a bit of an abomination board as Setsuko does a bit of scouting.
This is a very key point to scout. Generally, sometimes, and generally at times in TFT, it is more important to scout at the beginning of stages, because that's when players are going to be making a lot of transitions, specifically on rounds like 3-2 and like 4-1, when a lot of roll downs do happen. Players will solidify their direction and be picking their items from the armory and things like that, so you're going to get a lot more accurate of an assessment of where each player is going to go. So just a little thing to keep in mind for all you aspiring TFT players out there, how to most efficiently use your time in every TFT game, because it's really stressful to scout every single round.
Yeah, it's a very good point. Need to figure out when you need to scout, when you need to focus on positioning, when you need to focus on your roll down.
And when you need to high roll a Katarina too, naturally as well.
Yeah, debating on if he wants to complete that, because he does have a LeBlanc on the bench as well, but I think for now he's going to go ahead and play the Katarina. It's certainly going to be a stronger board than he had.
It's a way too powerful upgrade to pass up on. I mean, Setsuko definitely is doing the safe thing and thinking about it, but did land on what most players would in this situation. It's going to be to maintain that Katarina. And now Setsuko's in a spot where all of a sudden he can maybe commit to a Assassin reroll kind of board and go for Katarina 3. And with the decision to play the LeBlanc over the set for Brawler, might be thinking about selling up to 40 gold and actually committing to this Katarina direction.
Yeah, it doesn't seem bad. The Katarina 3 can certainly one-shot a lot of units when she comes online, but I just go back to thinking about how Assassins have performed today, and it we had that one mega high roll Assassin game with Delicious Milk where he had the Riven 3 being the Assassin, so a little bit different than your average Assassin game, but overall I just don't see Assassins as a board that gets a lot of firsts in this tournament so far.
No. I mean, the thing that surprised me as well, I think, in game number 4, an Assassin board featuring a Katarina 2 and a Nocturne 1 got 3rd place, It did have a Viego too, however, so that was huge into getting there. But it did overperform, at least as for my expectations of it. So if you're able to get a Katarina 3 and Nocturne 3 online, it can definitely contest a lobby win. Setsuko for sure is going to be far away from all of that coming together, but at least a decent start to start doing that. There is a very interesting thing, though, as you mentioned earlier, seeing the Yasuo Coven. And this Morgana has fantastic items. The Yasuo has a sort of really good items with this Jewel Gauntlet. Are we going to see this board maintain like what it is? Coven Yasuo into the late game? The potential is there.
You know, Coven is something that a lot of people have been playing around with. It was one of my favorite things to do in PBE, just to like try Coven with everything and see what was up. Like Coven Mordekaiser was one of my favorite ones because he just gets such a massive shield and he gets such a massive hit with that. The mana doesn't really matter that much. You're just trying to boost his AP, you know, with everything you can. Syndra Coven was really fun because she, you know, dunks and like one shots boards if you reroll and get enough. So there's a lot of exploration, I think, to be done with the Coven trait specifically in set 5 that I think people are going to be doing for the rest of the set more or less. But on Yasuo, it's a neat idea. Obviously not working super well this round, but curious to see how long he's going to stick with it. But I don't think it's something you play into the late game.
No, it is a neat idea, and I'm right there with you. I think that, I mean, this set is still relatively new, so definitely not everything has been discovered as to what you can go optimally in your composition, so there might be some kind of secret Coven compositions that we haven't really seen come into light yet. Goobum's trying to make it work right now for the Yasuo, and, you know, I've seen it once or twice. It's okay. But maybe there's some more, maybe
Coven,
there's more...
Coven AP Mord.
Yeah, pretty much. We'll see. It's strong for now. Morgana has 2 good items, of course, on her. Morgana 2 will be a huge upgrade, though. Same with the Yasuo 2. But Goobum's probably just going to level to 7 on 4-1. We'll to find those upgrades, and we'll see where he's going from there. Because there is a Shojin on this Lissandra as well. Not something that can, you know, probably really have that much of an impact with, but really just the item carrier, it seems like, for now.
Right. That takes a bit of a hit from the Brennanator. Brennanator doing okay this game. He's sitting at 4th, yep.
5 Ashes, 4 away from Ash 3.
Yeah. We did see that Ash 3 build work really well earlier in the day, able to transition into a 4 Ranger, and I believe there was 4 Mystics in there too, which is something that we're seeing more and more of here. There's Riven 2. So are we going to see... I wonder how Coven Riven is. I don't know if either of them are that great, honestly.
I would assume Yasuo is a bit better than Riven. Riven not generally that great with AP scaling, I think you're right. Imagine, but interesting thought nonetheless. Half a Runaan's there for the Yasuo.
Yep.
Not a lot of items, though, coming through. Hopefully the Armory will treat Goobums a bit better. But, okay, naturally Yasuo in the shop. We'll roll here, hits the Yasuo 2 right away.
Yep, finds that. Oh, there's a Karma. Okay, that's something you might want to put in the Coven. Although she doesn't really utilize the mana that you get very well from it. It's more, again, about the AP.
Yeah, and one tier is already dedicated to Shojins. And so no blue buff really going to be coming through. So Karma, probably not an option. I think Goobums is looking at this board and saying that he's stabilized enough, running 4 Nightbringer, 3 Coven. And yeah, this board is probably the best that Goobums has working with. So he can take this, maybe go to level 8. Or reroll for Yasuo 3. I mean, not sure that'll be the best option, but we'll see.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. We'll see. It's neat to see this work, though. I mean, the Yasuo clearly is, you know, doing a good amount of damage.
Yeah.
But it just doesn't seem like it's quite strong enough. He's not losing by a ton, but he is consistently losing. You've got that loss streak going. And at 53 HP... At stage 4, you really need to start thinking about how you're going to turn this one around.
Yep, no Runaans for the Yasuo, unfortunately. Goobum's doing a bit of a... Okay, TFT players, when they're tilted, they kind of, like, zoom in on the map. Now, Goobum's did a little bit of that. I don't want to say he's confirmed tilted, but just something to keep in mind. Probably
you can
not
look at the mouse movement, too, you know? The mouse starts kind of bouncing around. You're like,
Exactly. You can tell a lot of a player's mindset in their mental state by their mouse movement. Definitely agreeing on that point. I don't think Goobums was quite a fan of that armory. And also, with the LeBlanc not being upgraded, I think we can safely assume that Goobums wants to drop Coven eventually, but needs to find something else to replace it with. And with this Karma too, I mean, it's not really good enough. So yeah, he's selling the Karmas. Yeah. But is playing, or not playing, excuse me, just has the Pantheon 2 on the bench. So Goobums is looking a little dizzy right now, gonna have to say.
Yep. Certainly looking rough. You could go IE Jewel Gauntlet, but again, there's going to be Bramble Vests out there that you're going to have to deal with, so you use that item for something a little bit different.
Gonna look like he's going to lose this round maybe as soon as, Canada autos come through. Goobums on a 5 loss streak. Oh, Kagura's down at 14 HP. I mean, they were only really going to be playing Spoiler in this game, but even still, unfortunate to be that low at this point.
Kagero's at least with the opportunity to get to 24 points if the game somehow continues, but unlikely to win it for sure. We're going to go over to Delicious Milk's POV, and guess what he's playing again? It's actually a little bit different. I was going to say, there's some abominations there. We do see the brand, but it's the reroll. All right.
It is the reroll, and he is 3 Heckrams away and 3 brands away, and still 62 HP, 50 gold. So Milk is probably in the best spot that we have seen today for players running this comp. And okay, Breninator is running not only the set carry, but also the Ashe carry as well, is 2 Ashes away from Ashe 3. The set doesn't have quite perfect items. The Sunfire would love to have been a Titan's Resolve instead, but it's not going to be bad. It is unfortunately not strong enough to deal with Milk's board, and I'm actually really surprised that Milk was able to win out there, but just goes to show the strength of these 2-cost real boards versus each other. And
I was going to say
any upgrades, Milk's is better than the Draconics.
It's also the strength of the Bramble Vest, right? You have the IE on the set. Those crits are going to get dealt with there, as we looks like we're going to move to someone else. But going to move over to Goobums. But yeah, the Bramble Vest. We were just talking about the strength of that, and against that board, that was definitely one of the difference makers for sure.
Yeah, definitely. Goobums, we see the Goobums pivot. It was dropping the Coven, of course, and going to 4 Dragon Slayer, 4 Nightbringers. This is really the staple composition that players will land on if they are going to be re-rolling for Yasuo's, and Goobums even taking a Yasuo off the carousel, and could make like a GA on it, but actually is going to sell it to free up the component. Ooh. Oh, looks like Milk might have disconnected, but fortunately reconnected there, it looks like, so
yeah,
he's back in the game.
Yep, didn't lose a lot of time. I was worried about that too.
Yeah.
But 4 Dragon Slayer, 4 Nightbringer right now for Goobums. And yeah, he's going to go ahead and build the GA. Okay.
Yeah. And this is a lot stronger than actually some variants of this composition. I think that Morgana applying the Shadow Morellos and just the CC will buy a lot of time for Yasuo to really do enough damage. Not great Yasuo items, though, is the main big concern. If Goobums can get a Runaan's online, that would be salvageable. But is still near losing some of these rounds, if not full losing. And loses to just a Rise 1, but a 7 loss streak is very telling of Goobums' power level across this lobby.
Yeah, and I wonder just how much a Runaan's would really improve this too. I mean, obviously it's a much better item on Yasuo. He's going to be able to use it quite well, but the rest of the board, it's still just a Morgana 1, I think, is another big thing to consider here. And you've got that Shojin's that's sort of trapped on the Diana over there. I mean, she's going to use it fairly well, but it is just a Diana 1. She's more or less just there for Dragon Slayer. But we're going to move over to Setsuko, take a look at his board at the moment. 6 Dawnbringer online with the Riven, and still on a 2-game loss streak, though.
Yeah, this is not where you want to be with a Riven composition. It not only doesn't have items like that Runaan's, but it also is going to be 5 Rivens away from upgrading that Riven to a tier 3. We're level 7, lower than half of the HP in the lobby, and only 40 gold opposed from 50.
You're just not going to kill this Hecarim either. It's the Hecarim has been tanking that Riven for the entire match. Finally the Riven goes down, and like you said, the Bramble, the Warmogs, just the healing, the Cavalier defensive buff that you get, the damage reduction, all of this just making Delicious Milk's board very, very difficult to kill.
Yeah. Setsuko looking like, unless Riven 3 can be, found within the next couple of rounds, will probably not be able to make it to the top 4. And if Kaguraos or Breninator wins, which is still possible, Setsuko can still win out on the day by getting a 4th or better. So that
Kaguraos,
yeah.
Kaguraos would have to have need a bit of a miracle run there, yeah. But the Breninator's still in it for now.
Mm-hmm. Definitely so. I mean, Kaguraos did have a Teemo online. It was a Teemo 1, so yeah. I mean, it's definitely likely that it won't win the lobby, but you know, players have won the lobby with less HP and from more spots before. It is possible.
Here we go.
Don't want to count them out.
6 Rivens now.
Yeah, these rolls are pretty good.
Yeah,
was able to find a Karma 2, Nidalee 2, can put the Warmugs on the Garen.
Mm-hmm. You don't want to put the... I was going to say, yeah, you don't want to put the tier on the Karma, because you want to save room for another full item going forward in this game, in case you get something AP related.
Yeah. Ooh, Milk hits the Hecarim and the Brand 3 on this roll down. Spencer hits the Katarina 3. Players' boards are looking so strong. And Spencer actually still at 94 HP. Oh, Kaguraos hit Teemo 2. Okay,
Teemo 2.
It's possible.
Down to 2 HP. 2 HP in a dream with this Teemo 2. Pretty good Teemo 2 items, actually.
Yeah, very good. And it's going to take the round win versus Setsuko here. Pretty much confirmed.
I think it will. I mean, this Karma could still do some damage, but that GA getting popped, not going to get another cast off. One more cast, but it doesn't matter. And Kaguraos stays alive. That is exciting. All right, a Teemo 2. Maybe there's a chance here.
Oh man, Marcel bottoms out in 8th place for the 3rd game in a row. He started off so strong, but just really has had a set of unfortunate games the last 3. Won't be one of the players winning out, at least in this lobby.
Yeah, I mean, just max speed up to 24 points, and then 3 8ths in a row after that for Marcel. So, just clearly struggling, trying to put specifically a 1st place together.
Mm-hmm. Setsuko still 3 Rivens away, 2 Rivens away now, 1 Nidalee away from Nidalee 3.
We don't see a ton of Nidalee 3s, but it's certainly going to be a unit that you can make use of.
Yeah.
Kaguraos with the Ivern 2 now, so continuing to strengthen that board. Oh boy.
Yasuo 3 from Goobums was actually achieved. Same with Morgana 2 and Pantheon 3, so all of a sudden that board went from this is looking not really that great to we have some good Yasuo items, Renan's was achieved, and the 3-star upgrades were there, so everything kind of coming together, and not a moment too soon, right? Because Goobums is sitting at 15 HP, rather low there.
Yeah, gets a win there though. And now Setsuko down to 11 HP. Oh, Kaguraos out.
Teemo 2, the dream was not realized. Unlucky.
Yeah. That's a bummer. So Kaguraos will get 2 points from this game, not make it to 24, just in case we're going to continue here, because Breninator still has a chance to win it. So there's still that possibility of the game going on, but the window is shrinking for sure. Let's go to Robin Song's POV right now. 4 Rangers online. He's got some good items on the Aphelios.
Yeah.
He's got those Cavaliers in too.
Yeah, some good tank items on the Sejuani. Now, Katarina's going to jump towards this Aphelios, but she's actually going to cast to the Vayne in the corner, kind of baiting her away. Ooh, the Aphelios gets pulled forward, but that actually might save the Aphelios from Katarina damage. It's possible.
Possibly. For now, not anymore.
Yeah, the auto attacks come through. It wasn't quite enough.
Yep.
Spencer's board. He's still 94 HP on a 5-win streak. Spencer making a strong case for winning this whole tournament with that board. 64 HP above 2nd place.
I mean, and that would be just a fantastic story, too, for Spencer, because he came in today as the lobby leader, and so to win the tournament after that would be a pretty dominating performance from him, and definitely make him one of the players to watch for the finals as we look forward to the mid-set finale, and then maybe even the set 5 finals down the road.
Yeah, and especially being a reward for how he played the last game with the Aphelios 3, that would be such a statement performance from
If
Spencer.
anyone deserves it, he deserves it.
Exactly. Very much so. Goobums levels to 8. Robin Song's on a 2-loss streak. Does fortunately find a Kindred from the carousel, I believe it was. Finds a Lux upgrade as well, so the board strength is still going up.
I'm trying to think of how...
a long time, though.
I'm trying to think of how important Mystic is going to be in this lobby. Just kind of looking through this, because you've got, like, the Katarina is going to do a good amount of magic damage, I believe. You've got, obviously, this Brand 3 is going to do quite a bit, Hecarim as well. So maybe as the rounds go on, this Mystic 3 might be a little bit more, more of a lure here for Robin Songs to put in. He did sell those Lulus, though, didn't he?
He did, and he's going against... I mean, this board's so strong for Milk. It features the Hecarim 3, the Brand 3. Robin Songs just can't quite get through it. Robin Songs probably could win some matchups, but definitely not that one. Setsuko does fall, unfortunately, so we're down to our top 5. Spencer is still win streaking. Brennator drops to 4th with 13 HP. Hits Aphelios too, though.
I feel like at this point, the big story here is, can anyone take down Spencer's board? Can anyone kill that Hecarim? Because even if you think about that Katarina 3, like, that Hecarim is just going to be so tanky on Spencer's board that I just don't know if the Assassins are going to be able to live long enough to do it.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, Milk's board is so strong. Spencer's is. I mean, Goobums, he hasn't lost a round since he hit everything.
True.
He's still sitting at 15 HP. The
Brennator looking pretty good here, too.
Yeah, Ash 3 now is here, and we have the Darius to be able to provide some of that armor shred. So all of these boards are actually looking so strong in this game. A lot of it's going to come down to some positioning at the end of it. And yeah, we can feel the set nerfs here. They're just... Oh, actually?
No,
we're not.
Ooh, Robin Song's alive, but at 4 HP, and yeah, that set, certainly not hitting as hard as he used to, but hard enough right there.
Yeah,
Goobum's
barely.
on the win streak, like you mentioned, though.
Yep, Goobum's on a win streak. Did take out, I believe, Delicious Milk in that round. Milk is still 1 Sejuani away from Sedge 3.
Yeah, 4 Cavalier, 4 Spellweaver online.
Definitely gets the Assassin spat from the Dragon while playing Assassins. What more could you ask for?
I mean, the rich get richer sometimes.
Exactly.
I'm sure you can put that to good use. Infinity Edge, though, for Delicious Milk.
Yeah, not a great item.
No, not really.
Just wants to find Sedge 3 and Vel'Koz 2. Those are the main upgrades. See if he's able to hit any of them. Okay, Vel'Koz 2. That's pretty big, actually, especially with the 4 Spellweaver. 1 Vel'Koz cast could be pretty impactful over the course of all of these other boards.
Yeah, I was going to say, you probably put the IE on Kled here, because he's going to be durable because of the 4 Cavalier buff, and he's going to put good use to that once he demounts.
Yep. Increases his attack speed once he demounts. Cavalier on the Viego. Assassin on the rise. I was kind of talking about that a bit earlier. And to see how much impact that's able to have. But the Viego going to steal the brand.
Oh no. Is it going to be enough, though?
One.
I love Cavalier Viego, though. This is amazing.
Yeah, Viego going to be turning the Hecarim. But Hecarim still will end up dying to this full cast. No, he doesn't.
Oh, what?
Yeah, the cast ended. Yeah. And Hecarim still survived. He's just that tanky, but not quite tanky enough. Milk will end up falling. Robin Songs does as well, out in 5th.
Cavalier Viego is great. What is he riding? Like, he just hops on his sword like someone riding a broom or something?
Something
like that, I guess. Yeah. I don't know.
There's actually a play recently that you actually do ride on swords, so for your thematic for that one.
Well, there you go. Yeah. Can fit right in. I love those game crossovers,
Yeah.
But I mean, it's objectively it's a great item on Viego, because as he goes back there, he gets those defensive stats, right? He gets that damage reduction, really, and so that's going to help him convert more units over to your cause. So yeah,
exactly. Especially being Viego 1 oftentimes just gets bursted down before he's actually able to have that much impact. But
definitely needs it.
Now we see Milk versus Goobums. The Yasuo 3 still on a tear. Goobums still on the win streak, and will continue it pretty decisively here. Milk gets destroyed in that round. Brennator falls, so we're going to be crowning a champion, Doa. It's just a matter of time, and will it be Spencer or Goobums? I'll have to find out.
Yep. It would be huge. And production just reminded me, too, that if Spencer wins this, he was also the first Challenger Series winner in Set 4 as well. So getting Challenger Series wins in both Set 4 and Set 5 is a pretty impressive accomplishment if he's able to get it done. But He's running into a very strong Goobums board on that win streak. We'll see if he can do it. He's got 70 HP to figure it out.
Yeah, Goobums positioning very well against Assassins. This Morgana cast is going to be stunning very key units. Katarina does jump away from it, though.
Yep.
Very, very nice. But the Yasuo's still full HP.
Uh-oh.
Oh, man.
Uh-oh. Goobums.
Is this going to be the Goobums run back? Is Spencer going to fall from being, 70 HP? This is going to be a long, long, slow bleed out if it is the case, but Goobums' board, at least right now, is looking so strong, but a Shroud is going to be huge in terms of dealing with it. We see the pings coming through from both players. Goobums not happy about that one.
That's massive. The Shroud was there. It was on his side of the carousel. It worked out. There's a Rel, too, as well, so Goobums feeling, or Spencer rather, feeling happy about that. But, Goobums could win this tournament. At the end of the day, this tournament ends in the next few rounds, Crowan, because one of these two players is going to take it. Goobums at 25 points. He's at the threshold. Yeah. Obviously, Spencer way above there. He's at 31 at the moment.
Spencer did lose that round, but he's actually, he has the option to improve his board immensely. He's taking out the 4 Forgottens and is actually playing a couple of Revenants, is playing now the Mystic with the Kindred, and a good Kindred ulti actually can buy a lot of time. Diana too is found as well, so if she gets an ultimate off, which she does, is going to be pretty strong.
Oh, Viego, he hit the Morgana with the GA, so not going to be able to get that steal just yet. Now goes for the Mordekaiser. Can the Viego get it? The mouse over to check it out. Oh, not quite.
No.
Much HP, and that Mord just a little bit too strong here.
Yeah.
Spencer is going to take another hit.
It looked a little bit better, but not quite there. Spencer does have the HP to be able to, continue on in this game. He still can find a lot of upgrades like Kindred 2 or Viego. Viego 2 being a really, really big one. Even a Garen 2, as he's kind of flirting with the possibility of right now.
Now, he does sell the Kindred 1 to free up his Shroud again. He wants to make sure that is perfect. You don't want to buy those Teemos right now. Ooh, Viego 2. Yep,
okay,
that could
and
be
the board
huge.
got a lot stronger.
Yeah, that's massive, actually. That Viego's going to be doing a lot more damage. Now, can he land the Shroud where he wants it? Yeah, it's okay. And he puts the Bramble on the Volibear as well. I'm watching that Viego on the back line. It looks like this time he's going to go for the Pantheon. That Viego, too. I don't think he's got enough damage with the channel. No, not quite, but at least he might live a little bit longer.
The second
goes
cast.
for the Pantheon steal again. Meanwhile, the Yasuo on the right side doing a lot of damage here. Still can't grab the Pantheon. I think the QSS CC immunity ended, and they got the stun, and that's going to be another round win going to Goobums.
This is one of the most intense 1v1 situations I've seen in TFT,
Man.
And it is so impactful, right? The winner being able to be invited to the mid-set finale. Goobums is playing every round like it is going to be his last, and it very well might be.
Could be.
Especially as we go into Stage 7, it guaranteed will be. Goobums, zero room for error. And then
Another
double Shroud for Spencer
Oh, no.
is just insult to injury. Is this going to be enough, though? If one Shroud's not enough, I'm not sure if two will be.
I mean, you can shroud all of the board, I guess. It's going to be a blue buff for Goobums. Trying to remember if that's going to be helpful. I'm trying to remember his itemization. Not 100% sure on that one, but it's mana, at least, which means an ability casted faster, which could make the difference. Volibear 2.
Another Volibear going on the board, Garen 2 as well. The board keeps getting stronger. I mean, but how strong does it need to get to beat Goobums?
I mean, I would almost sell that. That Volibear 1 is just not going to cast, right? So I would maybe swap that for another Viego 1, maybe?
It might, and that's what Spencer's playing for. And I
guess.
think after seeing the last game, I trust Spencer's late-game decision-making very well.
I like the Viego swap. I like it.
Yeah.
Okay, so he's going to shroud literally everything.
Yeah,
nearly
besides the
everything.
Lulu, but everything else. Lulu can be stolen by Viego. And actually, Viego getting one steal off, not being stuck on units like Mordekaiser or Pantheon, might be the difference that Spencer needs. He's stealing another one, and he's going to go for the Pantheon next. The Yasuo is falling, goes into the GA state.
Oh, the Mord, though. The Mord doing some damage. Oh, my goodness. Has he done it? I think he's done it. Wow, Spencer. Spencer does it. Comes back, able to make the board that he needs. Double Shroud is the key. Repositioning the Viego for the steals. You love to see it. Spencer, our point leader from day number 1, comes in 2 first places in a row in day number 2, wins it, gets a spot in the mid-season finale. That was an awesome tournament ending, Crowan.
It was absolutely fantastic, Doa. Spencer earned that with especially the way he played those last two games. Being able to win streak for, was it 94 HP for the vast majority of that game, allowed him to go level 9 and continuously improve his board state for like 4 or 5 rounds in a row. And each time it got a little bit stronger and a little bit stronger, and not a moment too soon did he actually find enough upgrades, found the Garen 2, found Volibear 2s, and used that to take out what was looking like such an impossible board to beat from Goobums with the Yasuo reroll. Props for Goobums to be able to make it to that point of being 15 HP in the comeback, but it was just too much of an HP lead to deal with. So huge game from Spencer to let him win this event tonight.
The 2 shots coming at the end certainly helped a bit too. Let's take a look at the scoreboard to see how the day ended up. And we have Spencer at the end of it all, our champion, getting the spot in the mid-set finale, winning both ways at the same time, getting 40 points and getting the first. He doesn't get like a double win for that or anything, but he just, you just can't win harder than Spencer did, I guess, in this tournament. Pretty impressive. We got Setsuko in second place, so taking on some catch there. And Delicious Milk coming back, placing third in the tournament. Not too bad for a player that, we didn't see a whole lot of in set 4, back with a vengeance in set 5. Hopefully get to see a lot more great tournament performances from him. Goobums making a big run back, nearly winning the tournament at the end. Robinsong's performing well throughout both days. Marcel making a name for himself a little bit, but just not able to take those first places. And Kagros and the Brennanator, they made it this far. It was a rough day too, but hey, you made it to the top 8 anyway, so that's an achievement, isn't it?
It is, and you still get some money on top of that as well. I believe at least $100 going over to the 8th place, so everyone can walk away with something. But I think the most valuable thing, kind of as cliche as it sounds, is the experience. Like, we're not going to see another TFT tournament like that, at least how it ended, in a very long time. Like, everyone should walk away from this learning a lot about TFT in general, and in this set specifically, and how to navigate the meta, especially being past the B patch. And yeah, we see the pricing on the screen right there, but just what a phenomenal tournament that we saw Doa, and it couldn't have ended on a better note, I think.
This was so much fun. I mean, because we saw the B patch coming yesterday, that it didn't change a ton of actual champions, but it changed enough that we saw players approach the meta a little bit differently. We saw the strength of reroll, but we also still saw the strength of a lot of 4 costs coming back again, the strength of things like Draconic and Hellion being able to transition into some very strong late game boards. So overall, again, small sample size, but the meta looks fairly healthy if you take this tournament as just a basic example there. But we're going to get our interview with our winner, Spencer, lined up here in a few minutes. Don't go anywhere. Going to take a quick break, and then we're going to hear from him for the second day in a row, and should be fun to hear what he's got to say. So don't go anywhere. I'll be right back on the TFT Reckoning Challenger Series Day 2. Hey everybody, welcome back for one last time to the Teamfight Tactics Reckoning Challenger Series. We are back the second day in a row with Spencer for our interview. This time, though, Spencer returns to us as a champion. In fact, a two-time Challenger Series champion. My first question for you, Spencer, is it took you 4 games to win in set 4. This time it took you 6. So you slipping? What's going on? Why did it take you long this time?
It's definitely, I guess players got much better, I guess. Another one. And, yeah.
But seriously, it was an amazing run you had today. 2 firsts in a row to win the tournament. Obviously, the first thing I want to ask you about is the end of Game 5, when you had to go for the Aphelios 3, sell some of your board. Like, what was going through your head there? Like, how did you decide what units to give up, what to grab, from the shop, of course? Like, take us through what your mind was doing during that roll down, that search for the Aphelios 3 to win the game.
Well, so, like, before, I guess, like, I saw that the lobby was, like, there's someone with Karma 3, right? So I was just, like, I knew I had to get Aphelios 3, and on that roll down, I was just, like, selling, I guess, high expensive units to try to roll for Aphelios 3. And then I was looking for Mystics, because I also needed 4 Mystic, even if I hit Aphelios 3, so I don't get one-shot. Right. And I was just looking for, like, just Mystics and Aphelios 3. And, like, Nightbringers, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that Thresh hook at the end, though, ended up being pretty crucial, too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely. I mean, and you had great games in games 5 and 6 and the last one as well, Spencer. Like, I want to ask your perspective, walk us through that last game as well, because you had such an HP lead. And what was your mindset in terms of like how you wanted to improve your board? Were you looking to drop 6 Forgotten for a while? Like, what did you actually want your composition to end up with? Was it did it end up as you wanted it, or were you looking to even make even more changes?
It was definitely ended up how I wanted it against the 1v1 against Yasuo, because like Volibear was good. Like I needed the Volibears to, like, the double Volibears to break down the shield and like the CCs and like Rel as well, because he was clumping up. So Rel had huge value. Ivern to guarantee the volley cast and stuff, and guarantee just
definitely. Mm-hmm. And the double shroud is definitely a nice little addition to that as well. I can't be too upset about it. But I want to look forward, Spencer. I mean, you've had a really dominant Challenger Series victory in the previous set, and now once again in here. Like, where do you see yourself in terms of just a TFT competitive trajectory? Like, do you think that you have a very, very good shot of making it to Worlds the first set 5? And do you think you could do well there? Like, what are your expectations for yourself moving forward?
I definitely think I can make it to Worlds. It's not. It's a lot less like, I guess, like, without Chosen, it feels much better, the game. It feels more manageable for me. Oh, like there isn't like someone crazy high rolling and you like had to play for like second or third or fourth every time. So yeah.
Yeah. First, well, so much more in your control.
That kind of leads into the question I was going to ask. So we had the B patch yesterday, obviously. We talked a little bit about the meta after day 1, but now you're 2 days into it. Obviously there is such a thing as tournament meta, which is going to be different than ladder meta. But what are your initial impressions of the state of the game after the B patch came in, after playing pretty competitively, obviously, for 2 days now?
I think the B patch was really great. Other than like Cavalier still being a bit too strong, I think the B patch hit like the nerfs were really good, because now Hellions aren't always like a guarantee, like I guess first or like top 2, and like set isn't super consistent now, and like you have to hit Draconic at stage like or early stage 2, otherwise you you may actually like bot 2 and stuff. It felt like this B patch was really good for the game.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, it's definitely fun to watch from a casting perspective. That's for sure. I'm looking forward to finally jumping on the ladder after this and playing it too. But we're going to let you go. But before we do, any final shout-outs, anything you want to say to your fans? Because obviously you've got a lot more of them after the win today.
Definitely I want to shout out like my fans, just watching, tuning in, and like supporting me. Also, I guess a shout out to like Aegon.gg. These like plushies, like NECs. Yeah, Aegon.
There you go. That's legit. Yeah,
that's
your platform, man. You shout out. Yep. Yep. All right. Well, thanks for joining us again. Congrats on your win today at the TFT Reckoning Challenger Series. We'll see you in the mid-set finale, and good luck in the rest of your games.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, there you go. Spencer taking the win today. His second Challenger Series victory. He got it done in the first Challenger Series of set 4, got it done in the second Challenger Series of set 5 here in Chrome, and he is going to the mid-set finale. This was a fun tournament. I loved it. I'm so happy to hear him say that he thought the B patch worked out well, because I think we both kind of have that same feeling. It certainly seems like the things that were a little bit out of control got managed very quickly. Yeah. And I'm hoping going forward we're going to have a bit healthier meta. It certainly looked really good from the games we saw today. But that brings us to the end of the tournament. It's been an amazing 2 days. It's been a ton of fun casting with you, as always. Any final thoughts before we close it out?
Yeah, I think this was definitely one of my favorite tournaments to cast. I mean, just the amount of, really just hype in the end of these games are all so impactful, and Spencer being able to manage that stress, manage every single scenario, and come out on top in 2 very, some of the best TFT play that I've ever seen, honestly, and to be able to make it look so easy and win Challenger Series again is really, really just so amazing. Go check out Spencer. If you're not in his stream already, not following him, please do so, because he is very, very amazing. And just from the interview, he's definitely a lot more confident, I think, about getting to Worlds this year than in set 4. Chosen's kind of being like, whatever, Chosen's too RNG, and I'm sure all the TFT players out there had their thoughts about that. But now, with player agency back to what feels like an all-time high, especially with this B patch, I think that Spencer's going places, and I wouldn't be surprised to see him take a spot to that Worlds Championship at the end of set 5.
Yep, that's right. We'll hope to see him there. We'll see first how he performs in the mid-set finale. That's going to be a really fun tournament now.
Yeah.
Can't wait. But this has been so great. Again, I know I've said that a lot, but I really love it. I love casting TFT. I love playing TFT. I just love the game. So thanks to Riot for making it. Thanks to the staff at Giant Slayer and at Wisdom for putting on an amazing production, as always. Thanks for the players for showing us amazing games, as usual. And thanks to you, the fans out there, for watching. Couldn't do it without any of those groups of people. It takes everybody to make a good esport, and we're doing it with TFT. It's great to see. Thanks for watching, everybody. Stay safe, go game, be good to each other, and we'll see you next time.